prostě bude dobrý.
Asi můžu. Do toho, jestli chcete, jo, já to dám do zázemí, co máme, Budeme hned pokračovat. Program máme nabitý, ale zase jsou covidy, jsou různé věci, tak pár lidí už nám volalo, že je zlé, že máme nějaký prostor. Dneska ani tak ne, jako se teda budeme trošku posunovat některé věci a přesunovat. Jak to tak to? Vážené dámy, vážení pánové, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me open today's conference titled Reconciliation with the Communist Past in the European Context. Let me say a few points. The first conference will be in both languages, English and Czech. If you need the translation, please get the headset in the lobby. Those of you who will be presented and have a PowerPoint presentation, please be aware of the need to go into the back where the soundmasters sit and give them your electronic presentation. Before kicking it off, I would like to excuse Mr. Kudrna, who had to go to the Czech television to give an interview. So he's coming a bit later. However, the moderator of his panel will be cooperating and he will be participating. This conference is held by the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes in cooperation with the Museum of Memory and other institutions which will be presented here. Before opening officially our conference, I would like to give the floor to Martin Dvořák, the Minister for European Affairs of the Czech Republic, who will give us the keynote address. And it is very important that we have the director or the minister for the European affairs of the Czech Republic, because he will be speaking not only from the view of the Czech Republic, but also the European view. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is an honor to me to open this distinguished conference on behalf of our Prime Minister, Mr. Fiala, who I will be speaking on his behalf. Today's conference runs a title which is a bit provoking: Non-Reconciliation or Reconciliation with the Communist Past, as if we were actually questioning our ability to have reconciled with the communist past for the last 35 years. I hope I won't actually damp your hopes if I try to answer this question in a very simple way. No, we have not succeeded to reconcile, because if we have, then we would title our conference in a different way. And that is why I think I should ask why. Why have we failed in reconciling with the communist past, and whether we could have succeeded at it? And because we have got 2.5 days to speak about it. I will try to contribute to it as somebody who knows the past. I still remember the debates from the end of 1980s when we discussed whether we should actually abolish the Communist Party of the Czechoslovakia then. And I liked it actually because we were discussing the future of our republic. And then I still actually was won by those who were against it, because there were actually arguments that it would be not democratic, it would eliminate the competition in Czechoslovakia. And another argument was very pragmatic, and it was also pinned up by the experience of other countries. It was very likely that the Czech or Slovak communists would set up another political party with another name, but a very similar program. Against abolishing the Communist Party was the argument that if communists will be declaring themselves as communists, it would be much better just to have them do so and monitor them. And that is why we have not abolished them, but communists actually defected to other organizations, crypto organizations, and they used cosmetic titles. And they actually retained the communist name in their titles as well. And that was the anecdote actually born, and the people were asking, so who are you gonna vote for? Well, the communists. And from which party? So we couldn't imagine that communists would be here with us for many more years, that they will be tolerated, that they will be even actually the decisive force to support the government. And when it seemed that our parliament will not have the hardcore communists, we now face the situation when we see that we will have in the Czech Republic the communists, and also we will have them in the Czech government. After that, after having said that, we should actually muse why it is so. We should actually listen to all speakers. But I have some argument, some opinion on it, which is a bit provoking. Communism is actually compared with Nazism. Those regimes are both very reprehensible, very illegitimate, because they actually suppress human rights. They see that it is actually very reprehensible. The reason why we actually see it in Nazism, but we are failing to find a consensus in as regards the communism, because we have seen genocide, concentration camps within the frame of Nazism, whereas the communists did not show this in such an open way. They actually had also subjugated states and societies, and the life was going on still under communism. I can actually compare it with the life in the cage. We could not do anything about it. We could not travel, and we were actually fed, but we had to stay in the cage. Those who wanted to protest, they were punished. So that the others would not dare. But then there was a moment when the zoo where we were living had no money, had no actually power to actually go on. And somebody came and opened the door, and we could actually we were set free, but we were in a jungle, and nobody or hardly anybody was ready for such a reality and such responsibility. And that's why everyone would now actually complain about not having the safe cage and food. Let me actually say how respectful I am when thinking of Tomáš Garrigue-Masaryk, the president of the first Czechoslovak Republic, when he said that we would need at least 50 years in order to get ready and be able to live within the freedom and free democratic society. Let's hope that we will be able to actually live through the last 15 years so that we actually can enjoy our freedom and develop it and also defend it. I wish you every success without the communist plague today and in the future. Thank you.
Moc děkuji panu ministru Dvořáku.
Thank you, Minister Dvořák, for your opening remarks, both on behalf of yourself as well as the Prime Minister who provided the patronage of this conference. Now I would like to pass the floor to Petr Blažek, Director of the Museum of Memory of the 20th Century, who is one of the coordinators, or one of the organizers, so the 20th Century Memorial Museum. Thank you very much, the Minister, Mr. Director, ladies and gentlemen. I am pleased to have the opportunity to co-open this conference that the 20th Century Memorial Museum holds together with the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes. We consider this conference very unique, not only because it is held over the period of 3 days, but because it is held on the occasion of 35th anniversary of the fall of communism in the Czech Republic, or in then Czechoslovakia. And today we also have or commemorate the day when Saint Agnieszka Agnes was canonized. And this also reminds me that we have to think twice about how we managed to put up or come to terms with our communist past. But I would also like to remind you of 1989, because the canonization of Saint Agnes also was was a sign which hinted on the change of atmosphere, the fall of the regime, and the fact that we will discuss various topics, such as the reasons why the Communist Party was not abolished. I will provide my perspective during the panel that will discuss this topic in particular. So I do not want to dwell on this topic at this point and provide my personal interpretation. But I would like to remind you that 1989 meant for many generations a significant turn in their lives, a turn that everyone considered absolutely unique, extraordinary, something that helped them change their lives. Many people thought it was close to a miracle. And the canonization of Saint Anne or Agnieszka was one of the reasons why it was perceived like that. I remember that there was a Protestant prior who said that if freedom is too, Mr. Karasek said that if freedom is too heavy, maybe Saint Anne will help us. And I'm glad that we were able to co-host this conference, although the main organizer is the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes that we've been cooperating with over the past 2 years very intensively. And I'm glad for this cooperation. 3 days ago, a film festival organized by our museum concluded 3 days ago, and this year's topic was on the fall of communism. It was held in Atlas Cinema, and we were able to screen 50 films from 8 countries. And I often think that through film and art, it's very easy to establish or to express ambiguity, that there is a certain ambiguity that can be seen when we look back to our communist history. Communist regimes in some countries were at the helm for over 40 years. That was the case of Czechoslovakia, but also when we look to the Baltic states, the communists reigned for even longer, or when we look eastwards towards Ukraine, even longer there. And these communist regimes brought with them legacy which was very burdensome, and perhaps even more than the Nazi occupation of Czechoslovakia. And the reason why was that the communist regime was at the helm for so long that generations had to live under the communist regime. It's very difficult to see and have clear statistics about how many people were prosecuted, because there were not any clear statistics until 2007, and some of them are still not publicly available. But my estimate that over 6 million people were members of the Communist Party over the communist era in Czechoslovakia. The party was established in 1921, but during the First Republic, with the exception of 1921 to 1929, basically it was not a mass party, it was a marginal party. And it wasn't until after 1945 that its membership base grew. And in 1949, it is estimated that 2.6 million people ran for election or were members of the Communist Party. And this shows how the Communist Party was intertwined into our society, or with our society. Over the subsequent years, so with every 5-year economic plan, there were some cleansing attempts or purges, communist purges, and each person that was a victim of these purges had a family or relatives, and many people decided to join the party because of their relatives. Sometimes simply people joined the party because they were afraid of their relatives. And the fact that so many people contributed to creating these regimes or contributed to the establishment and shaping of the ideology that basically destroyed its opponents, had a deep impact on our society. And this is something that we will also discuss during the conference. So I would like to express my gratitude to the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes that we can co-host this conference and organize it together. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Director Blažek, for your opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, Minister, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to open the methodological part of our conference, and it is my great pleasure to introduce Professor of History and International Relations at Boston University, Igor Lukács, who will open this methodological part of this conference on the topic of non-reconciliation with the communist past from a historian's perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could wait for the PowerPoint to be on. Thank you. Thank you very much. I am very pleased to have the opportunity to discuss this topic with you. It is a topic that is very close to my heart, but unfortunately our time is limited. So without any further ado, I would like to give you the term called Hetman. It is a term that I borrowed from a famous Polish poet called Czesław Miłosz. I think he's a Nobel Prize laureate. I think he received the Nobel Prize for Literature in the early 1980s. But in the 1950s, he wrote an amazing book where he discusses the concept of Hetman. And this Hetman was presented to wider public. It's borrowed from Islam, where it's called Katiya. It is a principle that Shiites can follow if they find themselves in the Sunni majority environment. In other words, a Hetman among us, and what can we do with the ugly past? By way of introduction, I would like to say that each society has its traitors. And it's not difficult to see the traitors. Sometimes these traitors stand on the stage. They have shiny boots, and they declare some slogans to big crowds. These are famous people, and it's quite easy for the society to deal with these people. But a Hetman is a completely different a different type of species. It's a person who is trying to remain anonymous, to remain in the shadows. A person who disguises his or her opinions, a person who does not stand on the stage or in the square and does not talk about his or her opinions publicly. And these Hetmans do not look for attention. Kim Philby is a famous Hetman for me. He was one of the pillars of the British establishment. He came from a famous family which for generations was connected to the British intelligence service and military. Hetman is the opposite of a dictator, such as Emmanuel Moravec. Hetman is a mask. It's what people do under dictatorship when their values are disgusting or they are ignorant. I'm not sure if you remember Faust, Goethe's Faust. I'm sure you all know that Mephisto wants Faust's spirit, and as part of the contract concluded between those two is that Faust will provide his soul to the devil, to the Mephisto, if the Mephisto will give him the Augenblick, the moment when he can feel happiness.
I think this is a lovely story, but in reality, under political dictatorship, the devil is not interested in your soul. The devil wants to control you. He wants to control your deeds, not your thoughts. He is keen for you to actually go to the processions and actually put out the flags. If you understand what I mean by that. There are millions of Hetmans among us, people who deny the official ideology their whole life long. As the minister has already alluded to, they have to actually somehow survive, and they want to survive in an anonymous way. However, Philby was known, but we know another one, for instance, Mr. Comte de Mirabeau, the founder of the French Revolution, the voice, the revolutionary in France. He was the first Frenchman whose remnants were actually buried in the Pantheon in France, which was built for him. And after the revolution, there was evidence showing that he was a confidant of the counter-revolution. There were dozens of other Ketmans in our past. For instance, the security service of the Tsarist society, they were able to proliferate the society, and this is the agent whom you see on the slide. He was the actually captain of the police, secret security police. And because he wanted to show his qualifications towards other anarchists, he actually he tried to legitimize himself as an assassin. He actually killed members of Tsar's family. The same applies to the Bolsheviks party. Roman Malinovsky, for instance, Lenin's deputy. Lenin, before 1970, spent a lot of time in exile, and Malinovsky was the head of the Bolshevik party, and he was the agent of the security service. Not many of you will know that, for instance, a newspaper titled Pravda was set up by the security service, and they actually collected logistical information through this. And the main editor, the chief editor, was also the security service agent. The KGB have got a word called nastupatelnost, which is an aggressive counterintelligence work, offensive work. That means you are not waiting for the foe, for the enemy. You actually are very proactive. You go and try to actually uncover the enemy in order to actually kill him. Ketmans do not live only in Eastern Europe. You would have to live in Boston in order to understand that the archives of the IRA have been actually opened by a judicial order in Massachusetts. And what we uncovered is that the whole management of IRA, which was actually labeled by the British government as a terrorist group. And they were terrorists. But what we found out was that most of them were the MI5 agents. This is a British kind of FBI or FRU, which intelligence service which was very active in Belfast. Here, what you see here is this person actually became the representative in the British Parliament. He was one of the agents, IRA agents. This person, Freddie Scappaticci, was born in Ireland, and he, similarly to that person related to Russian past, this person was an MI5 agent. He was very successful, and he participated in killing traitors identified by IRA among themselves. He killed 40 to 50 of such traitors, and he himself was the agent of MI5. That means it shows that they knew about it. If you are interested in the concept of Kitman, then I would recommend a book which used to be very famous. Now it's fallen in forgetfulness, and it's called The Man Who Was Thursday. It is about the state, the government actually being keen on controlling others. As we have already heard, I would like to pose a question when I would like to extrapose two societies, the Gestapo-run society and communist-run society. You have to see that in Eastern Germany, after 45 years of communism, there were 50 to 60 Stasi agents, whereas in the Gestapo-controlled society, there was one agent for every 4,125 citizens. And of course, you have to see that one of those Stasi agents and he had a family around himself, so he was 1 to 10 people. And now let me say what we will be speaking about at this conference. This is denazification. Germany brought the worst catastrophe of the 20th century, including the Holocaust and World War II. After the end of World War II, Germany was denazified by the Allied forces. The German society was so ill that it was not able to heal itself by itself. There are illnesses when you can heal yourself lying in bed, actually drinking hot tea, but there are some illnesses when you have to go to your doctor. And the situation after World War II was such that Germany was not able to heal, and it had to be denazified from the outside. However, after the Cold War, the West actively resigned. It was the victorious force, but still, of course, after winning war, you are morally responsible for the development of the defeated. But in the context of 1989, this was not possible because there was the containment doctrine, and that turned very quickly into a very friendly romance between American presidents, at least two of them, and Gorbachev on the other side. The West was not helping or decommunizing the East for those said reasons. It even actually provided obstacles to it. In Germany, for instance, a former secretary working in a concentration camp was convicted. She's a very old lady, but other foremen of communist atrocities were living in peace. For instance, here, Wolinska Bruce, she was the prosecutor, communist prosecutor who actually, or fascist prosecutor who sentenced many, including the General of Fieldorf in Poland, who was in the resistance movement. And Ms. Wolinska-Bruce enjoyed her old years in the UK. Poland actually requested her transfer, but the Brits refused. I am a professor teaching at the Boston University, and I have actually seen situation when people call me and want to speak to me, and then I see that person and he looks like a Hollywood person. He is from a secret service. He has got a very slick suit and a very slick hair cut. He is an FBI agent. And then he sits down and tells me, if I understand it correctly, then Jan Novak, Mr. Jan Novak, or Ms. Jana Novakova, those are your students. Could you please share some information about them, Professor? If they actually get some profession, some job, then they could endanger our interests, the state's interests. Have you heard anything about them using drugs? In the old days, they would ask about their sexual orientation, which is incorrect now. They are not allowed to do that. So what I want to say by saying it, as president of USA, if you want to find out how many Americans can access classified documents, then you will find out nobody knows it, because there are so many, millions of people have got access to classified documents. Nobody can calculate it, and it is actually seen as normal. If you actually can access classified documents, you have to be vetted. And that's why I was shocked hearing that almost every intellectual in the US actually rebelled against the vetting concept.
Some complained that it was a witch hunt. There was even an article in the New York magazine, a very influential magazine, that depicted Jan Kavan as a martyr who suffers and has to suffer once again like he did 50 years ago, the same way as his father suffered. So the problem of the vetting or screening process is that those who fought the most against the dictatorship, they were those who wanted to forgive the defeated the most, when society was supposed to be decommunized. And on the other hand, those who just started working for the communist regime in 1989, or didn't do that much against the communist regime, they didn't have the moral standing to do anything against the likes of Michnik or Havel and others, who wanted to draw a thick red line behind the past and wanted to just move forward and not look back. Václav Havel said that everyone in Eastern Europe was part of the regime. We are all to blame. So he said, I apologize for any possible typos in my presentation. I was up until midnight last night. But back to my presentation, Václav Havel said that we are all guilty. And if everyone is guilty, then no one is in fact guilty. So then we can give up the hope that we could blame or we could dictate values to others. I do not want to read all those points. I will give you a few minutes so you can read them yourselves. So, what's important for me is the last point, which is that after the fall of communism, there was a vacuum, a security vacuum. We had to transform our economy, our entire economic architecture. And one of the types of vacuum that we faced and that was created after the fall of communism was moral vacuum. And this moral vacuum had to be filled in by the West. But the West not only refused to transfer its values into Central Europe, but it refused to admit that the West actually had won the Cold War. President Bush famously said that on the debris of he will not dance on the debris of the Berlin Wall because it would not be moral. I think it was much more immoral not to admit that the good defeated the bad, the evil, and that the evil was defeated. And if the winning side was not able to claim victory in public, then of course people started to believe that values do not matter. And this was not a lack of information, because in the early 1990s, I was invited to various meetings in Washington, D.C., attended by those kind of people who do not tell you their name, or they just give you their first name. And in discussions with these, secret people, someone mentioned the name of Jan Kavan, and someone said that one person says this, another person says something else, and then one of these gentlemen sitting in the back by the wall, who would not give you their name, shouted, "But the third box is missing." And then I realized that these people knew everything about people the likes of Jan Kavan and others. But it was not in the national interest of the United States to somehow join the discussions that were going on in Prague at that time. I think I do not have to remind those of you who lived in Prague here, because it was Jan Kavan, who was able to have the famous speech on TV. The speech took some 2 hours, if I remember, and he was able to laugh at the lustration act or vetting act, or the lustration law. And the fact that decommunization did not take place here in the Czech Republic does not only mean that today communists are in or were elected in the European Parliament, but it had many other repercussions, such as the relativization of basically anything, be it Václav Klaus's lies about global warming, or lies about who shot down the 007 flight, or lies about the murder attempt or assassination attempt of Skripal or Navalny, or who caused the explosion in the weapons warehouse in Vrbětice. We still tend to forget that facts matter, and the lack of decommunization had much wider repercussions than we would have thought at first. And I think I only have one slide left, if you could help me with that. Okay, I think this is my last slide, and I would just like to remind everyone that lack of courage to proceed with decommunization, or absence of Western influence on the decommunization in the post-communist Eastern Europe, the West thought that they were creating or building better Russia. that in a generous manner they would be opening their arms wide towards Russia and inviting Russia to become part of civilized Western society. But in fact, we all know what happened in Russia in the 1990s. And the same way as it happened in Czechoslovakia, in the same manner, I would like to argue that by failing to recognize that facts it matter, and that truth and lie are two poles of the same entity, it had repercussions also for the mindsets in the West, because over 70% of all voters elected one of two candidates in the United States, and some of them said they did so because he was a good businessman, and the state needed a good businessman. But when you look at the data, when you look at the facts, when you look at the statistics, you'll find out that Mr. Trump owes $1.8 billion US. A good businessman. He promises to deport illegal or irregular migrants. Fine, okay. But if he does so, then crucial infrastructure fails to function. You know, American farms, we won't be able to buy chicken in the supermarket because all this is being done by irregular migrants in the United States. And if he does so, there will not be anyone to mow our lawns, to mow our lawns. I mean, I do it myself, but we are one of the last few Americans with my wife who do so, because in all the other cases, it's the irregular migrants who mow the lawns. And actually, his third wife, Melania, was an irregular migrant or illegal migrant, because she came to the United States on a tourist visa and started working as a model, which is a severe violation of U.S. laws. And Mr. Trump was indicted on several accounts, including rape, and he was still elected by many women. And he said, well, I'll take good care of all the women. And other people, you know, grandmas with white hair, when you ask them how could you have voted for Trump, they will tell you, we like him because he protects family values. Family values? What are you talking about? When his wife came home from the hospital, he had sex with a porn actress or actress for adult movies actress, and he was married 3 times, by the way. But I think my time is up. So what I'm trying to say is that the lack of decommunization is something which has great impact and repercussions on everyone in Europe, on our daily lives. And in fact, it also has an impact on the public views and public perceptions in the West. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Professor Lukács. Thank you for your methodological contribution from the point of view of a historian, from a historian's perspective. And we talk only about, old history, ancient history, but modern history, recent history, which influences our daily lives even today. And now I will try to show you what the non-reconciliation with the communist past was from a lawyer's perspective. My name is Kamil Nedvědický, and I'm the first deputy director of the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes. And I will start right away. 1989, so 35 years ago, was a time which stirred up many expectations, especially among people who did not believe in the communist regime or were victims of the communist regime, or were not able to live under the communist regime. They believed that the wrongs will be righted, that there will be a redress of the wrongs, and that the regime will be caught in public. That people will say this was a rogue regime that was standing on illegal and unacceptable foundations. But then in 1989, continuity of law started, where the majority of lawyers agreed that there was no other way, that this was the only way, the continuity of law, because the new democratic regime had to build on the foundations of the communist law, communist legislation, which stemmed from the principles of Marxism and Leninism and copied basically the Soviet law. And stood on different roots and foundations than democratic countries' legislations. And sometimes we talk about the criminal law level, that basically criminal law does not take into account subsidiarity. It's that the punishments are violent and that. But not only criminal law, but also civil law and all other areas of law were built on completely different foundations than the democratic countries' legislation. And then in 1989, people started to everyone started to downplay the communist past, and people started to downplay it and say, well, basically we are all at fault, and not only those who prosecuted others, but also those who, showed their flags in their windows or joined the parades, the communist parades, and so on. So people had the tendency to downplay it. And then Czechoslovakia, as a successor of the communist Czechoslovakia, decided to follow the continuity of law, basically saying that if no law is changed, then it continues to be in effect, regardless of whether the communist regime adopted the law in order to protect itself. And all the attempts to turn the other way were just one-off matters. So there were some provisions. Of course, the provisions on the leading role of the Communist Party were dropped from legislation. The fact that Communist Party has a supervisory role in society and plays a crucial role in society, and so on. And then new laws were adopted, laws that were supposed to establish the discontinuity of the law. And these laws were not adopted easily. They also had to face attacks from others, and these were rehabilitation law that wanted to correct the wrongs and bring redress. The fact that communist regime caused wrong to a number of people, and that some of them have to be corrected.
There were restitution laws here as well, trying to rectify offenses or crimes in terms of personal property. Then there were lustration or vetting laws, and they caused a lot of problems, despite the fact that this was one of the tools of a democratic regime, democratic society, to protect its secrets and functioning. Of course, there might be actually people who would misuse classified information. There were other norms about the illegality of the communist regime and about the the resistance to it. This act, this law, is sometimes actually called or labeled as a declaratory law that declares something but does not regulate anything. Well, there are the statutes of bar, and there were, of course, some judicial decisions by the Constitutional Court that was actually ruling about the statute bars. And this law is sometimes interpreted as a declaratory law. There were other laws, and that is, for instance, a law about our institution, the Institution for the Study of the Communist Regime, where we want to actually explore the history, not only collect documents but we want to create a preventative mechanism so that in the future we have got evidence and also facts that will prevent any repetition of such regime. There was the Act on the Communist Resistance and Revolt, and that actually showed that it was possible to actively oppose the communist regime, to be part of the resistance, even with the arms. But looking back to the past, if we want to see what actually it resulted in the fact that the communist offenders were not punished. Expectations from 1989 were not met. The communist apparatchiks who were responsible for judicial misconceptions and the liquidation of the opponents of the communist regime, or people who actually opposed the regime or were born into opposing families. All these people who actually convicted them, they were not brought to justice. Just a number of those apparatchiks have been brought to justice. How about the victims? This is another very important group. The victims of the communist regimes were not rectified. Many of them have been compensated. Some of them have been compensated, but some of them have been actually punished. That means they were exposed to secondary victimization for general offenses, despite the fact that it is actually seen that those punishments were motivated by political reasons. That means that we still, in this democratic country, the Czech Republic, could have done better. There is the magazine Memory and History, which we issue and publish. You can find it here. The last issue shows a chart with persons actually persecuted under communist regime, and you will see how the situation looks like. It's very triste. Why is it like that? It is because to actually have the continuity between two laws was incorrect as a procedure, because the Czech Republic failed to actually reconcile with the perpetrators, and the victims failed to compensate the victims of the communist regimes. And the communist laws had to be amended. That means there have been a number of amendments issued, and it made the legal system very difficult for our citizens. And only after dozens of amendments did we come to the realization that the roots of this law were actually not practical, and we had to recodify the law. It didn't apply only to the criminal law, but also to other parts of law. And after that, we found out that even other norms were very impractical, because all followed the same objective: to maintain socialist economy, planned economy. There were no concepts of private ownership and entrepreneurship. This is all I wanted to introduce and share with us, and I will have another presentation later on during the panel. In conclusion, I would like to say that now we say that continuity of law was the only way to go. But I would be more than happy if we could discuss it, and if we could actually think about those two terms, continuity and discontinuity of law, that discontinuity of law was possible. It would have been much more difficult, especially if we want to rectify the wrongs. But what was the main problem? It was that the political thinking took the upper hand and actually vowed that it would be possible to actually continue within the framework of the rule of law. That's why we want to think about it, that we want to actually depict this notion and the formal continuity in terms of transferring the norms have been actually scuppered by the value discontinuity. That means that we have to pick up only formally, we have to build only formally on those norms, but in terms of their contents, there has to be the rule of law. Unfortunately, we will not be able to actually rectify the criminal past. This is what I wanted to say. And now I would like to open the panel number 1, and I would like to welcome Mr. Přibaň and Mr. Müller. Thank you.
Takže, dámy a pánové.
Ladies and gentlemen, This is the first panel titled Continuity and Discontinuity of Law After 1989. We have got Professor Jiří Přibaň, professor at Cardiff University in Wales and judge of the Constitutional Court of the Czech Republic. Democratic self-defense and democratic foundations of a democratic state. This is the title of his paper. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, thank you. Thank you for the invitation to this conference and the possibility to share some ideas with you as an academic. I'm not going to speak as a constitutional judge of the Constitutional Court, but rather as a person who works in academia. I will focus on legal continuity and formal continuity and content or value discontinuity. And at the same time, I will focus on some types of reconciliation with the past. The topic of today's conference is reconciliation, but this word reconciliation can be a one-off act, or it can also be a process. So I would rather say that we cannot do it as a one-off act, but we have to do it every day. It has to be a process. And that is why I will actually start with looking back in history when saying that the Czech Republic, when it had to come to terms with communist parts in the 1990s, it did it a bit better compared to the former Germany, Eastern Germany. In Eastern Germany, they actually used institutions which were on the territory of the Western Germany, so that was a certain anomaly. And now let me say something about the general models. The first general model is the Spanish one, the Spanish model. For those of you who know Monty Python, John Cleese, and Fawlty Towers series, where John Cleese plays the hotel owner who hates his guests, and when the German tourists come, he has one worry. He says, "Don't mention the war." This is a model which is so common for transitional economies, post-junta economies. Spain, let's say, they say, okay, we actually make this end of our past, and then we will not repeat the past.
And back then, Mazowiecki already said, let's draw a thick line. But why? Because it stemmed from some dynamics of the transition, from transitioning from the old regime into the new regime. If you sit at the round table with your former former prison guard, it's very difficult to insist on a prison change, regime change, which would mean that the former prison guard would end up in a jail instead of you. So, which is the result of the round tables that take over a longer period of time. So there is a typological difference between a negotiated transfer of power that takes months, and includes not only dissidents on one side, but also the communist regime on the other side, but also many experts and people from the grey zone, so to say, which was especially the case of Hungary and Hungarian roundtables or transition of power roundtables. In Poland or in Hungary, the roundtables were very politicized, and in Hungary, these transition of power roundtables are called technocratic transition of power to democratic regime. But in those countries where these changes are more revolutionary, there is wider space for different options of reconciliation with the past. Of course, you do not draw a thick line because the regime tries to hold on to the power as long as possible. And then the question is, if these revolutionary changes take place and the regime is changed, the old regime is toppled and new regime rises, the question is how we judge the past from the legal point of view. So how we will approach the transition of power in legal terms, in terms of legislation. Another model is quite typical for instance, for South Africa, because a condition for the change of regime was let's say, out of jail free card from the perpetrators of the previous regime leaders. So impunity was one of the conditions for the transition of power, the transfer of power, and the condition for the building of peace in a society which is still at risk of civil war or political war. So political crimes were basically exculpated. And then we needed someone to talk about them so they can be archived and serve as a warning for future generations. So this is the Commission of Truth and Reconciliation. 25 years ago, I studied both these models, the non-legal model and the legal model, and it's important to see to what extent the victims of the communist regime were given voice so that their voices could be heard. Listening to the victims should serve several purposes. So one of them is to cure the wounds, the deep wounds of a violent past. But also these victims who were heard, whose voices were heard, even these victims later on would say, well, we wanted justice, but everyone forgot about us. So we want the perpetrators to be prosecuted. So there are two things that have to be distinguished: reconciliation with the past and expectation of justice. And the Eastern Germany dissent, it was mentioned by Barbara Boyne, who said, we wanted justice, but we got a state of law, or a rule of law. In English, we wanted justice and ended up with a rule of law. That's what Barbara Boyne said. But of course, rule of law has to provide for certain guarantees. And expectation of justice is often not fulfilled. In Germany, after 1989, several legal acts were adopted aimed at punishing the previous regime perpetrators. But still, criminal justice is very imperfect. And then Emil Rilke was prosecuted for the murder of a police officer that took place decades earlier. So the third model, okay, so one model is to draw a thick line behind the past. The second model is a non-legal reconciliation with the past, and the third one is a legal reconciliation with the past. And here we have several modes. One of the modes is the criminal law model. And this is something that failed basically in all countries. Another one is rehabilitation. We've heard about that in the previous speech. And then we have restitutions. Restitutions, both property as well as damages. And then we also have a question about how to make sure that the new regime will not be at risk of regressively turning into the old regime. So lustrations is not a question of justice. It's more a question of self-defense of democracy. It is the modus operandi of the new regime, in which the new regime tries to prevent certain group of persons to having access to certain public offices. And in this case, here, the comparison with other post-communist countries, in this regard, the Czech Republic was, let's say, most advanced in terms of illustrations, whereas in Poland and Hungary, illustrations or the vetting process completely failed in the 1990s because they had to go through the parliament in Hungary. It was more or less just an internal procedure or internal purchase of state authorities. I'm sure we all remember 1992. And the criticism of illustration process was as follows. From the formal point of view of the state of law, it is impossible to conduct illustrations or the vetting of state officials because it is a retroactive measure. And the Czech Republic decided to go in the direction of Habsburg type of approach when we said to ourselves that democratic legitimacy is a priority. So if you are an elected official, an elected member of parliament, then you are not subjected to the illustration process. But we also had a temporary provision adopted, which applied to the illustration process. So illustrations were just a temporary provision. Illustrations are an administrative measure, screening process, or official public procedure of scrutinizing a public official or candidate for a public office. So sometimes people said, okay, I myself had to have a lustration decree, and everyone was laughing at me and saying, yeah, well, you're an old guy, aren't you? Yes, because this is a measure which concerns a certain period in our history where the democracy had to defend itself from the risk of the state or public offices and authorities being filled by, former communist staff, so workers who would basically undermine it, basically the catmans, as was mentioned by Mr. Lukács. So. In this regard, I would like to emphasize that the lustration process turned out to be a political effective measure, morally quite ambiguous and controversial, because it could not have created a distinction between those who, under duress, cooperated with communist regime, because there are thousands of stories behind who and under what circumstances signed cooperation with the secret communist police, because not everyone who signed to cooperate, signed up for cooperation with the secret communist police did so for, in order to gain financial benefits. Sometimes were under duress or were forced to do so, as Wojciech Ceplo, former constitutional judge and very conservative person, once said. And a person who was very astute when it came to the rule of law said, the biggest tragedy is that I know a person who cooperated with the secret police because the secret police threatened the person. This person I know never hurt anyone in the 1950s, but in the eyes of the law, the person is viewed as the same one as those who cooperated willingly with the secret police. So this is the paradox of the illustration procedure, which cannot be resolved in another way. But what the Czechoslovak Constitutional Court resolved in a very important manner is that the Constitutional Court said that when upheld the constitutionality of the Illustration Act and said democratic state, unlike a formal rule of law, has to stand on certain values. And these values are values of justice, democratic values, rights and obligations, and these are the values that we build our society on. New society, a new constitutional order. Back then it was still Czechoslovakia, not the Czech Republic, the Czech Constitutional Court. But the political events, changed very quickly. So the Czechoslovakia fell apart. The new Czechoslovak Republic started to exist, and new laws were adopted. And a new law is adopted, which is quite controversial because it talks about accountability or responsibility. When a lawyer talks about responsibility or accountability, we start immediately asking what type of accountability in terms of law. And the new act was controversial because it stirred up discussions about the legal certainty and criminal accountability or responsibility. And the Constitutional Court, in its ruling number 14 of 1994, said that the Illustration Act was not unconstitutional, but the responsibility has to be viewed in moral sense of the word. I do not want to dwell on details and burden you with quotations, legal quotations, but it is an important ruling around the mid-1990s, where various other laws were adopted or enacted, where the secret police archives were about to be open to public. This was a very important ruling, saying we cannot fully change the way we perceive criminal responsibility, but we, as the Constitutional Court, can distinguish between moral responsibility and criminal responsibility. And this doesn't mean that one is given priority before the other. It means that the rule of law that we are creating takes into account not only formal accountability or responsibility, but also wider moral and civic accountability and responsibility, which these values are dependent on. And to conclude, with hindsight, after 30 years, I still believe that this ruling, Constitutional Court ruling number 14, has to be interpreted directly in the sense of the post-war German judiciary, which set the Beckenfeld dictum that the foundations of democratic constitutional order cannot be legally enforced. But this means that they are extremely important, and they are important for each and single one of us.
Let me thank Professor Jiří Přibaň for his presentation, and now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Lubomír Miller, lawyer, attorney at law, focusing on the communist regime victims and rectifying the wrongs. And he will speak about the principle of ne bis in idem. Thank you. And I'd like to ask you to show my slides. Well, the title of my presentation is The War of the Courts by the Principle of ne bis in idem. What does it mean? We can actually consult Wikipedia, and that says that not twice about the same. It is a concept, legal concept, whereby you may not rule twice about the same case. And there might be some problems in terms of applying this principle if somebody, based on their beliefs, actually deny to actually serve in the military. And I will actually illustrate it taking this example. During the First Republic, there was a long-established practice whereby any refusal to serve in the military was a crime. And there are some examples. Mr. Jan Bihaj, 1923, was sentenced for that, and again later, 1924. Vladimir Pindrich, 1924 and 1924. Again in the same year. And Rudolf Kubala, 1928 and 1930, and Bohumil Miller, 1937, 38, and again 38 in the same year, was sentenced for refusing to serve in the military. In the so-called Slovak state, 1939 until 1945, the same practice went on. Jan Greško, this gentleman on the slide, was sentenced for it 1942 and 1943. Remember him because I will show you here on this slide that this established practice continued years later, 1948 to 1989. And the first gentleman on the list is again Jan Greško, who was sentenced for refusing to serve in the military in 1942, 1943, and 1950. Or Albert Peroutka, 1947 and 1953. and he was sentenced, and that was a formal reason for the prohibiting the Jehovah's Witnesses in the Czech Republic. Then you see other persons, Karel Vřečonko, 1948, 1950, 1951, 1952, 4 times sentenced for the same offense. And then 1955, he was actually convicted for practicing his religious beliefs. Josef Vávra is another gentleman, 1951, 1954, and then 57. Jan Varkonda is another gentleman, 3 times sentenced for the same offense. Bezděk, 3 times. Bachmann, 3 times. And 4 times it was for his activity, which was frowned upon. Erich Bachmann, Michal Habiňák, and you see it was in the 1970s, 75, 78, 81, 85. He served his sentence more than 9 years long. Or Ladislav Belush, 3 times sentenced for the same offense. What you can see here, you see Josef Stasiuk and Erich Bachmann, those people who were sentenced 3 times for refusing military service for religious reasons. That was established practice that continued even after 1989. This is an example. Rudolf Fabula was sentenced for refusing military service 1989 and 1992 again. Marek Prchal 4 times. 1992, 1994, and 94 again, and 1997. Milan Lancha twice sentenced for the same offense. Or Martin Duda, this is the picture. This is the gentleman. Together with Martin Novak, they were proclaimed as the prisons of conscience in the Czech Republic by the Amnesty International. And Jiří Římanek is another gentleman who was sentenced 1994 and 1992 for the second time for the sentence or offense. And Mr. Římanek, Jiří Římanek, this case was heard by the Constitutional Court. The ruling was issued in 1995, and then it was published in the collection of laws of the Czech Republic. What does it say, the ruling? Here you can see, this is the judge rapporteur, Mr. Barbaszewski. In the applicant's case, the contested judicial decision infringed the principle of nebis in idem. If the criminal code in section 269, subsection 1, provides for a substantially more severe penalty for those who fail to enter military service with the intention of avoiding it permanently, it is unacceptable to interpret this provision as meaning that permanently is actually temporary or short-term. So the gist of the ruling is the violation of the principle of nebis in idem was or equaled the violation of the rights enshrined in Article 40, Paragraph 5 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms, and Article 4, Paragraph 2 of Protocol number 7 to the Convention. And Mr. Barbaszewski said at that time the opinion of the Constitutional Court is binding on all. There will be a lot of discussion about it, but this is the way it is. There was a discussion, but not only that. There were also military members and also judges even from the constitutional court or military courts. They refused to follow this ruling. And what happened later, there were further rulings by the Constitutional Court issued. And here you see Josef Choděra, Martin Novák, Martin Duda, Pavel Kočička, and again Martin Duda, Marek Prchal. And 2001, it was Stanislav Hirak. So this was the war of courts, which culminated in the case Josef Choděra. You see him here on the picture. So what happened on the 4th of January 1996? The Minister of Justice, Jiří Novák, files a complaint for violation of the law due to repeated convictions. On the 25th of April 1996, the Supreme Court of the Czech Republic rejected the complaint. On the 20th March 1997, the Constitutional Court annuls the decision. On the 9th of October 1997, the Supreme Court found a formal violation of the law, but did not overturn the conviction. Another complaint was filed, and on the 2nd April 1998, the Constitutional Court revokes the judgment. And now a surprising decision happened on the 10th of September 1998, when the Supreme Court ruled that judges Juraj Malik and Josef Hendrik are removed from hearing the Choděra case because, and this is the very important thing, they are unable to continue to rule impartially in this case due to their strong opinions. If they were to rule in this case, as the Constitutional Court has indicated, it is or it would be against their convictions, which they are not willing to do. So those were judges who actually refused to rule. And now the Minister of Justice, Motejl, stepped in and he filed a complaint for violation of the law. Was it because of the violation of the principle nebis in idem? No, it was because two judges recused themselves from hearing the case. So what happened? There was a change in the Supreme Court. Dr. Motejl first started as the chairman of the Supreme Court, and then he switched to the Ministry of Justice, and the successor was Wagnerova. And Wagnerova, she wanted the case, she wanted to read the file, and she actually said something. She wrote an article for the daily newspaper, Lidové noviny. And what was she writing there? She was writing voluntary respect or honoring the rulings of the Constitutional Court of the Czech Republic is the very essence of the rule of law. For the future, I will consider the failure to respect the ruling of the Constitutional Court in a specific case as a deliberate violation of the Constitution of the Czech Republic, and therefore a serious disciplinary offense. A judge who does not respect the Constitution of the Czech Republic cannot remain a judge, much less a judge of the Supreme Court of the Czech Republic. So you see those actors, those players, Dr. Motejl, first the chairman of the Supreme Court, and then the Justice Minister with his cigarette, passionate smoker, and Dr. Wagnerova, his successor, at the Supreme Court, and then later she was the deputy chairman of the Constitutional Court. So what were the further developments? On the 18th of February 1999, the Supreme Court of the Czech Republic ruled that the order to disqualify 2 judges violated the law to the benefit and the detriment of the accused, and the decision was annulled.
But how come to the benefit and detriment of the accused? So Mr. Chodera filed another constitutional complaint, a third one, and the Constitutional Court abolished the words benefit and detriment. So the only thing that remained, the wording that remained, was that it was abolished to the detriment of the accused. And so the words benefit and, in its judgment, were abolished. And on the 25th of August, the Supreme Court overturned Josef Chodera's second conviction and dismissed the criminal prosecution against him. And I would also like to point your attention to the plenary Constitutional Court ruling number 19 of 1998, with the main saying that the principle of nebis in idem stands above all laws, so no excuses apply. And this was a ruling in the matter of Martin Duda and Marek Prachal. This was commented on in the media, heavily commented on. This is just an example of an article by Luděk Navara called The Constitution and the Change Repellers. So 10 years after the fall of totalitarianism, a Supreme Court judge does not have a basic constitutional principle in his blood, such as respect for the Constitutional Court. Will the best reform of laws or institutions fix this? It's an interesting question. Another article in Mladá Fronta daily, the Chodera case, which changed the justice system, is over. And the article says, like the deniers in the Czech Republic, Jehovah's Witnesses confused the minds of American judiciary half a century ago, and their lawsuits ultimately produced a significant strengthening of civil freedoms and liberties. So it's interesting that 50 years after the events in the United States, we had it also here in the Czech Republic. And if you're interested in the articles, I showed you a few copies, hard copies, so you can read those old articles in full. So, to conclude, we can be grateful that there are still brave and courageous people among us, such as Jan Hus, Jan Amos Komensky, or John Amos Comenius, or those about whom this presentation was made.
Tak. Já děkuji panu doktoru Millerovi za...
Thank you, Dr. Miller, for your contribution. And now I would like to pass the floor to Professor Kuhn, Professor of the Faculty of Law of Charles University and Constitutional Judge of the Constitutional Court of the Czech Republic, who will have a presentation of criminal cases after 1989. So thank you very much for the invitation. And I would start right away because we are short of time. Just like my colleague, Professor Přibaň, I would like to emphasize that I stand here before you as a member of the academia, and I also use the findings of research that I've been conducting together with my colleagues from Germany, Slovakia, and Hungary, where we compare the form of reconciliation with the former regime in terms of criminal justice cases. And I can tell you right away that the results of our research, which has not been published yet, suggests clearly that if we make this comparison, we can see that the Czech justice system has been dealing with the criminal or communist criminal cases right after Germany, and there were more non-guilty rulings than in Poland or Hungary. Eastern Germany is a specific case because Eastern Germany cannot be fully comparable with us. Because in Germany, unlike in the rest of the Eastern Bloc, the results or the rulings were made by Western Germany courts, basically, or according to their rules, because 80% of Eastern Germany judges after 1980 or 1990, 1989, 1990 were dismissed. With regard to what had taken place before 1990, with regard to them not being trustworthy anymore. And the Western judicial decisions or Western courts' decisions contributed to the legitimization deficits because the Eastern matters were judged or ruled upon by Western judges. So if we look away from Eastern Germany, then the Czech case looks both positively as well as negatively, because if you look at the Czech situation in greater detail, you might be quite surprised at what I'm saying that actually it was quite positive. The development here was quite positive because, well, we could say that, you know, a person with just one eye is a king among the blind. So in this regard, when we compare the Czech Republic with Hungary or Slovakia, we are actually much better off. But still, so we cannot have high expectations in terms of criminal justice when it comes to communist regime and its atrocities. Dr. Miller mentioned the reasons why. Because the status quo or the state of the Czech judiciary after 1990 was not ideal. There was no Western Czechia that could bring in their own Western judges educated in the Western system in Western universities. So the state was far from ideal for many reasons. Up until the late 1990s, there was a huge lack of judges. Many judges left the system voluntarily because, for instance, they wouldn't go through the lustration procedure, or they didn't want to be subjected to various hearings in the Czech government council. Some of the judges left for financial reasons because in the private sector they could have much better remuneration. So there was an acute need of increasing the number of judges. Because we didn't need that many judges under the communist regime compared to Western countries, because compared to them we had 3 to 4 times less judges per capita when compared to Western countries. So not only did we have lack of judges, but we actually had to increase their numbers. So there was a human resources crisis, basically, or personal crisis in terms of lack of judges. And all the judges, plus many of the judges, were not able to rule in these matters. And that's why in the 1990s, our justice system was excessively formalistic, meaning that the easiest way to get rid of a certain case is the following, because there were statutes of limitation provisions regarding the communist regimes, which was, of course, which was overturned by the law on the non-limitation, time barring of communist crimes, but over the 1990s, the Czech judiciary basically tried to ignore some of the cases that Mr. Miller mentioned. And plus, it also had the view that if the crimes had been already time-barred, then the law didn't change anything. So they ignored not only the ruling of the Constitutional Court, saying quite the opposite. So the judicial war, or the war of judges, was not only in the area of in idem, but in other areas. And over the entire 1990s, criminal prosecution of crimes, especially from the 1950s, was constantly limited by the reluctance of the judges to have a military approach to these cases. And it was not until the late 1990s, since the Supreme Court stepped in. The Constitutional Court could not step in because it could not rule on matters regarding the end of criminal proceedings and so on. So it was not until the Supreme Court stepped in, which started to accept the law and the Constitutional Court ruling, then the Supreme Court forced the lower instance courts to start dealing in merit with the older cases from the 1950s. And back then, the perpetrators were old and sickly people. So the criminal prosecution, quite often, from the point of view, or from the objective point of view, felt like it wasn't really going anywhere, and I've looked at a number of criminal court rulings, and some of the and there were not only acquittals, there were also convictions. And when it comes to the criminal law approach, then if you rule on criminal cases, then you need to apply all fundamental principles of criminal proceedings, including in dubio pro reo principle and the burden of proof and others, which did not happen for a variety of objective reasons. It was also interesting to look at the dispute between historians and lawyers. My favorite case is the case of Strogal and Ladakh, who were prosecuted for sending an invitation letter in 1968 to Moscow, which then, or as a result of which, it was basically, to put it simply, it was an invitation letter based on which the Soviet tanks came to Prague. Of course, it's a question whether this was real or whether this was just an excuse to come invade the Czech Republic. But still, they were, prosecuted for that, for sending the invitation letter to Moscow, and for treason. So they were prosecuted for treason. And back then there was a huge debate in the media because they defended themselves, claiming that they wanted to uphold the socialistic order and the values. So there was a big legal battle of whether they could have actually committed the crime, when they formally, by drafting the letter, they tried to uphold the socialism in our country. But this was not why the case failed. The case failed because of the evidence whether they were actually the authors of the invitation letter, whether they signed it, wrote it and signed it. Of course, any historian would, think the judges are stupid, but to be honest, the problem was that the original copy of the invitation letter is archived in Moscow. And the Russian Federation back then was not open to cooperating with the Czech Republic. That's why both were acquitted, because it could not be above any doubt claimed that they were the authors of the invitation letter. So from the point of view of a historian, it might be even funny to look at it this way. But when I presented it to my colleagues at an international forum at the time, when we discussed this question, and when we were writing the book that is about to be published, even my Polish colleagues were saying, "Oh, this is absurd." I mean, of course, there was no reasonable doubt that they were the authors. Yes, we know, but the judge had no proof that where he could say that above any reasonable doubt they were the authors of the invitation letter, and. In dozens of cases, there were acquittals, and it is true that. As we've heard in the opening speech, that unlike in Germany, we have one big deficit.
So we convicted those who acted, who enforced all these things. Many things have not been proven. There was this case at the actual High Court in Prague when actually those masterminds were not convicted, but it was rather the people down enforcing those decisions. Or there were also border guards who killed at the border, who killed people who wanted to cross the border to Germany or to Austria. So those were a host of cases heard here. And another group that was the actually killings, judicial killings against Heliodor Pika and other victims of communist regime. There was the case of the Judge Vítek or Brožová. And there was another case of the Supreme Court that actually depicted the judicial murder concept, saying that those judges who convicted somebody for an offense about which they knew bona fide that it did not happen, it was not committed, they are seen as the perpetrators of a judicial murder. First ruling was from in relation to the Judge Vítek, who actually said, "I knew he was innocent, but it was expected from me as a judge, and if it was not me who had actually raised the hand, then somebody else would actually take my place." And yeah, the court or the judge said, yes, this is the criminal offense of judicial murder. The judge knew it. He actually knew it, and he admitted he knew it, and that's why there was this judicial murder in place. And there is another ruling from the beginning of the 21st century, and Mr. Shamal, Professor Shamal, actually worked on it as the judge rapporteur, and that is very interesting. So the question is whether we should view those punishments, those sentences, as judges or lawyers who see that the people actually violated the applicable law at that time, or shall we see it in a different way? In Germany, for instance, they actually had a situation when East Germany, as the only communist state, actually they had the monastic approach, and they convicted those perpetrators because they could interpret the laws in the light of the human rights, and they argued human rights charter, and from the 1996 signed by Czechoslovakia, and also the ex-German East Germany, when they declared monastic approach and said that it is applicable. These are applicable norms which are intrinsic part of national law. And there were those offenses of killing people at the border, and they could interpret those cases based on human rights. And that means that only those execute enforcers were convinced, but also the policymakers were actually convicted. And Erich Honecker was also brought to justice and to court, but then the proceeding was stayed, and he went to exile in Chile. Let's take a look at the legal aspect of the offenses when the border guards actually killed somebody, shot somebody who tried to actually go to another country. According to the law of the communist regime, the border guard could not shoot on the territory of the adjacent state, but they crossed the border and they actually shot a person who was mushroom picking in Germany, in West Germany. Here in Czechoslovakia, the policymakers, the legislators were not convicted, they were not sentenced. It was only the people who were shooting at the border who were convicted. The judges failed to think about the purpose of the punishment. There was one case at the regional court in České Budějovice, Judge Jiří Bernard. At the beginning of the 21st century, he said that the punishment of a border guard 40 years ago, he shot 2 people at the border, and that happened. And he was sentenced to and the purpose of the sentence was to actually declare the declare what happened, and the people who were damaged by the regime were supposed to be satisfied. They actually received the rehabilitation, but the question is whether they were satisfied. Of course, criminal law has got just limited instruments, and one of those instruments are, for instance, so-called boards for truth and reconciliation. And what we see here is that it is possible to use the procedure of historical analysis and monitoring of the period of time. The question is whether it was if there had been another better solution, I don't know. But what I think is that at the beginning of the 1990s and at the end of the 1990s and the beginning of the 21st century, we did not have the instruments to redress such offenses at hand. Thank you. I would like to thank Professor Zdeněkin, and now I would like to turn my attention to the table. Well, I have a presentation which I prepared for you. I have been focusing on criminal law for a number of years of continuity and discontinuity of law. However, today what I prepared for this conference was a somewhat provoking contribution which is not based on facts which occurred, but I used alternative facts. The title is Discontinuity of Law, which came into force on the 1st January 1991, or the issue of continuity of law through the eyes of alternative history. What is it? It's not novels of fiction. It is a trend in today's history or historiography, because unlike literature, this is not fiction but an alternative history. You might know Doctor Strange and Marvel, you know what I'm speaking about then. That means it's a hypothetical situation which could have happened, but it didn't. When working within the framework of alternative history, we need to use facts, we need to use evidence. It's something about what we want to actually create. And I have this example, the year 1938 and the rejection of the Munich Agreement. We say that Czechs are experts at football and Munich Agreement. All Czechs will have some opinion on it, whether we should have defended ourselves or not. Alternative history describes a different possible outcome based on an analysis that Czechoslovakia refused the Munich dictum, and there is this analysis of the situation in Germany and the analysis of the reality of the mobilization and comparison of the numbers and quality of the military forces and other things. But we also have some documents describing the situation in Germany then and plans of the Führer, Hitler. So what is the concept of continuity and discontinuity? This is a big topic. You will know or have heard the term continuity or discontinuity of law. I used the definition by Adamova. Continuity of law is the smooth transition of one state or quality of a system to another state and another quality. Discontinuity is the abrupt negation of a precious state or quality and the replacement of the old system by a new one. Simply put, continuity, complete adoption of the legal order and gradual addition and replacements according to the needs of the state formation or regime. The discontinuity is the rejection of the legal order of a previous state. It is a strict rejection and its replacement by a new or newly created legal system. Or it might be a return to an even older, previous system.
As regards the wider context, examples of continuity and discontinuity in Central Europe or Czechoslovakia. A classic example of legal continuity is the year 1918, when Czechoslovakia was established as a separate country following the dissolution or the end of the Habsburg monarchy or Austria-Hungary, and the new foundation of the newly established Czechoslovakia is the constitution from 1920, and the norms, the Austrian-Hungarian norms, legal norms, were viewed as the new Czechoslovak norms. An example, on the other hand, of discontinuity of the legal system is the year 1945, where the renewed Czechoslovakia, but not in the pre-Munich borders, was again became a country, and it declared return to the legal system before the Munich Agreement of 1938. So the legal regulations from the protectorate period are regarded as not being part of the Czechoslovak legal system, and only those that do not contradict the constitutionality and democracy of Czechoslovakia are valid. So this is an example of the discontinuity with the legal system of the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia, and the constitutional decree on the restoration of the legal order number 11 of 1944 claimed that the regulations of the Protectorate are regarded as not being part of the Czechoslovak legal system. And then in 1989, the continuity of the law of the new democratic Czechoslovakia with the communist law was enforced. But the Constitutional Court defines it as a formal continuity, not as a material continuity. So a continuity of values, which after the collapse of the Czechoslovak Socialist Republic and the establishment of the Czech Republic is also approved by the Constitutional Court of the Czech Republic. So, imagine an alternative history, a parallel history, the way it could have looked in 1990, an alternative development. After the free elections of 1990, and the departure of the Communist Party to the opposition, the idea of discontinuity of law gained majority support. So we imagine it's 1990, and we are waiting for the new elections where citizens could choose new leaders. So after the free elections of 1990, and intensive negotiations, most lawyers and politicians believe that there should be a discontinuity of law, and this discontinuity of law gains majority support. So during the summer of 1990, several groups of lawyers clash. One group, advocates, returned to the legal order before 25th February 1948, when the communists took over, but the other group advocates the return before 29th of September 1938. And a third group proposes the adoption of the legal order of another state. For instance, Austria, which is very close to our legal system, or the Netherlands, because the Netherlands offer us that their legal experts would free of charge translate all their legal regulations and help them implement in the Czechoslovak context. The most visible clashes are between the group of lawyers led by former political prisoners who are the most radical, such as Josef Bloch, Dr. Josef Bloch, who was one of the biggest adversaries to the continuity of Czech legal system with the communist legal system. But on the other hand, there is also a vocal group around Dr. Zdeněk Jičínský, who, on the other hand, is trying to save what they can from the law before 1989 and use what's possible. So in summer 1999, the discontinuity of law and a return to the Czechoslovak legal order before the 25th of February 1948, so the communist coup is declared. And at the same time, the process of reappointing judges is underway, examining the extent of their involvement in the repressions of the communist regime, so that the justice system can stand ready to enforce the new legal system and make decisions on the communist crimes. And on a funny note, the lawyers and go through libraries, archives, and case law and commentaries. And lawyers who graduated before 1948 are, sought after because they still remember what the First Republic law looked like. So, what does this alternative history would look like in specific terms? So the model is the 1948 discontinuity, in particular Act number 195 on the applicability of regulations from the period of non-freedom and the list of regulations whose validity is repealed in the annex to the Act. So basically, we list the legal acts which will be abolished or which were abolished in order to promote the communist regime in 1945. And business and property arrangements are valid unless it is proven in court that they were made as a result of class-based or politically motivated practices. And international obligations must be explicitly assumed again and enacted by Czechoslovakia. And all convictions for politically motivated crimes are abolished by law. In general, criminal convictions under the criminal code in force before 1950 remain in force, but only politically motivated criminalization of political opponents is dealt with individually before the courts. So courts are obliged to review, upon application, to review the contested decisions in which class considerations, so basically racism of class origin or power advantages of prominent members of the regime have been applied. And as regards the criminal prosecution, this is a big topic: criminal prosecution of communist crimes. So first, the top leaders of the regime, the party, the state, and the security apparatus, the apparatchiks, are indicted under the laws in force before 1948, followed by the punishment of the executors. The defendant's lawyers, of course, argue that it's the law of the victors, that it is impermissible retroactivity, and that these apparatchiks only did what they were told to, and they act within or in compliance with the then applicable law. But the courts start applying not only the legal order before 1948, but also apply the statute of the International Military Tribunal at Nuremberg, because this was promulgated in Czechoslovakia under 164 of 1947 collection of the law. So basically it became part of our legal system, especially Article 6, letter C, is it's being used, saying that crime is an act against humanity regardless of the local law of the country, as well as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights adopted by the United Nations and the final act of the Helsinki Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe. So this is considered as the source of law for all United Nations members. And courts also apply the final act of the Helsinki Conference on SCE, where Article 7 of the declaration states clear obligation to uphold these principles. And further context, so Article 38, 1c of the Statute of the International Court of Justice and the primacy of general principles of law recognized by several nations also apply. The Constitutional Court of the Czech Republic also confirms the constitutionality of this procedure, and it is also under review by the European Court of Human Rights. And the parallel economic reform has a strong legal basis because it is built on law preceding 1945, and therefore privatization excesses are not to such an extent visible. And of course there is criticism as always. The criticism is directed especially to the Third Republic between 1945 to 1948, and foreign experts help, or there are some cases of human rights violations from that period. Also, foreign experts are asked to help modernize legislation in the context of the forthcoming transposition of EU law. So, to conclude, there is a criminal reconciliation with the communist past in accordance with the principles of due process and the application of the rule of law and democratic state governed by the rule of law. There don't need to be hundreds and thousands of confusing amendments and because of the communist laws, because of course the communist laws were based on completely inappropriate rules of class and Marxist-Leninist conceptions of law. Of course, there does not have to be any legislative whirlwind before EU accession, and the EU law is easily applied on our law. The perpetrators of communist crimes are punished and the victims are compensated and exonerated, and the advanced First Republic law dualistic since the time of the Austro-Hungarian Empire and therefore applicable even in the time of the Federation is easily compatible with the law of Austria and other Western European countries. So changes in the legal system do not have to be so extensive. So I just tried to fit it all in within 10 slides, and I'm slowly coming to an end. So, perhaps you might think this is a sci-fi. My presentation is a sci-fi. But is it a sci-fi or a possible reality? I would give you an analogy with the economic reform. In the summer of 1990, no one believed in Czechoslovakia that from January 1991 onwards, a fundamental change of the fully state-owned or command economy would be transitioned into a market economy with millions of small, medium and large entrepreneurs and enterprises would be achieved, and we would be able to return to a de facto, deeply pre-1948 economy, because we would basically create a full free economy system or competition system. So the question, were the lawyers prepared for such a change, for such an extensive change? An influential lawyer and later president, Václav Klaus, says that economists learn from the Western textbooks, whereas lawyers did not look towards the West, and they were stuck in our own case law and jurisprudence. So that's why they were not prepared for that. But I still think that some of them were prepared, and they actually offered several variants, several possibilities. They offered that we could come back to the First Republic legal system and so on. But an important group, an influential group of lawyers convinced the politicians that we had to continue with the communist law because this was the only solution, sometimes falsely claiming that if this had not been the case, marriages, divorces would not apply and anarchy would break loose. I think it is up to us, the historians, to study the motivation and why these lawyers threatened with such a chaos breaking loose and breaking loose, because there was perhaps some motivation why they did not want the return to the pre-communist era, and perhaps another reason was that they had personal motivation or expert opinion. This should be subject of research by legal historians. However, there may have been a discontinuity. It was one of the real options applied, for instance, in the Baltic states, which is something that we will hear in the course of our 3-day conference. So we'll see what the results were in the Baltics.
Unfortunately, discontinuity of law was not the ultimate victory. We opted for the continuity of law, and now we deal with the ramifications. And the communist law, and the communists actually created the communist law to protect themselves. So hearing treason or dealing with a treason related to communist functionaries, we have to deal with the consequence. Many people see that they were exposed to secondary victimization, and punishment of the leaders is actually something that leaves the younger generation at all. And I see it as another totalitarian regime consequence. My last slide has to do with what we have to overcome, as Čestmír Hofhansel called the curse of post-communist law and justice. How can we do it? We should not resign, we should not compromise on the value discontinuity of the democratic rule of law. Even after 35 years, we should seek to punish the offenders. We should give the name and face back to the victims of communism and the heroes of the anti-communist resistance. We should actually describe the workings of the communist regime, its justice and security forces, and reactions of society, fear, resistance. We should provide a thorough description of communist law and its functioning in order to show the fundamental substantive difference between the legal system of a totalitarian state and that of a democratic state. And above all, we should never forget and belittle. Thank you. Well, we are on schedule, I have to say. And after this presentation, we had Alena Mornsteinová, a Czech writer, lined up, who would be describing the Velvet Revolution here, and we had to move her to another panel because she could not come now, so she will be coming after 6 p.m. and we will be discussing with the writer about the so-called alternative history in literature, how it could have actually happened if we went another way. And we will speak about the class aspects, class notions of the socialist law. Now we will have a coffee break, and there will be panel 2 afterwards at 11:45. The panel will be titled Memory Politics and the Politics of Memory. It will be moderated by Ladislav Kudrna, the head of the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes, and he will also hold his paper. Thank you.
takovou otázku na vás.
Ano.
Vy jste dostali nějaký PowerPointy na tohle?
Ne.
Taky máte.
My jsme nedostali nic, my jsme prostě tady úplně bez všeho.
Dobrý, to jsme na tom
Ačkoliv
stejně.
jsme to, no. Tam to nosí teďka nějak, ne? A ani to ne. No, ne, to je prostě organizace. Přitom ústr to má jako ústr, jako to jsou všichni ti, kteří tady byli úplně nás, ani ti nám to nebyli schopni dát.
Jako za tu dobu, tak tady byla vlastně jedna paní.
Ano.
A to tady byla na 5 minut a šla pryč. A teď ten jako nikdo jako nepřišel, tak jako vůbec ne, no.
No, za náma přišla nějaká teď úplně mladá paní nakrátko, asi
Tak
rusky, myslím,
jo.
že anglicky mluvila,
Jasně.
ale s takovým ruským mi přišlo. A tý jsme dali teďka, aby nám to poslala a nic mi nepřišlo ještě. A má to na papíře a řekla, že nemá přístup na Wi-Fi, no agresi, co si já nevím. Má to jenom ve fyzické podobě, já nevím, co s ním mají.
To jméno se asi...
A přitom oni mají jako opravdu špičky tady, jo. Tady má být ten Žák Krupník, jo, i ten profesor Lukáš, ten přijel z Bostonu,
No.
jako a všecko tohle a takhle blbě to organizujou,
No.
to je takový.
Bohužel.
Ale i loni to bylo strašně problematický, loni jako.
Teď tady mám 4 lidi a...
No jasně,
nic
no,
tomu neví, jo, to
no,
je
ne.
těžko.
Nám bylo řečeno, my jsme se potom schánili, to chce, víte co, to je 10 hodin dneska, máte to taky do 19, ne, to je úplně absurdní.
No.
A teď oni už teďka to nestíhají. 18:45 to má končit, no tak to je pro mě 19 a oni stejně to teďka taky nestíhají. Teď už dávno měla být pauza, teď řekli, že bude 10 minut, místo půl hodiny měla být. Je to absurdní tohleto.
Tak uvidím, no. Doufám, že tam někdo bude mávat, že nemá PowerPoint.
Tak ať přijdou, no, tak já nevím.
Tak mi tam vypadlo.
A vy nemáte nějakou osobu za ten ústr, která jako by byla vaše kontaktní, že pro tyhle ty?
Nějaký kontakt tam byl.
Nějaká tam ta Slovena, ne? Ta...
Jo. Nebyla, máš na ní telefon, můžeme si čas kontaktovat. Co se stalo s tím projektorem?
To je co? Furt lepší. No. Jako kdyby jsme tady nebyli už loni, jo. Jako.
se je tam, jo? Tak já ti přehodím to.
Ne, počkej, tak já
To je jedno, já si
my jsme jako podle cedule, ty jsi pečlivý.
Já jsem si sedl. Říkám, Pavle, přece není možný, abyste měli jenom takovouhle spolitizovanou kriminální kauzu. A to je prostě, když jsem si zjistil, mám prostě neskutečný odhodlání, o mě případy vyšetřilo do státního zámku. Tak jsem jednou šel do rechápu, ty jeho kauzy, to byl plný úzej. A pak teda tomu rektorovi Pšeničkovi, s kterým se znám, který to mě
So, do you have presentation or PowerPoint or something like this? No, okay.
But I have a question.
Time tonight. 15 minutes, yeah.
It's hard, there's a lot of history to get into.
We can try.
Because no, seriously,
We
we're
can
talking about the,
cut.
I don't waste a lot of words, but the fact is that
kratší dobu než týden před plánem a tady hned na UPVčku asi měsíc, protože já jsem dostal od pana předsedy takovou čočku před nastoupenou třídou, protože to učitel zapakřil Zemanou a jsem říkal, tak jako já jsem tady nebudu. Takže jsme vyhovím tě, že budeš mít radost, jo. A on měl radost, že to bylo. To byla taková první a poslední chyba. A my jsme se závěli, ale ještě jednou. Poslouchejte, budeme prostě mluvit z hlavy, žádné prezentace.
Ne, z hlavy. Jenom nemám přímo, to jsem nemám připraven žádný souvislý projekt, možná bych se rád vyjádřil nějak to směru třeba kauzu Fremer nebo ten výzkum Prahy.
Možná by bylo dobrý, kdybyste to
Ne, začne pan.
Jo.
Tak dámy a pánové, já vás požádám, abychom se usadili a...
Ladies and gentlemen, let us resume. As has been said, I couldn't come earlier because I was invited to Czech television for an interview, and then I got stuck in traffic. Before handing over to our panelists, I will read out the speech I prepared.
These minister representatives of the Government Office of the Czech Republic, Director of the Museum of Memory 20th Century, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. Last year, I opened here an international conference on the roots of Russian imperialism. A year later, the situation has not changed. On the contrary, it has become worse. The war in Ukraine is not going well. Israel is still facing the barbarity of the Hamas terrorist movement. And a year ago, I was appalled by the verbal attacks on fellow Jews in the European Union. Today, 86 years after Kristallnacht, we are already witnessing physical attacks on Jews. I am in the head of the largest institution of remembrance in the Czech Republic, which, according to special law, researches the period of communism and Nazism. Never would I have imagined that 35 years after the fall of the Iron Curtain and almost 80 years after the defeat of Nazi Germany, my children would witness a vile anti-Semitism. The world-famous British band The Cure recently released a new album after 16 years, probably their best album ever. 65-year-old Robert Smith thinks that he no longer belongs in this world. I quote freely, "This is the end of every song that we sing. Hopes and dreams are gone. Where did it go? No hopes, no dreams, no world. I don't belong here." End quote. I am not a pessimist, but I am not a dreamer either. I still believe that Europe, like the whole democratic world, will not waste the year of miracles, Velvet Revolution, when everything looked so wonderful. Let us not forget that the past is always before us. The countries of Central, Eastern, and Northern Europe have a great advantage over the West. We have experienced at the first hand both totalitarian regimes, Nazism and communism. It is necessary for the younger generation to understand that evil has a concrete face. There is no difference between Hitler and Stalin. The same applies to the nature of Nazi and communist ideology. 35 years ago, we set out on the road to democracy, and today we stand at a crossroads. A nation that forgets its past, it is condemned to repeat it. I believe it is never too late for knowledge and justice. Thank you for your attention, and I wish our conference every success.
Tak dámy a pánové, děkuji za vaši pozornost. A nyní bych požádal prvního vystupujícího, aby se uchopil mikrofonu. A je to David Sutter, Vice President of...
David Sutter, the Vice Chairman of the Remembrance Society, and he will be speaking about the Russia-Ukrainian war.
I'm speaking English, of course, because not much choice, actually. But very glad to be back in Prague. And of course, it's quite sad that since the last time I was here, full-scale war has broken out in Europe and between Russia and Ukraine. And the issue of historical memory is very important. I am constantly reminded of an incident that took place in 1980, more than 40 years ago, when I, as a correspondent in Moscow, I was the Moscow correspondent of the Financial Times, interviewed someone who had just gotten out of a Russian labor camp. He was a representative of an unusual group of Soviet dissidents called the Russian nationalists. Most of the dissidents were democratic dissidents, but there were also nationalist dissidents, those who dreamed of the return of a great Russia. And they had conflicts in the labor camps with the Ukrainian nationalists. Every time they tried to meet with the Ukrainian political prisoners to discuss a common future after the fall of communism, the encounter only ended with conflicts and fights because there was no agreement on the independence of Ukraine. Even those who were in opposition to the communist regime nonetheless believed in the suppression of Ukraine. Fighting against communist oppression, they nonetheless didn't recognize the immorality of oppressing another nation. In 1991, when the Soviet Union fell, there were signs that we were on the verge of a new era. The Soviet Union broke up along the borders of the Soviet republics. Ukraine voted overwhelmingly for independence. Even those areas that were Russian-speaking and overwhelmingly ethnic Russian voted for a separate independent Ukraine. The areas of the Donbass, which are now being fought over, voted by almost 90% for an independent Ukraine. And even Crimea, which was the home to Russian military officers who were in retirement, voted by almost 60% for the independence of Crimea. A series of treaties were signed. In fact, the number eventually reached about 250 treaties, all of which, between Russia and independent Ukraine, all of which acknowledged implicitly or explicitly the territorial integrity of Ukraine. In 2002, Vladimir Putin, who was the new president of Russia, held a press conference with Leonid Kuchma, in which he was asked by Western reporters, how do you feel about Ukraine joining NATO? His answer was, Ukraine is a completely independent country. It has a perfect right to join any alliance that it wishes. It doesn't concern us. Russia's supposed acceptance of Ukrainian independence was reaffirmed during the 2000s by bilateral agreements over shipments of gas and basing rights in Crimea for the Black Sea fleets. And by repeated official statements, Putin himself in 2007 said, we have no pretensions whatsoever regarding Crimea. But it was internal developments in Russia which made any kind of peaceful relationship between these two Slavic states questionable and, in fact, ultimately impossible. When the Soviet Union fell, Soviet ideology fell with it. And with the end of Soviet ideology, there was, in theory, the discrediting of class values. As you know, because you know the history of Czechoslovakia and Soviet and communist Czechoslovakia, the communist ideology imposed negative values on people. There was no universal standard of right and wrong. There was right and wrong as it was understood in the interest of the working class, so-called working class. In reality, a small group of bureaucrats who held on to power and ruled in the name of the working class. And when the Soviet Union fell and split apart according to its the borders of its republics, what was essential was a fundamental change in the value structure of the countries that emerged from the Soviet Union. In the case of the countries that were republics or Soviet republics, that transition was much more logical than it was for Russia, which had imposed its domination on the other republics. And of course, as we know, in Russia, it never took place. There were various developments in the other republics, more or less successful, but in Russia, the underlying change in values did not take place. The problem was understood as a problem of changing economic structures, not rule of law. And without rule of law, the change in economic structures led only to the total criminalization of the country. When people talked about bandit capitalism, that was not in any way an exaggeration. What was established in the criminal was king in Russia. And because the criminal was king, it was impossible to create a normal economy. And because you could not create a normal economy, you had to rule by terror. 1999, when elections were imminent for a new president of Russia, and the corrupt Yeltsin family feared for its wealth and even their lives, they resorted to terror. The bombing of civilian apartment buildings, all of which were blamed on Chechen terrorists who in fact had nothing to do with it. And a new war was launched. So the pattern was established that power is concentrated and consolidated by external war. War was an instrument of internal policy. And when in 2013, the Maidan revolt took place in Ukraine, And for the first time, a self-organizing, spontaneous revolt against kleptocratic rule succeeded in overthrowing a kleptocratic leader. The terroristic Putin regime understood that it faced a fundamental challenge, and it reacted to that challenge with war. The first step, of course, was the seizure of Crimea. People outside of Russia may not realize the kind of euphoria that swept Russia after Ukraine was annexed. Putin's popularity rating at one time reached 92%. People in Russia felt in many respects that the country was returning to greatness. And unfortunately, this played into a psychology which was nurtured during the Soviet period, which had roots in the past, and was never, ever uprooted. In the Soviet period, people understood that they were oppressed, but they had the satisfaction of knowing they oppressed others. As I remember in one instance that where I was a witness, and I was in a queue for potatoes, actually, and someone began complaining about the necessity to stand in queues. A woman in the queue who was just in front of me started telling him, "Don't worry, the whole world is afraid of us." Well, after the fall of the Soviet Union, for a long time, no one was afraid of the Soviet Union. I'm sorry, no one was afraid of Russia anymore. People compensated by being enthusiastic about sports. Suddenly, Russia became fanatics, in which everyone paid attention to the success or lack of success of the Russian national team. When the Russians won in an international competition, the whole bus celebrated, or the whole metro car. So this psychology, which persisted, which was an inheritance from the past, which was never corrected by historical truth, was there to be exploited when the regime began to be threatened in 2013, 2014, as it was by the example of the Maidan revolt. The result was war. And the situation, the seizure of Crimea gave the regime a new boost in popularity and a new lease on life. And the euphoria lasted for about 5 years, judging by opinion polls, and then began to fade as the basic lawlessness, cruelty, and corruption of the regime began to once again become evident to people. And it was against that background, plus the events in Belarus, where Lukashenko was in fact voted out of office in the elections, which were then falsified, that preparations began for the massive invasion that took place in 2022. So against this background, in which Russia and the Russian population are now once again being organized into a military economy and a military movement, in which massive propaganda, which appeals to the militaristic and aggressive instincts of a population which never really was weaned away from them in the aftermath of the fall of the Soviet Union, that the war is now being fought, and it explains the characteristic quality of the war, which is not so much a war as a slaughter of innocent Russian soldiers, in fact, just as much as innocent Ukrainian soldiers. I mean, it's hard to be sympathetic toward the soldiers of an aggressive power. But what real choice did they have and what kind of information was available to them? And what kind of historically rooted instincts were being exploited And were not those instincts, the instincts of an entire culture, that a generation of people in Russia and a generation in the West that had access to real information did nothing to uproot. So the prospects now are with the election, as you know, in the United States of Donald Trump, a possible move by the Western powers, led by the United States, to force Ukraine to accept unacceptable conditions that would threaten its national survival. More important, those are equally important, those conditions would also close off the possibility of an alternative historical development for Russia itself. Bear in mind that, as paradoxical as it may seem, Russia's progress on the path to individual dignity and human rights is accompanied by defeat in war. The freeing of the slaves, the freeing of the serfs came after the end of the Crimean War. The first constitution came after defeat in the Russo-Japanese War. The destruction of the communist system came after defeat in the Cold War, the de facto defeat in the Cold War. And therefore, I mean, in conclusion, really, for all of us, what is important is that we understand the historical stakes in this country, understand the historical tragedy of Ukraine under Russian domination, and its aspiration to break away from the messianic and unthinking aggressive mentality that has dominated the country from outside its borders, to join the community of free Western countries, and because of its similarity to Russia, to trigger a similar development in Russia itself. On the other hand, if we betray Ukraine, and there are people in the United States, to our eternal disgrace, who are ready to do so, it will have the exact opposite effect. The crushing of Ukrainian independence and its aspiration to break away from a destructive historical pattern will reinforce the war mentality in Russia and create, ultimately, create in the short run an immediate danger for the former Soviet republics, and in the long run and not so long run, a danger to the West. So just in conclusion, I think that all of us, as we think about this greatest war on European territory since the Second World War, should understand the importance of the historical background and the historical stakes. There would have been no Holodomor in Ukraine if Ukraine had been an independent country. It's fighting not only for its own independence, but also to prevent the future horrors, such as those that were inflicted on the country in the past. In any case, I think that meetings like this are extremely important by raising these historical issues, and I hope certainly that not only the United States, but the European powers will understand what is at stake now in this tragic conflict, which has already, as we know, claimed almost 1 million lives, killed and injured. Anyway, thank you very much.
David, thank you very much for a fantastic speech. Thank you that you was able to explain the origins of Russia aggression towards Ukraine in 20 minutes. I'm historian. I'm historian, so I know very well how demanding it is. Thank you very much again. Nyní, dámy a pánové, si dovolím pozvat k mikrofonu.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask Mr. Tomáš Goláně to take to the stage. Senator, if I'm not mistaken, so Chairman of the Constitutional and Legal Affairs Committee of the Senate would like to have a brief introduction and then open the floor for Q&A. So, yes, thank you. My name is Golanya. Golanya, you can say both. I'm from Wallachia in Moravia. So, but I started studying history more intensively now that I'm a chairman of the Constitutional and Legal Affairs Committee, because it has meetings in the Green Hall, which is important in terms of Czech history. General Eliáš was named Prime Minister. The Munich Declaration was adopted in this Green Hall, and Emil Hácha was nominated president. So these are important historical events that took place in the meeting room in the Green Hall, where the Constitutional and Legal Affairs Committee has its meetings. That's why I'm quite acutely interested in history, since I've been the chairman of this Affairs Committee, or Constitutional and Legal Affairs Committee. So I try to map the history, and also have meetings in schools and talk about it also to students, because we have to raise awareness among young generation. So what happened in 1938 in the Green Hall? The Munich Declaration was adopted, and the then President Edvard Beneš exiled in the United States, and he distanced himself from the country that he left behind, in a way. It left a great impact on him, and the sense of injustice or wrongdoing left in him. That's why he started lean towards the Soviet Union. And he didn't want to interfere much into the developments after the war. And I think this was the first step that enabled the onset of communist regime in 1948. But of course, this is a very simplified view, because we could talk about this for hours. But this was probably his lack of interest in or to interfere after his exile was probably the first step towards the communist coup in 1948. And perhaps there is a parallel to what's going on in Ukraine, because the annexation of Crimea, we should all have been woken up by the. It should have been a wake-up call. But I remember that we all thought that in the 1990s Russia could become a partner. If we offer our helping hand, Russia would accept it and would act as a partner. But we know it didn't happen. And back in 2014, there was a huge game changer with the annexation of Crimea. And there is again a parallel with the 1938, when Czechoslovaks thought that if we succeed a portion or part of our territory, the aggressor would be satisfied, and the Western Europe would be happy. And Chamberlain thought this, and so on. And the history repeated itself back in 2014. And all of us historians knew back then. We wrote it in social media. We had a dialogue. We talked about it on the media, and we said that the annexation of a sovereign territory of Ukraine, the Crimea, should be condemned, and steps should be taken to make sure that Russia would not continue and that the conflict would not escalate. However, none of this happened. Sanctions were just cosmetic, and Europe was satisfied, thinking, okay, this is the last step, Russia will be happy now, and it will not go any further. But we know that this was wrong, and the annexation of the Crimea was not the end of it, the end of Russian aggression in Europe. I will always remember the 17th of February. Of course, I'm jumping ahead, back and forth between history and modern times. So now, from 2014, I jumped to the 17th of February 2022, because we had a debate about Russia and Ukraine at a grammar school in the city of Zlín with young people. And the young students at the grammar school started, talking about the situation and the passive approach of Europe after 2014. And on that day, there was an interesting discussion with a 19-year-old student who said, but Europe failed. The entire world failed. We didn't do anything. We didn't do a thing. And the only wake-up call is if Putin attacks Ukraine. She said it a week ago. And her arguments were clear. Europe is asleep. Europe is not cooperating with NATO. Europe is too slow. Europe is not taking care of its own defense. Especially Central and Eastern Europe is filled with disinformation, and the older generation has the outdated mindsets and is prone to disinformation. And this 19-year-old student said, if nothing happens and if Putin does not attack Ukraine, Europe will not wake up. And I tried to explain to her that you cannot use human lives to rectify mistakes of the entire society. We are part of a humanistic, democratic world. We share values where every life matters. Every single life matters. And she said, yes, that's true. But without these human victims, the world and Europe will not wake up. And of course, we also discussed arguments why we shouldn't do it, because the Russian propaganda started to be prominent in European and Western media. It started to have an influence on the public opinion. And the Russian propaganda was headed in the direction that us, democratic societies with free elections, and now I mean true free elections, not so-called free elections in dictatorships, but these free elections will lead to the fact that we will lose our freedom, which basically happened in Germany. So, through the influence on public opinion, the Western society will elect dictators and lose its own freedom. And basically that's where this was headed. And the 19-year-old student said, well, if Putin attacks Ukraine, he will basically wake everyone up, and this will be a wake-up call for everyone, and we will realize who our neighbor is. This was the 17th of February 2022. And a week later, on the 24th of February 2022, on Thursday, Russia invaded, or Putin's troops invaded Ukraine and tried to topple the legitimate government, which, thank God, failed. So, what are the repercussions? Yes, partially, as we expected during the debate at the grammar school in the city of Zlín. It activated the political leaders. It led to the activation of worldwide leaders. And we know that today the attempt to have a united stand and build our united front against Russia is significantly more stronger than before 2022.
The previous speaker has said that this conflict may not be resolved through territorial compromises. But we have to say that many conflicts have and were in the past resolved through concessions, territorial concessions. And if this will be actually demanded, then it will be something that was demanded from us in 1938. Other powers offered us this trade-off. If we concede our territory, there will be no war in Europe. But we have no guarantees that this will be the case this time, because it was not the case in 1938. I see no difference between the regime that was established in the Soviet Union and the regime which was in place in Nazi Germany. I think that the ultimate goal is to control Europe. And if Ukraine concedes part of its territory in exchange for peace, then we will face war of a much larger scope one day. I cannot imagine Putin to stop at Crimea or at the border to Europe. And what I think that they will actually prepare for a much more powerful offensive. This is what Hitler did. He first actually seized our border regions, and we had all military defense systems there. And Hitler, what he planned was, it happened on March 15th, 1939, that he would actually conquer the Czech Republic, Czechoslovakia, that he would actually come here and seize us. And this is what some politicians foresaw. Winston Churchill said that at that time, what he said was that at the moment the Munich dictum is accepted, Hitler would seize Czechoslovakia and leverage the military force Czechoslovakia had in order to create another division. And that happened actually because he took over all this military machinery here. And this is what Putin envisages. Once there is some truce negotiated with him, he will take it as a breather and he will try to mobilize. And we should not put Ukraine under pressure to concede its territory, because this is the road to hell. Putin would be able to get more and more military, to arm up. That means that we would actually expose Ukraine to a fully fledged war, and Europe would be exposed to fully fledged war, of course. This is what I meant. I cannot imagine that in the US the system would actually allow to change priorities of the government, of the administration. We know that from the administration of George W. Bush. Trump, we know, actually wanted the NATO members to give more for armament, for NATO, 2%. I have recently been to Canada, and they plan to actually allocate more money to military and to armament, etc. They are part of the alliance. So the result of the presidential election in the US is something that is not worrying me too much, because I think the US cannot actually force Ukraine to give or concede its territory. This is my opinion, and I hope it will be corroborated by the future developments. Thank you to Tomáš Goláň, the senator, for this paper. And now I'd like to give the floor to Břetislav Rychlík, a newly elected senator of the Czech Parliament. And we have known each other in person for years. Břetislav Rychlík actually shot a very interesting movie on the underground here. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. What I prepared originally was some reflection on this society since 2020 until 2024. But now I can actually follow up on what's been said about Ukraine. I actually have been going to Ukraine for a number of years. I used to work there. And I also directed Havel's play Asanace, Sanation, Havel's play, in Ukraine. I was the director there. And in 2014, I went there after the Donbas region in Crimea was seized. Our plane was diverted. On that very day, the Malaysian plane was shot down and skies were closed for air traffic. And what I was thinking was something improbable was happening. We thought Russia would never dare, but they dared. And 2015, when I went to Ukraine with Karel Schwarzenberg, and we met the Mustafa Genev, the leader of the Tatars in there. Mustafa was one of those who protested against the occupation of Czechoslovakia in 1968. And he is a hero who actually protested so many times against very important things. And what he said at that time was something that is very important for me, even more important than the warfare per se. He described the Putinist regime, how they fund the Russia Today TV programs. You can actually watch it in Spanish, English, German, maybe Chinese. And he told us how much money, and that was 2015, he had his sources, how much money Putin actually invests into hybrid warfare and into misinformation. And he asked Karl Schwarzenberg what Europe was going to do against it. And Karl said, well, I'll have to speak about it with various European politicians, because it is up to Europe. Europe should hear the wake-up call. Europe should take it seriously, should start thinking about how to face the situation. And Mustafa said one more thing. Just realize, in 2014, you did not impose any sanctions against Russia. You, therefore, may expect Putin is going to attack Ukraine, invade Ukraine. And I remembered his words after President Zeman heard or said that Ukraine should concede its territory, part of its territory. And I answered through an article in the media that there is a person who protested in 1968 against the occupation here in Czechoslovakia. And I told him about Mustafa. And I think that this is the danger of most importance. It's more dangerous than any extreme groups, extremist groups here in the Czech Republic. And what I respect here, looking at our ruling government, cabinet, is that we see that they are very consistent. They support Ukraine. However, there is the opposition here in the Czech Republic, and they actually say something else. They tell the Czech citizens all the time that they tell them the following. Our Czech government takes care more about Ukraine and Ukrainian citizens than you, Czech citizens. And this is actually false information. It's false labeling, playing the populist card. Unfortunately, many Czechs believe it. And many more and more citizens are willing to agree with it and vote for those politicians. So the question is whether we will join those trends that are looming in Hungary and Slovakia. We have a party called ANO, and they are in the European Patriots, and they have voted against the support of Ukraine. So this is a clear trend which we can see in Europe, unfortunately. And there is another horrifying moment that is being repeated, that we can agree with Putin. This is something Orbán or Fico in Slovakia are actually repeating. But I have to say that we have had some historical experience mentioned by Tomáš Holáň, and David was actually saying it out flat. And we should speak about our historical memory. We were under Soviet influence, and Putin will never want to lose us from his horizon. I went to Russia once, and it was a lecture for the movement in memoriam. Those days, when I was there was a process with people from Blatnaya Plošťať, and Putin changed the constitution so that he could actually serve another term as a president. And I still remember he started to clamp down on opposition so that he could go to Ukraine. And at the same time, there were amendments to existing laws passed against actually assembly of people. There might not be 3 people standing in front of the Russian Duma parliament.
And at the moment, Europe should have started saying something. At that moment already, we should have started exerting pressure on Russia, because that's when the violations of human rights started. And those people who were sentenced for the Blatnia Square had a choice: either go to Gulag or pay a huge fine, which was over their annual pay, or go to prison or go to exile. So most of them decided to exile. Some of them ended up in Gulag for several years. And in this country, with a destroyed opposition, you cannot really expect an internal movement. You cannot expect any internal developments, and something that usually took place in any totalitarian regime, dissent, some type of revolt, resistance, internal resistance, because it is part of human nature. But you cannot really expect this in Russia. And we've heard this also from many important intellectuals. So this is something that you cannot really expect in Russia. So who will rule Russia, when Putin is gone, because Putin is a mortal person like any of us, so he will die one day. So who will take over then? It's very even difficult to say, to know from the media coverage whether there is something going on, whether there is some movement around Putin. We don't know anything basically about the internal developments inside Russia from the Western news. So the Western society should discuss various possible alternative developments. For instance, 1 year after the elections, because we do not really know what the internal situation is. So what's going on around Putin, whether he has a successor or not, who will take over. I am an elected official, so I went to Russia several times, and I visited Ukraine, I visited Russia, and I think that politics should be a clash of ideas, a clash of programs, and I think all of this is no longer valid in the Czech Republic because oppositions are not really creating any political manifestos because we are flooded by populism, and it's happening also here in the Czech Republic. So I think we should draw lessons from developments in other countries, because otherwise we might go in the same direction. So we cannot succumb to populism. We have to have valid opposition. Yesterday I was asked by students in the city of Brno, where I have lectures in grammar schools, and students asked me about November 1989, and they asked me, okay, the students asked, what should we do? How should we help democracy? And I said, the biggest task for you is to fight hybrid warfare, to fight disinformation, to fight the disinformation that might have effect on your grandparents, maybe even parents, what people believe, because this is the biggest task that lies ahead of you. Well, originally I wanted to talk about something completely else, but I wanted to say this as well. So thank you very much for the invitation, and if there is a Q&A, I'll be glad to answer all your questions. Thank you, Senator. Thank you. It was a great contribution. Thank you very much. And now I would like to ask Petr Kreutz, an archivist, to take to the stage. Many of you know Mr. Kreutz because he intervened in the case of pre-November 1989 justice systems. And the name of his speech is Dealing with the Past from the Perspective of an Archivist. So a few comments on this topic. I work for the archive of the capital city of Prague. It is an archive that is active, or that archives documents of the municipal authority of the city of Prague, as well as other public authorities, if the effect of these documents did not exceed the territory of the capital city of Prague, especially case law. So our archive also includes the documents of all district courts of Prague, and these archives do not. Or the documents are not stored in our archive right away, but after a certain period of time. So in some cases it might be, after 20 years or 30 years, even 50 years in some cases. So now, usually documents from the 1950s and 1970s actually are stored in our archives, and we have a depository of documents, of rehabilitation documents of all district courts of the city of Prague, which are historically very important because they document the rehabilitation processes in the city of Prague, rehabilitations conducted by the district courts of the city of Prague. So these were dozens of such cases, or dozens of thousands of such cases, of rehabilitation cases that the courts dealt with. And as was mentioned by Director Kudrna, last year for a brief period of time, I was in the center of a case known as Fremer case. give you a wider context. I was asked at the end of July by Senator Fischer with a question asking where the documents for the Olszany cemetery case was. I told him that this dossier was not stored by our archive, and then I had a few phone calls, and I said, well, it's not possible for Senate dealing with just one case, even though it was a criminal case and massively politicized. So I asked Senator Fischer that I will try to look up the documents related to the decision-making of the Judge Fremer in the past, especially for Prague 4 and 90 in the period 1983 to 1985. And then I was quite surprised by the Senate because the Judge Fremer quite ostensibly lied to the Senate, saying that he never ruled on any case that was prosecuted by the secret service, secret communist service, or the secret police, except for the Olszany cemetery case, court case. But it was not true. So in the end, I had to look at the rulings of Judge Fremer myself, and the result was that Judge Fremer, between 1983 to 1985, ruled on over dozens of cases and ruled on them quite often in presentia. So these were not only exiliants or exiled people prosecuted for going into exile, and so there were also cases of people in presentia. And we were also faced with post-factual truth. Basically, what I mean by that is truth created by the media, because the media called Judge Fremer a moral authority and so on and so forth. But when we looked or dug deeper into the cases that he ruled, that he presided over, we learned that there were many cases prosecuted by the secret police that he ruled over, that he ruled in. And we can see a huge failure of the entire state machinery, because there were judges from three judges who were not able to give the Senate a detailed overview of activities of Judge Fremer. And I told one journalist that in only 30 minutes I was able to map the activities of Judge Fremer between 1983 and 1985. So those representatives of the faculties of law in Prague and Brno did not their due diligence and were willing to accept Judge Fremer for a higher position, even though he was involved in these cases, which should have disqualified him. And the Senate also failed to a certain extent, because they accepted Judge Fremer for the position of Constitutional Court judge in the first run, and except for Senator Fischer, they were not interested in digging deeper into his history and the type of cases he ruled or he had during the communist era. So this case basically convinced me to start paying more attention to this topic, and I tried to map the activities of Judge Fremer during the communist era, and I made a comparison of decisions of 39 judges of 10 Prague district courts, or 110 cases in cases between 1983 and 1985. And this comparison led me to believe that judges of these courts could have been divided into two or three groups. So there were judges who had above average decision-making rate. So 20 to 30% of their cases were politically motivated cases, including Judge Fremer. Then there were judges who ruled on these cases in, let's say, 5 to 10% of cases of their overall cases, and then there were a dozen of judges who basically did not rule on these politically motivated cases at all, or very little. So there were just minor or just very rare cases of politically motivated cases. So. And there were 2 judges who ruled excessively in case of politically motivated cases. And one of them was the infamous female judge Jana Ortová, known for her ruling in the dispute between the mother of Jana Palacha and Vilém Nový in 1970, and Antonín Kazimór, a judge who presided over the district court for Prague 5, which was most of his agenda. So this led me to look into the agenda of 2 district courts in Prague, whose dossiers or cases, case laws will be available for our archive soon. And I could sum up my findings in the following, or I could sum up. I summed up my findings in a study, or in a project which will be published soon. And it turned out that in Prague there were district courts who had up to 80% of cases politically motivated in the period 1982 to 1985. So this was the district court for Prague 1 and other courts. So I excluded the year 1989 from my research because the results in 1989 are quite specific, and it is evident that in this year the Prague judiciary massively contributed to, purges of peaceful protests of citizens, and in 1989 there were exactly 230 such cases related only to January 1989 demonstrations. So this is a topic that I try to open up. It hasn't been fully researched yet, so I'm just at the beginning of my research, but I think there is a lot of potential for further research as the documents will be forwarded or will be made available to our archive, so there will also be more space for further research.
Tak já děkuji panu docentovi za velice krásný příspěvek.
Thank you to Mr. Kreutz for this very interesting presentation. We are actually ready to have a 15 minutes discussion before we break off for lunch. So if nobody wants to ask a question, then I will. And it will be a question for Mr. Kreutz. Petr, you have mentioned that the year of 1989 is a special one. Yeah, there are 2 very special years. 89 for the first thing, when there was a very large immigration, when judges had to adjudicate cases, 22% of cases politically motivated, and then 1989, when the district court for Prague 1 heard scores of cases, 236 cases, in relation to the participants of the demonstration in 1989. There is a case in relation with Václav Havel and Sasha Vondra, transferred to district court for Prague too. So that means the judiciary worked as the support for the regime. And the last conviction for leaving the Republic came from Prague 1, and that was November 1989. And the judge, Martin Litvin, works as a lawyer still in Prague, and he convicted a person in absentia, two people in absentia, for leaving Czechoslovakia, socialist Czechoslovakia. And on November 23rd, there were 3 convictions issued for leaving the Republic. In other words, this judge or these judges did this at the end of November, and then in December, the prosecutor actually started a case in relation to a person who participated in the demonstration taking place in November 1989. What I want to say is that it is very strange, and Judge Fremmer was also there playing a role. Well, let me follow up on what has been said as regards Judge Fremmer. Of course, I also explored the background of our candidates in our judges' union. It is not something we could excuse, but we can explain at least. We had Judge Baxa and Ms. Zemanova, and I was in a conflict with the president's office, and I was trying to explore the situation, but they actually pictured me as a successor of President Zeman, but I was trying to uncover the truth. And maybe we were a bit too early to discuss it, to explore it. I don't know why the Constitutional Committee of the Parliament actually analyzed the situation later. But the Constitutional Committee actually took the lies given by Judge Fremmer for granted. And for us, it meant that we were not going to grill Judge Fremmer after he had taken office. So this is how I want to explain and excuse the situation. I am a chairman of the Constitutional Committee, and that's why I would like to explain it. Now we are very diligent in grilling the candidates for judges, and we are doing background checks. It's very important for us. Do we have some time still, or? Yeah, the senator and Mr. Palosh wants to say something. Well, let me say something about Ukraine. I'm so happy and grateful for what has been said here. Mr. Golan compared it with our situation in 1938. But there is one difference. In 38, those were big powers, state powers, the Great Britain and France and others. Today, in the conflict, there is a different situation because Europe is playing some role, but it's a different role. And we see other world powers. How should we address the aspect of the world powers? How shall we see it in a global context so that we actually can defend and protect our small interests of the small republic, the Czech Republic? Let me respond to it. Well, the procedure, the course was very technical, but the world is a globalized one. And how should we face it? We should face it as part of Europe. And Europe is globalized now. And whatever we do is we must actually go in the direction as the colleague Satter has said. And we also need our government, our cabinet, to be part of the anti-Putinist policy. And this is what we are doing. I think we are succeeding at that. And we should never digress. We should never divert from it. This is what we have to actually repeat. We should say we are a small country, but we have values and we have to stand up to them. And I think we are successful at doing that. Another thing is there are populist opposition countries in this country, parties in this country. We have to explain it to our people, to our fellow citizens. Whenever I have got some meeting, they always ask me, you care more about Ukraine than us. And I tell them, no, we take care of you, but they have got war in Ukraine. And if we had war here, then you would be happy if the others would bring compassion, would bring support towards you. We live in peaceful times, and we are safe here. We are part of the EU, and we have got some wealth, we have got some good quality of life. You have to explain it to our fellow citizens. Thank you. Petr Blažek wants to say something? Or? But we will have lunch soon, so we should actually ask the last question, Petr Blažek, and then we will break off for lunch. Thank you. Let me say how much respect I have about the work presented by Peter Kreutz. It was unbelievable for me how some senators reacted. They don't want to hear what they are hearing. They cast a blind eye. They actually compensate for their personal lives, I would say. This case, this showed how much resource we have in those legal files, dossiers. And that's why I'd like to ask about how files are being transferred from the period up to 1989, whether all files have been transferred. I still remember one case which involved one chairman of the Constitutional Court, and he had some tainted past behind him, and that was uncovered. The problem was that the resources were not open to public or even to us researchers. Thank you. Well, I cannot speak on behalf of the archives administration. You should ask the Dr. Miroslav Veselka, who is the manager of the archives administration. In '96, the Minister of Justice at that time, he extended the archiving terms to 50 years. That means we have to wait until the archiving term is up. And then, only then can we actually assume the files. And what we tried to do was we actually took over some of those files as if they were deposits, archive deposits, but they cannot be accessed. So we actually make them available only to some institutions, such as the Institution for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes. Okay, thank you. Before we break off for lunch, I would like to say, to sum it up, I would like to invite you for lunch here in this palace. And then afterwards, we will have further panels where we will be able to open a Q&A, and you can, of course, ask your questions. And as for Russia and Ukraine, we will have panel 8, number 8, which will focus on Ukraine and also on the current Russia and how this situation could be resolved or addressed. So, bon appetit, and after lunch, Monika Megdona-Pajerova will have such distinguished panelists such as Igor Lukash, Marcin Dvořák, Alexander Mitrofanov. And as I've said, we will see each other after lunch. And thank you to the panelists. Thank you.
beloved students to take the places. Because in Europe, in Prague, we start on time. Mr. Director, Kyle, ty budeš fotit. If some people are in the back rows, I can see you, and please come forward. It will be more cozy and intimate. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Chci tady poděkovat tlumočnicím, protože
I would like to thank the interpreters and thank you for your hard work.
Poprosím tady naše kolegy v předsálí, aby zaujali svá místa.
Okay, if I could ask everyone to be kindly seated.
Chceš něco, prosím? So, welcome everybody. My name is Monika Magdana-Pajerová. I know most of you. I hope you recognize me. On the 17th of November 1984, 89 actually, I had a speech about dialogue in Prague, in Albertov, where the student gathering, which then became demonstration, which then became Velvet Revolution, started. And for 35 years, I have been trying to keep democracy, human rights, and solidarity in place, not only in this country, but also in Europe. I was cultural attaché in Paris, head of the cultural committee in the Council of Europe, which was a very good experience because Russia became member of Council Europe at that time. And then I was spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs here, and I started teaching American students because I wanted to have a window on what's going on in the States. I must say that between diplomacy, media, and teaching at the university, the teaching is the most satisfactory work I have been doing. But I see at the moment, at this place and at this moment, that maybe teaching history is not enough, and that we will have to become more active, at least this year, at least in this country. I am very happy that the invitation was accepted by an old friend. Actually, I invited 3 old friends. Martin Dvořák, who was a dissident, first mayor of Hradec Králové, elected by the Civic Forum, diplomat like myself, and he's now our Minister for Europe. And I think, as you could hear him in the beginning, he's the most radical voice of what we try to represent in this country still. Thank you, Martina. Next to him, Alexander Mitrofanov, my favorite writer and journalist. We have known each other forever, and I always thought Sasha was a skeptical person, and he always was saying, yes, that he's a realist. And unfortunately, it looks like he's rather a realist than skeptical. Thank you so much for coming. I'm just finishing that book of yours. Thank you. And Igor Lukáš, whom you already heard before as well, who also does not weigh his words. When inviting you people in July and August, the situation was a little bit different. I did not expect what happened in America last week, and we all cried over it already with my American students last week, so enough of mourning. But it's a really special moment in time, I think, that we meet in Prague, in the heart of Europe, with all these things happening around us. I spent 35 years in the idea that a diplomat, a politician, somebody who listens to public opinion and experts has to be tolerant and has to try to cultivate, civilize, etc., Soviet Union, which then became Russia. I had problems with it already at the embassy in Paris. I had problems with it in the Council of Europe when Russians came, and it was like an overwhelming wave. So I gave my resignation. I could not imagine how would I manage the Cultural Committee when Russia was a full member. And when I was spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Sasha remembers it, it was difficult, it was tough. And somebody mentioned Jan Kavan here, who became minister, and that was a really special case. And I again had to resign. What a surprise. So I was doing programs for Czech television and Czech radio about European Union, because I wanted to show to people that to be members of European Union and NATO is important. Next week, we will celebrate 35 years since the Velvet Revolution. How do you see the situation here and now? And what do you think we should do after having lived for 35 years in this nice, romantic illusion that Russia will be different one day? Martine.
Dobré odpoledne, já, když dovolíte, budu pokračovat.
Good morning. If you don't mind, I will continue in Czech because that was the agreement. So thank you very much for the invitation and thank you for your question, Monika. So in less than 3 hours, I will be in the Museum of Hradec Králové as a person remembering the events of 35 years ago, and it's quite shocking how quickly the time flies, but it gives me the opportunity to put things in context, to look at things in wider context. And I said it already in my opening remarks that I held on behalf of the Prime Minister of Fiala. I think it's fair to say at the beginning that it's not true that that on the 18th of November 1989, 10 million of people woke up being Democrats, convinced that freedom is all we need forever, and that now we will live in wealth and freedom till the end of times. Of course, this was a non-central expectation, but I think many of us hoped that this was the case. Only after several years later, it turned out that it was not true. Now we talk about decommunization, about reconciliation with the communist era, and Russia still interferes. And we know that there are not communists at the helm of the Russian Federation. In fact, communists are in opposition in Russia. So it's not that much about communism as such, whereas about the export of communist ideas by the Russian imperialism, which is something that at that time we did not really expect. And again, in the context of the EU or in the context of Europe, so in the wider context of Europe, the Czech Republic has a specific role to play or a specific position in history, because almost 100 years ago we faced a similar situation when Europe was plagued with a brown plague, and Czechia still hoped for some form of democracy. And it was the least brown country around, and it was the least anti-Semitic country, which is also quite interesting. So, as Monika mentioned, at the end of 1989, we did not know what was going on, what had happened to us. And one thing is important: we did not really fight that much for freedom. It kind of like fell into our arms. We did not really expect it. Perhaps, Monika, we were in the same parade, in the same student protest, and perhaps we were among the last countries in the Soviet or in the Eastern Bloc where nothing was going on, and then it suddenly all came crumbling down. Yes, we followed Mikhail Gorbachev because we were naive enough to think that he was going to have a dialogue with us. And then at the end of the year, Havel was president, so all looked well, and it looked like the end of history, but it was not true. So people were not brought up to face democracy, to live in freedom and democracy, to take responsibility for their own lives, and these values are not for granted, and if we do not cherish them and protect them, we can lose them very easily. So over the past 35 years, so what has changed? In my view, we have a generation of adult people who did not live under communism or are free of communist era, communist influence, be it Western, cafe type communism and so on. And they know how to live in freedom. They are fully aware of the fact that Czechia is not the center of the world. They travel around, they study abroad, and they are kind of like infected by the democratic virus, so to say, and they are fully aware of how difficult it is to uphold democracy. But at the same time, we have to face certain sentimentalism, certain feelings that the grass was green when we were younger, the snow was white when we were younger, we had 2 meters of fresh snow during Christmas, and these reminiscences about the past because are very dangerous, because you often tend to forget the bad in your past and cherish the good things in your past. And that's why this is something that we also have to remind ourselves, that the grass was not greener under communism and the snow was not whiter. Plus, young people sometimes are not aware how fragile our social contracts are, and that we have to fight for our democracy and freedom, and that is not for granted. And last but not least, so that I also pass the floor to my colleagues. Over the past 35 years, something else has changed, which is the massive development of social media and internet in general. And something that we Democrats do not know what to do with, as the huge wave of fake news, disinformation campaigns. I don't know how about you, but whenever people start talking about this, I feel like we shouldn't really abolish websites, because of course freedom of speech is crucial for us and so on. But then we also have to face fake news and disinformation and so on. So the natural disadvantage of democracy, as Václav Havel said, is that Democrats have their hands tied, whereas those who do not give a damn about democracy can do as they want. So it's not just Europe, it's the United Kingdom that has to face some drawbacks. For instance, Brexit, it was also very influenced by the disinformation campaigns and fake news, and the elections in the US and so on. And so as a result of this, I do not really see the light at the end of the tunnel. What can we do about the wave of fake news and disinformation? Because 35 years after the fall of communism, what can we do to uphold the freedom of speech on one hand and fight fake news on the other? Because this is a phenomenon that we were not used for, and democracy as such is not prepared to fight it. So this is the biggest danger for me. And to conclude, I would like to say that we talk about communism, but in fact, these are authoritarian, totalitarian regimes that we have to fight, and it doesn't really matter whether their legitimacy is blue, green, or brown. Thank you, Martin. I think this nicely summed up why, for instance, Igor Lukáš or myself have been teaching for so long, even though sometimes it's not easy to be a teacher. But I guess we rely on the young generation. We hope that the young generation will interpret our ideas and will analyze it properly. So, Igor, is there something that you would like to say? Perhaps provide your experience, your American view, and so what do you think? Well, Monica, how do I feel? So, what do you mean? Do you mean in terms of how I perceive the young generation in America, the young people? Well, I try to remember something that I've read in a dialogue by Plato. There is a nice part saying that young people are not the same as we were or we used to be. We worked hard from morning until the evening. We listened to our parents, whereas the youngsters today, they only want to talk. They only want to, have a chat at the well. They talk ages to bring water from the well. They just chit-chat, and they don't do anything. And the social scientists like to show this part of his work, because if you anonymize it, if you don't tell anyone that Plato was was writing Socratic dialogue, you feel like this is a dialogue of your grandparents or parents about their children. So when I look at the young generation today, be it students, be it my colleagues, younger colleagues, I always try to remember this dialogue. I try to correct myself and try to prevent myself from looking at them through the prism of generational clash, because it's not true that because when I was young, we also had to work hard, but then we spent lots of time on a beach, and then my classmate Jane laughed at me when I was in third grade, and so on. So things change, and the river continues flowing. You cannot enter the same river twice, because the river changes, the water changes. So you never enter the same river twice, and for my parents, Matushka was a hooligan, and for myself, I thought that he was kind of like, like a boring pop artist, and shortly before she died, my mother told me that Elvis Presley was a great singer, whereas I remember that when he was famous, she told me that he was a hooligan too. So these things change, and I do not really know what else to say. But if I were to come back to more serious topics, I would say the following.
The situation at American universities is different from that when I came to the US. It was in 1970s, and back then, American historians were not sure who killed Polish officers in Poland, Katynia. Many historians would say we don't know because we don't have sufficient information, whereas American students were very radical. It was after a few years after the fall of Saigon, and in their views, Nixon was a bigger enemy than Brezhnev. You can imagine, I emigrated to America because of Brezhnev, and the situation for me as such was not easy. I started as an assistant. I was not an assistant professor. I was just an assistant to a professor, and they invited me to lunch, and they discussed whether KBG was worse than CIA. And I remember I thought, if I start speaking, then my career is not even beginning. I didn't speak, but as I always say, my wife can read me without me saying a word. And I was afraid they all knew what I was thinking about. In the 1980s, when I started working as a professor, the students in America, they became more conservative. I saw that they were more patriotic. They started being interested in working for the American government. The atmosphere changed completely. You could feel it at your fingertips. They were proud to be American citizens. For me, on the other hand, to become an American citizen, this was the culmination of my life. And I was extremely proud of becoming the American citizen. And all of a sudden, I felt the resonance with my students. It was completely different from the beginning of the 70s or 80s, when I felt extremely isolated and misunderstood when I tried to actually explained to them that Nixon was probably not the best, but Brezhnev was far worse. And you can, of course, complain about CIA stealing information from other countries, and they do unethical things judged by local laws, but they don't run concentration camps in Siberia, and that is a huge difference. And all of a sudden, in the 1980s, I actually resonated with my students. I could identify with them. The atmosphere was completely different. And came 1989, and I felt such exuberance, not only from what was happening in here on Národní třída, the National Street, High Street, or what was happening in other countries, Poland and somewhere else. Of course, there were in Poland cases when simple workers, were shot at, and the regime was undermining its groundwork because the solidarity movement came to the fore. However, the exuberance was felt everywhere, not only thanks to Monica and her colleagues from Prague who were working towards it. There was so much exuberance in the US as well. The media channels, all citizens, people of different races and religions and social origins were so interested in the development in Prague. Václav Havel became an extremely famous person. He must have been surprised by himself. I remember him being in the American Congress and saying that awareness precedes the being. And the congressman started applauding him, and I was thinking about it. What did he mean by saying that? And what I saw was, looking at the congressman, if he were to read the yellow pages, they would all applaud. They would give him standing ovations. They were just happy to have him there. The atmosphere was beautiful. However, those very important moments of happiness, they actually end up in a very moment of disappointment. Vašek Kolakowski, who wrote a very nice essay before passing, he was saying that after every revolution there is a point of disappointment. That means every revolution needs to mobilize, and that's why it always gives bigger promises than it is able to deliver. And just remember, the French Revolution or any other revolution, and it happened even with this situation here. And the contemporary American student is a less ideological being compared with the student from the 1970s when I came to the US. And he is, or she is, much less patriotic than the student from the 1980s. He's much more skeptical, cynical, and maybe also more cosmopolitan, global than in the old days. He's more mobile. He's ready to actually travel for work throughout America. He is also ready to go and work or study in London or in any other country. He is just so mobile. And this is not bad. This is a very positive thing, in my opinion, because what I believe in is that an American model that is not based on our genetics or blood relation. And this is what the Germans actually swear in. If you come from Kazakhstan, but your family name is Schwarz, you will be perceived as a German. In America, it's rather different because you become an American citizen by assuming American values, independent of your origin or blood relations. And I think this very model is a model of our future because we will be more modern. It will be very important how we can address information, use information, and it will not be important whether we belong to this or that army or country, because armies will not be relevant anymore, despite the developments in Ukraine and near Kursk. This is just something that we need to say, and I don't believe that Putin will actually be able to maintain this. As being a professor at a university, we know that we get so passionate about things. And we have the very important diplomat, Mr. Europe, here. Then we have a pundit for the US, and we have a pundit for Russia, Mitrofanov, Sasha Mitrofanov, and he is still here with us. So what can we expect? What will be coming? Well, Monica, you have actually introduced me as a skeptical person. I'm a realist. What I will say is, or will be, very realistic. But let me say the following. When we were young, the grass was greener. That has been said. When I was young, grass was dirty, I have to say, everywhere, in Czechoslovakia as well. And that is true, and in here it was the case. So, the original question posed by Monica was how we, after 35 years, can come to terms with communism and with Russia. How to come to terms with communism? Let me say, we must actually somehow suppress the Communist Party. The communists want to go to the Czech parliament. So why not? If anybody wants to suppress communists, it is possible. What is communism? Communism is an order, and that order was created or established in 1917 in Russia, put into practice there, and it actually resulted from one very simple thing. And that was a huge gap between those who need freedom. And now I'm not judging anybody, but objectively saying, and those, on the other hand, who need to have something to eat, and they need also an environment which is familiar to them, which has been here forever since their grandfathers and forefathers came to world. And that happened in Russia in 1917.
Paprika v podobě
And back then, or you need people who are, let's say, the more intelligent part of society, but they strive for power. And they wanted to use the masses of people to gain power. And that was communism. All the rest was just a chimera. Professors knows it well better, but I think there was not much left of the original Marx. So this was communism in the Soviet Union, and then communism spread in Czechoslovakia, where it had a deep, where it started to be quite successful. It had, with regard to the history of Czechoslovakia, or especially Czechia. Okay, we have 1 hour for everything, sorry, so I cannot really go into much of the detail. But so I will not talk about our brother Slovaks. They will be in a different panel. Now I'll be talking just about Czechia, the Bohemic, Moravian, and Silesian lands. So given the historical context, there were very solid foundations of our tummies being full. And so communists had its roots here, and then we had many dreamers, and it turned out that Czechoslovakia was even more saint than the Pope in some regards. And now we can see the results. So in countries around us, in Hungary, in Slovakia, we see that the history is repeating itself. It will happen here next year during the next elections. So history will repeat itself here. Historical circumstances cannot be defeated. So yes, the same conditions will return next year after the elections. But why am I talking about it in context with Russia? Because Russia is the cornerstone of it all, and it is the ram that is going through the door, busting through the door, and trying to fulfill the ambition of the leaders on the top, who think that just because they have nuclear weapons, they can do anything they want. And it is based on the support of people who just want to have their tummies full, or stomachs full, or bellies full. And those who had different opinions were forced into exile. So Russia basically is an avant-garde of disgust in today's world. So this avant-garde of disgust in today's world is very self-confident and quite successful. Actually, it is a country which despises the victims among its own population, or in its own population, and everyone despises and citizens, and many people wish that this drunk that is in power would it's like you have a battered wife who hopes that her abusive husband will drop dead so that she can inherit the money and be finally free. But Russia is back, and the army that wants the history to repeat itself is the Russian army, and the Russian army is here, and we live in war, and the war will be here for the years to come. So let's get ready for that. I love reading your articles and your books, and I promise you will not to be bored with him, and I was true. And we have some 15 minutes left. Is that true? Yes. Oh, we have 20 minutes left. So okay. So I would pose a question, or would ask a question. So what's new in this situation? Does it even make sense to teach students modern history, recent history? Why do we need to remember and know authoritative regime, including Nazism and communism? Because we are at crossroads and we don't know which way to go. Well, you have very good questions. So what do we need the knowledge of history for? I think it's always good to know your history, history of the world. I've read recently that if you do not know your history, it's like being a child who does not know their parents. So there's something to it. We have to realize that history and the mankind is not changing that much. It's like Sasha said, some people just want to have their bellies full and they will sell even their own mother just to get some food. There are not that many of these people, luckily, but there still are some of these people. And we know that this parallel goes to Russia and even communism and China. China is another avant-garde of disgust in today's world. It's just a little bit further geographically, but the affinity towards power, the hunger for power, power that wants to dictate the conditions of the entire world. It's the same. And is there a hope that these two could fight one another? No. And what about Iran? Could Iran fight with Russia and China? Well, anyone could have a fight with anyone else, but is it? But I was asked why it was important to know your history. Yes, it's important because you need to draw lessons from your history. And as I've said in the morning, the Czechoslovak socialist communism was here for so long that people got used to it, and that's the problem. That's the debate that Pullman had here. And because in a way, people might have felt comfortable being in a cage. And even though this debate might be troublesome, we need to have this debate. We need to have these discussions because there were not 10 million Democrats or 15 million Democrats in Czechoslovakia who wanted to be freed from the cage. No, some of the people actually felt happy and comfortable living in the cage. So when we set our political priorities, we need to remember that there are quite a few people who feel comfortable being locked in a cage, and they have the right to vote as well. So we need to provide them with with a certainty, some form of certainty that might even slightly go against our beliefs, but it's important to have these people on our side as well. Sasha. So what was the question? Sorry, whether it's meaningful to teach modern history. For instance, my students, my young students, who will then ask you a question, whether it makes sense and whether it's meaningful to teach kids about communism, about Nazism, about totalitarian and regimes and dictatorships. We are sitting here now, 35 years later, and we are somewhat insecure. And well, it does make sense, and it is meaningful for one reason, and it's the elites. But elites are not popular in the Czech Republic. We are, common people type of society, and plebeian. We are not a plebeian or common, or we are a plebeian or common people society. And this is not anybody's fault. This is the result of Czech historical development, because there used to be, the aristocracy, which were the elites, and we would need to have aristocracy or leaders who would be able to, and we did not have these elites who would be able to give, let's say, a different scenario to the people than, the only goal being to have their bellies full. And the Czech Republic ended up often being forced to serve others because we didn't have our own elites. And if professors like you talk to young, smart people what history is really about and how history is intertwined with today, they contribute to forming elites in our society, if, of course, these elites will not emigrate later on. Igor, any words of hope? Well, I think my view of the future is much more positive, and it's breaking my heart listening to them, because I very much admire both of these speakers, but I cannot accept the idea that people can be simply divided between those who want to have their bellies full and those who live for great goods or great ideals. When you just look around or just read the Bible, when you read the Bible, you find out that the 40 days in the desert, after which Jesus Christ was, wandering around, starving. Oh, this was Moses. It was not. It was Jesus Christ, not Moses. Well, when Jesus Christ spent 40 days in the desert. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I mistook it for 40 years. Yeah, well. So he was wandering around in the desert, starved and thirsty. And the central question was whether mankind was prepared to listen to ideals with their stomachs empty. Because one of the devil's offers was that if you're the god, change these stones into bread. And then the mankind will follow you automatically. And that's the temptation, that's the force of temptation and experience, because we want the mankind to follow values, not food, not full stomachs. And the idea that mankind can be distinguished between those who just care for material things, and those who have higher ideals, who uphold higher ideals, is empirically wrong, because wrong people among us, or bad people among us, were often people who were highly educated, such as Goebbels. He understood opera and history of art. He loved film. He was surrounded by artists, sometimes even female artists. But it didn't make him a good person. It didn't make him into a better person. So many intellectuals are actually cruel people. Stalin was an expert on anything. He was an expert in classical music. He was a linguist. He was an expert in history and international politics. But he was able, and so we have to admit and recognize the fact that those of us with empty stomachs, who do not have the possibility to, or those of us who have empty stomachs don't have the capacity to strive for higher ideals, because their main goal is to fight for calories, to fight for food. And if your only concern is to eat something, you don't have time for higher morals and ideals and so on. So it's not that us, the intellectuals, go for ideals and are willing to risk our lives and empty stomachs, and then there's the rest, the plebs, the common people who elected the bad politicians and so on. I think that it is in our hearts, in the heart of each and single one of us, to decide between the good and the bad, and we shouldn't distinguish people into the bad and the good. And that's why Erich Fromm is our favorite author, The Human Heart, because in each human heart there's the good and the bad. Just a quick reaction. So I wasn't talking about ideals, I wasn't talking about intellectuals, I wasn't talking about the fact that people who want freedom need to have empty stomachs. So all that can be, brushed off the table. But okay, so let's not talk about the division of humankind into two groups, but I see it every day. I've been seeing it on a daily basis, every day, this division into two groups. I very much appreciate your idealism, Professor, but it doesn't correspond to my experience. I'm sorry about that.
Let's look at them, the intellectuals. They cannot reach an agreement. Let me use the occasion to discuss things before the ladies and gentlemen dash off. Would you like to ask a question?
You are the young people. Would you want to ask something? Yes.
I come from Moldova, a kind of troubled country, especially right now. And yeah, a lot of words have been said about unity, European Union, and how should we act about it. And currently, right now, our president, recently re-elected, very pro-European candidate, has a policy of kind of strict censorship against pro-Russian media and pro-Russian candidates. Some even argue that that might be the violation of freedom of speech, and some who disagree also add that autocracy, especially as big as Russian Federation and their allies, cannot be beaten by democracy, which sometimes gets drowned in bureaucracy and other problems of it. So some say that this autocratic approach that she is doing is the best possible solution here, and I would like to ask your opinion on this matter. Thank you.
Já jsem se z Moldavska vrátil minulý týden, byl jsem tam mezi prvním a druhým.
Well, I came from Moldova a week ago, and I had the possibility to speak to a number of people there, and I have a very good relation to the Moldovans, because what I respect tremendously is how they are able to oppose the might exerted from those Russian sources. But what I need to say is I have not actually come to the conclusion that we will be able to protect our democracy with undemocratic tools. And what I see is the phenomenon of social media and the internet, because this is what is developing so fast, so rapidly. And I still always think about what we could do about it. And I think that we should have identified profile, unique profile, who could only take part in social media. And because otherwise we have got all those bots who create so many false misinformation posts, and this is a problem. And the current situation in Moldova, let me say that I actually love the country and I have the best respect for your country and people. But I would be very conscious if somebody says that actually undemocratic tools should be used. Yeah, well, you asked whether censorship could be used in a country or society similar to yours. And at the same time, you said that as for the non-democratic regimes, you can only use undemocratic tools. Well, let me say this. If you have a non-democratic regime, you can only actually use non-democratic tools, and that would be military force. And this is what Russia actually uses. China is different, but Russia uses it. Russia never stops. Russia never uses discussions unless they get the military opposition. So this is a non-democratic method. But as for the internal situation, Moldova is not fully democratic. Only Transnistria is. And that is a society which is developing in a democratic way. It's an island or islands of democratic influences or developments. So the question doesn't have a solution, because if you start using undemocratic methods, then you will not be a democracy. So what would be the solution? I don't know, because that would actually result in a very critical situation.
Give the word to Mihaela, who is a student of mine, a very clever young lady, and she is from that region, although she studies in American university. Mihaela, please tell us something.
Hi, I'm also from Moldova. I guess I need to mention that. I also think it's a very complicated issue. I'm writing my thesis on this. I'm writing my thesis on Russian influence in Moldovan media. I do think, obviously, the easiest answer would be, yes, you need to educate the population, especially if there are multiple regions where people speak Russian that were colonized more efficiently or have deeper ties with Russia. And I think the biggest issue is not having access to information in Romanian or in English, because it's so easy, like the sea of misinformation, the hybrid war Russia is having right now in Moldova, Georgia, Armenia. It's so easy to get lost in it. It's so easy to access. There are these huge campaigns. There are a lot of problems with corruption when it comes to like voting fraud. But I do think Moldova electing a pro-European president now again is like a chance that people, it's something that shows us that people want something better, but people can do something better. And Russian influence, even though it's so big and overpowering, it doesn't control like the dreams of a people, because people like went to Europe, they saw that life can be better, and I think all of us like want to get rid of Russia's influence. And I think Czech Republic and Czech people definitely understand that as well, how it's so hard to get rid of that, but it's still like a dream. It's a constant struggle. Freedom is a constant struggle.
Dobrý den, já se jmenuji Dita Fabíková.
Hello, my name is Dita Fabíková, and let me follow up on what the colleague has said from a different perspective. I have, in the last 10 years, entered a number of social circles. I studied the law school in Brno and then in Prague, and then I ended up as a preschool teacher in a village, and I used to have 15 kids. And what I understood and realized was that at the beginning I used to have lofty ideas, and now I would actually say what Mr. Mitrofanov has said. My ideals were naive. That means that we actually focus on the evil that is around us, but we do not focus on preventing it. And the preventing it would have to do with the children, with the kids I taught when I was in the preschool. And I hope I gave them the best in terms of they should never believe in everything or anything. They should always check information. And we always speak about AI and about technology, but we tend to neglect the Havel's saying and Masaryk's saying, that is the democracy teaching and teaching the young people or children. The best thing would be to reform the civics, how it is taught in elementary schools or in general in high schools, but mostly in elementary schools, because it's very important to have the civic education that is correctly taught. Thank you. Thank you. We have had this. Well, Ondřej Jonáš is also Czech and American citizen, just like Igor Lukáš, and he's the administrative head of the Václav Havel Library. And he wanted to say something, right? You wanted to say something. Thank you. I wanted to say something about Europe. We know that the head of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, she has got 2 very good documents at hand. And now I'd like to ask you whether you see a possibility, a chance, how to coordinate a security policy in Europe. Igor actually expressed his optimism that we will not need soldiers or armies. But I think we are at a stage when military is needed, especially in Ukraine and maybe even here. And we cannot have a situation when the voters in Wisconsin decide about our security every 4 years in the US. So my question is, how about a common security policy of Europe? Do we have something like that developing here? Or are we living in a post-historical times when we don't address these issues, those questions? Well, let me answer. You must have thought the Draghi report, one of those documents, and the other one, I don't know. But what I'm sorry for is that you read the document, you read the report, and Draghi actually described the sad situation of the readiness to defend Europe. And he actually proposes a number of things to do, and there's no consensus on it. Nobody wants to have it. Well, I myself am a federalist. I think that the federal states of Europe would be the solution, but because I'm a well-known fanatic in this regard and isolated as such, and I do know that there won't be actually any more integration in the federalist sense. It's rather another trend looming on the horizon. Many people actually claim national interests and to win votes in their respective countries or in the European Parliament even. So I do agree that Europe should not wait for the results of elections in Wisconsin, let's say, and whatever results, Europe has some challenge to face. And at least from 1992, we should be actually ready to defend ourselves. And this is my question. Yes, it is looming on the horizon, and we must do something. And if you ask me when, I will tell you I have no idea. Okay, this is a great answer from the minister here working in the Czech government. Yeah, but he is being open, the minister.
Já si myslím, že
I think that common security and defense policy of Europe, of EU, is a condition for Europe staying relevant on the international stage. But instead we see a puzzle of various pieces. Some pieces don't fit at all because they fit into a different puzzle. And then there are other pieces. So 2 pieces don't fit at all because they should be in a puzzle out of Europe. And then there are puzzles where voices of people are heard. And these voices strive for everyone leaving them alone because they want to have the same level of livelihood or safe level of living as they had before the war in Ukraine. So this puzzle doesn't look capable of creating something strong, a strong unified entity, a strong puzzle which would make sure that it cannot be divided by others. And if the puzzle gets divided, we will end up in the Russian sphere of influence.
Ambassador will want to say something, but he's in the middle of the electoral campaign. Maybe you are worried to say something? No, just Irish people, just watch it.
No, thanks very much, Monica, and thanks. Exchanges, and I suppose listening very carefully to the various interventions, I suppose I would find myself on the more hopeful side. I think Ireland's been a member of the European Union for more than 50 years. The European Union we joined in 1973 is very different to the one it is today, and we've been part of that evolution. And I think we shouldn't underestimate our ability, our collective ability, to find solutions. Because, I mean, you could think back to, let's say, the financial crisis and to the euro crisis, and you could argue maybe that we spent longer trying to fix it than we ought to have, but eventually we found a way out. And I would be hopeful and confident, ultimately, that between us, there is enough motivation to find solutions that work for us all, and that will ultimately strengthen us all. Thanks.
Let's hope so.
You see why I like Irish people?
I will be happy to be so hopeful, but the reality is different from this.
We'll see. We will have. I'm so sorry the time is, of course, pressing us as always, but that explains my sympathy towards Irish people, because no matter what, they are always optimistic. The last question will be from Don Ritter, a former congressman who is part of a delegation here, American people who visited us to help us to see this conference from a different perspective. Don, we are slowly approaching the end, but I really want you to either say something or ask something.
Yeah, in response to, what's the way forward for Europe, given what's happening in the United States, it's absolutely imperative that the Europeans get together and build their defenses. You can't forever depend on the United States, frankly, and the political winds change, and it's important that somehow the European Union and the strong states of Europe, like UK, like France and Germany, have the capacity to rival the kind of defenses that the United States has. They haven't done it. And I think that's a real challenge for you guys going forward. Thank you.
Thank you for reminding us. Last word, starting with Igor, maybe. Last word, because we will have
Last
a coffee break where we will revitalize.
Well, then, in order to have some coherence in the conversation, let me say that one of the things that's really, really surprised me recently is that I used to think that the greatness of democracy is that if every individual is free, as we are in a democratic framework, and can pursue our self-interest, then the state profits as well, automatically. Because every individual pursues their self-interest, the state's self-interest is served. But what I have learned in the 21st century is that people consistently vote against their self-interest. You have the rich who are happy to pay taxes, vote for liberal politicians, whereas the poor, who need the state the most because of the safety net, they vote in favor of the most conservative politicians whose sole promise to the electorate is, we're going to abolish all taxes. Great, but who will pay for your health insurance? It's my taxes that pay for your health insurance, and yet I vote for the liberal politician who wants to maintain them. You vote for the politician who wants to abolish them. And the same applies, and I'm so delighted to hear your optimistic view of the European Union. The same applies to the European Union. The countries that profit the most are the most anti-Brussels. It boggles the mind. What the hell's wrong with people's self-interest? You please go to Poland. And anybody who went to Poland in the 70s and remembers the country, and anybody who has been recently in Warsaw, these are two different planets. And yet, many Poles can't wait to get Kaczynski back in power. It boggles the mind. I don't get it. And the same is true here. You have politicians whose sole platform before the EU elections was, I will go to Brussels to teach them. What are you going to teach them? Well, that global warming is nonsense, or I'm going to fight against the green madness, Vondra and all these people. It boggles the mind. The Czech Republic, all this great, beautiful stuff, to a great extent, is a consequence of its membership in the European Union. And yet, you hardly ever hear a positive word about it. I don't get it. So this is my conclusion, that I have learned that you have to watch that people will not always pursue their self-interest.
I am being reminded of the time by pan ředitel. Can you imagine? Sašo, last words.
Tak za prvé,
Well, first of all, I am very pleased that Professor finally said something which goes against his idealism. Well, that made me happy. Well, second of all, please, if and yes, that is my role. That's the hat that I'm wearing today. If you feel like I'm or grumpy or grumped guy who wants to, scare you. No, I'm a happy person. I love life. I think life is beautiful. I just do sound a little pessimistic here because I think it is my duty, my professional and human duty, to point out the facts that some people do not want to see. They close their eyes. It exists. These are the facts, but people close their eyes. They do not want to see it because it's very difficult to accept reality such as is, and the trend in which reality is evolving. That's why I try to point out the reality. Try to, take off our pink glasses and try to point out that the reality is not always shiny. So thank you for the invitation. And thank you for your attention as well. And last but not least, dissident, diplomat, and currently Minister for European Affairs of the Czech Republic, Martin Dvořák. Martin, something positive, otherwise you won't get coffee. Well, unfortunately, I have to be in Hradec Králové in 2 hours, so I won't stick around for the coffee break, but I wanted to be constructive for the closing words, because we've had the pessimist view, the optimistic view, and the realistic view. And I think Igor also cast a doubt on his idealism, or the way he or his the way he described it. But regardless of how we view our society, we cannot give up. It doesn't matter whether we are a realist or an idealist or a pessimist. We can't give up, because we love freedom and we cannot give up fighting for freedom. We are Europeans. Europeans love freedom, and we cannot give it back to the Russians. That's all. Thank you very much for the debate. An amazing debate. That's exactly how I imagined it. And please join me for a cup of coffee, and the coffee break will be for 10 minutes.
můžeme. Teď potřebujeme, v 17:15 potřebujeme mít ten coffee break. My to s tím nemůžeme hýbat, prostě na coffee break.
Nemůžeš udělat uprostřed mého panelu coffee break. To je problém.
Si odpočnou a pak bude to.
Ne, to je blbý, to je fakt blbý. Marksteinovou nemůžeš poslat taxíky. No víš co, tak udělej takovou tady se zemřejí, prosím tě, na Balkáně, tady stejně nikdo neví, co se děje na Balkáně. Kažem den niko ne zna, što se dešava kod vás, znači by...
After your speech, I think after your speech, I think it can be a very good discussion with the people because people are very active, so we can discuss with them. I will try to explain briefly. Okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with the panel number 4. As you know, the conference is very big with many people, and it's necessary for us to do some changes. Some speakers will be tomorrow, and so I think it's a very good possibility to have this panel, Continuity and Discontinuity of Law after 1989 in European context, with discussion. First of all, I would like to invite first speaker on the screen, Mrs. Dovil Sagatien, Vice Dean for Research at the Law School at Mikolas Romeris University and Senior Researcher. Hello.
Hello.
Do you hear us and do you see us?
Yes, I hear you, I see you. The same question applies to you.
Yeah, everything is perfect. Thank you very much.
Fantastic.
And the speech of you will be the symbolic justice for Soviet victims in the Baltic states at the European Court of Human Rights. So thank you, and you can talk about your speech. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you so much for inviting me to this wonderful conference. My apologies that I am not on site here with you because I definitely will need to visit Prague because I heard so much about this wonderful city. But nevertheless, this event is also very wonderful in terms of memory politics, in terms of memory studies, and I'm very grateful for the organizers to invite me, at least online, to have this possibility to join you. Because the topic which I will be presenting is very relevant today. And I will be talking about symbolic justice for the Soviet victims in the Baltic states, 3 Baltic states, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. And the very interesting twist that I am talking about symbolic justice for those victims at the European Court of Human Rights, because this is the idea which I have been working for, 5 years now, and it feels that after the war in Ukraine started, it's more and more even relevant to seek justice for the Soviet victims. So let me begin with the quote of William Faulkner: "The past is never dead, is not even the past." So I believe this is very, very understandable quote, because really decision-making today in recent politics is still very much defined on the history we had and on the narratives we live at the moment. So let me begin with a little plan, what I will be presenting. I will try to go into 15 minutes. And then, just please give me a signal when the 15 minutes are over. So I will talk about the post-colonial Baltic identity and European Court of Human Rights, and especially about 3 cases, one from Estonia, one from Latvia, and one from Lithuania at this court, where memory politics and Soviet justice and justice for the Soviet victims was discussed in some way or another in the specific cases at this court. So the general framework, I'm sure this conference is an expert level conference, so probably I don't need, to give you very basic facts about the Baltic states. You may all already know that Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia were occupied by the Soviet Union twice for almost 50 years, and we were occupied by Nazi Germany for 3 years. So, of course, when the whole world, especially Western world, was prospering after the war and, recovering after the war, the ending of the World War II in our region meant different things. It meant Soviet occupation. It meant more suffering. It meant partisan war. It meant repressions, deportations, killings of the partisans, terrorizing the citizens, and of course, collectivization, nationalization, all of those bad connotation words, which are still, for instance, in Lithuania, they are still very triggering for our society. So, of course, after the 1990s, we regained our independence finally, and we are enjoying being the part of European Union since 2004 and NATO, of course. And nevertheless, we are also not happy. We worked on that very much, a lot, to join the Convention of European Human Rights. You all know that, this convention was drafted after the war to prevent future wars, to give the basic standard for human rights, and, to prevent in this way the wars among European states and beyond. And what happened that there was a European Court of Human Rights established in 1959, and it's still working till these days, and in Strasbourg, in France, and it's considered to be in international law. It's considered to be one of the very, very rare examples that really international law works, because it has a working court which is taking care of implementing human rights in Europe. So, of course, a lot has changed for us after the 2014, because Russian war in Ukraine started not in 2022, it started in 2014 with the annexation of Crimea, and we could trace very, very, specific memory wars, or the culmination of the memory wars between Russia and the Baltic states, because Russia was always claiming that, Baltic states were not occupied, they joined Soviet Union voluntary, then that there were no Soviet crimes, that there were nothing wrong done in the Baltic states. So, of course, this narrative contradicts our national identity and the trauma we suffered. And of course, all the Baltic states tried to show to the Western partners, especially on EU and NATO level, that, Western Europe is aware of Nazi crimes, but what about Soviet crimes? These crimes were never addressed. There was no Soviet Nuremberg. There were no, condemnation of the Soviet crimes. On legal level, not on political, but on legal level. Then there was no reparations, no compensations. Even apologies were very, very, unnoticeable. Let's say like this. So this is very different thing with the Soviet crimes if you compare with the Nazi crimes. So what happened that all three Baltic states decided, okay, if we cannot claim, any political, we cannot get any political level recognition. I am indicating compensations, reparations, apologies, some political statements, accountability statements for the Soviet crimes. Maybe we should go then to the European Court of Human Rights and try to use different legal strategies just to seek symbolic justice for the Soviet victims, meaning those victims are not getting any financial compensations for the sufferings. But at least what these three countries, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, did in the cases I will present you, they were indicating that there were Soviet crimes, that the Soviet occupation was illegal, and there are some perpetrators of Soviet crimes, and there should be accountability for Soviet crimes. So this is probably the part of symbolic justice which Baltic states were seeking, but the results were very different and very interesting in Latvia and Estonia and Lithuania. So let me go now to those results. These are the three cases. These are the cases I am indicating. So probably, just if there are many probably lawyers among the audience of this conference. So probably you already know those cases. But in case you don't know, just as for reference to you, for you to find that these are real cases in European Court of Human Rights, for you to follow and to go deeper if you want. So I am not going again into the details here. So let me move to the first case, which was Estonian case in European Court of Human Rights. And the thing is that this case was about opposing the illegality of Soviet occupations. So in Estonian cases, the European Court of Human Rights explicitly recognized that Estonia was illegally occupied, meaning that not only Estonia, but also Latvia and Lithuania, because all of the scenarios and the structure of occupation, Soviet occupation, was the same in all countries, with some deviations, of course, but I mean, this was not a big one. The doctrine that the Baltic states were illegally occupied and annexed in 1940s by the USSR is based on two main arguments. And here we have Nuremberg and Czech Republic. Nuremberg analogy, the similarity of the Baltic events in 1940s to the German takeover of Czechoslovakia in 1939, which was considered a crime against peace at Nuremberg, and the strong regional international treaties that SSR violated in 1940s by occupying these countries. So after the 90s, denying the illegality of Soviet regimes underpinnings was seen as damaging Baltic states' legal continuity and legitimacy. Now, why it is important? It's important because there are still some narratives exposed that, Baltic states are not real states. They are still post-Soviet states. They are not really independent. And these narratives are really coming from this Russian Soviet narrative that, Baltic states joined Soviet Union voluntary, and now they need to come back again to the Ruski Mir as Ukraine, yes? So we already feel that parallel with Ukraine a lot, because we feel that really historical revisionism is leading to the real territorial claims. What happened in Ukraine, we might expect to happen that in the Baltic states as well, because we are still, these narratives are still circulating. So it was crucial in 2000, in the Estonian case, which was in 2006, if I remember correctly, to deny or to, challenge that narrative by Russia that, there was nothing wrong with the occupying Baltic states. It was something wrong with that. And really getting that affirmation or recognition, legal recognition from European Court of Human Rights was very, very strong and symbolical. And it was the very first step to seek more of the symbolical justice. So, of course, another thing what the court said is that the perpetrators of Soviet crimes. You see, these are persons listed, Mr. Panart, Kolk, and Kisloy. They were actually participating in Soviet deportations. I'm not giving you the fabula of the cases because it would take too long. But these persons who were conducting Soviet crimes were regarded as lawful pursuant to Soviet law. But however, they were also crimes against humanity pursuant to international law, meaning that, you cannot, if you are even on the winning side of the war, it doesn't mean that Soviet crimes were not done. So what's about Latvia? Let's move to Latvia now. So there was another huge case in 2010. Actually, there were 2 rounds of this case in 2008 and 10. And in 2010, there was a final decision. The situation was a bit different than in Estonia. The person who was convicted by a Latvian court was not the person like in Estonian cases perpetrating Soviet crimes, like deportations, but the convicted person was Anatoly Kononov, which was a Soviet partisan, meaning he was fighting on behalf of Soviet army, of the Red Army on Latvian territory. So the crime was totally different, but what the European Court of Human Rights explored while dealing with this case, and the case was very difficult, very politicized, very criticized by Russia, because Russia till recently was also the part of the Convention of Human Rights. Now they are out after the war in Ukraine, but in 2010, Russia was still there in the European Court of Human Rights, and they were really, really unhappy about this case. So the main issue in this case was how the law formulated in 1945 for the Nuremberg International Military Tribunal should be applied today to a case dealing with the events that happened during the World War II and not after it. So that had really legal implications, as Latvian and Estonian cases represented 2 different international crimes. War crimes may only be committed during an armed conflict, so it was Kononov case, and whereas in crimes against humanity can be committed both in times of war and in times of peace. So it was an Estonian case. So the final ruling by the Grand Chamber in 2010 ruled that despite of the protest by the Russian Federation, made Kononov the only former Soviet partisan convicted for the war crimes committed during the World War II on the winning side of the Red Army. So, of course, that triggered huge dissatisfaction, political dissatisfaction in Russia. For instance, Mr. Kononov even received citizenship, Russian citizenship, and he left to Russia. I believe now he is dead. He died recently. But nevertheless, Russia was always offering some protection for Mr. Kononov and trying to protect him from those proceedings. So this case was also a crucial milestone in the Baltic states' campaign to expose the atrocities of the Soviet regime and challenge Russia's policies of denial internationally. So this was a very, very clear example that Soviet crimes during the war were happening against civilians, and it was against international law. Even though there was no Nuremberg to it, still it was needed to be addressed. Now moving to Lithuania, finally. And for those who wonder why I say Lithuania instead of Lithuania, it's another story, because I really think that Lithuania's international name should be Lithuania, not Lithuania. This is something I'm practicing for a very long time already, and if someone needs more explanation, I can explain in detail later. So what about Lithuania? Lithuanian cases were very different from Estonia and Latvia. Why? because Lithuania was the only country among the Baltic states, but not only among the Baltic states, which have chosen to go with the strategy to prove Soviet genocide, meaning that some Soviet crimes even can be recognized as genocide. Can you imagine that? This is unthinkable because, I mean, this is very, very, how to say, bold thing to do because we are used to narrative that, you know, there was some genocides in Yugoslavia, in Rwanda, Holocaust was genocide, maybe Armenian genocide, maybe Holodomor, but, you know, Soviet genocide in the Baltic states, that was very, how to say, hard legal strategy taken to prove. And I must say that Lithuania succeeded in 2019. So you can imagine that it took us 30 years to finally get there and to say that some Soviet crimes even can be recognized as genocide. So what happened here? While Estonia and Latvia were dealing with the national cases regarding Soviet crimes against humanity and war crimes during the occupations, Lithuania was claimed since 1990s that some Soviet crimes amounted to genocide. Moreover, as in Estonian and Latvian cases, Lithuanian cases at the European Court of Human Rights engaged with another important dimension of Baltic states' identity and continuity, the importance of politically active citizens supporting independence and defending it through armed resistance, especially highlighting the significance of the partisan movement. Why I put this quote here? Because the case which was in European Court of Human Rights, first case was Vasiliauskas case, and then there was Trelingas case. Both cases concerned killing of Lithuanian partisans by Soviet troops and Soviet KGB and other structures. Because some of you may know, in Lithuania, there was very, very high-level partisan war for 10 years. So since 1944 till approximately 1953. So it took quite a long time for us to give up on our independence. So there were many partisans, about 20,000 of them killed. And they were fighting and hiding in the forests. And they are sometimes called forest brothers or something like that. So, but that was really guerrilla war or partisan war. And Lithuania decided, okay, at least give symbolic justice for the partisans and their descendants, that killing them was Soviet genocide and there should be accountability for that. So in the Vasiliauskas case, Lithuania failed to prove that killing partisans is a part of genocide. Because you know that genocide concept is a very legal concept and it protects groups. It protects national, ethical, religious, and ethical groups. So Lithuania wanted to prove that killing Lithuanian partisan is a very, very important, how to say, destruction of Lithuanian nation, because partisans were actually the one representing Lithuanian nation, because, you know, the whole territory was occupied, and partisans were the ones representing national identity and national, how to say, background. So killing them was like genocide of a nation, of Lithuanian nation. That's tricky legal part, which is very, very difficult to prove. So, of course, in the second case, we were not lucky, but I guess we learned our lessons how to prove that. Lithuania succeeded to prove, in Trelingas case, that killing of Lithuanian partisan leader was genocide. So you can imagine, again, how this case shifted the notion of understanding about Soviet crimes. And I am talking about this case already now for 5 years, and I will be talking about this case probably for the next 5 years. But still, I think that's mindset shifting, because Genocide concept has direct link between the concept of with the nation's right to exist, because you know that genocide is very, very strong word, concept, legal concept. It's a crime of crimes. It's all sometimes it's called like this. So why it is so important, and why so many traumatized nations or groups are saying that they are under genocide? Because really, genocide is the only definition of crime which is protecting the group's right to exist. And this is the main thing when we are talking now about, for instance, about helping Ukraine, about Baltic identity. We are talking also about small states' right to exist, and as well as Ukraine's right to exist. So really, these Baltic historical cases collectively aim to give a voice to the history, because there was no Soviet Nuremberg. And then these cases also each emphasized distinct and vital aspects of Baltic state identity and continuity. So here we have very nice conclusion, so I might read it. Estonia centered on the issue of the legal Soviet occupation. Latvia confronted Russian denial of Soviet crimes and the misleading narrative of liberation, while Lithuania secured the recognition of certain Soviet crimes as the gravest offenses against the nation's rights to exist, constituting the crime of genocide. So this is my main conclusion from my presentation. But probably I really need to emphasize another conclusion from this, that's these cases also shows the shift in post-war and the Cold War legal and political framework, which is particularly important in the context of justice-seeking processes in Russian war against Ukraine since 2014. And the example of the Baltic states indicates that the international legal structures based on the Nuremberg legacy is still a crucial tool in seeking accountability. For this reason, international law, international legal framework, and seeking accountability is crucial for lawyers in all the post-Soviet space, let's say like this. I'm not saying post-Soviet states, but I'm saying in all the countries who were affected by the Soviet regime. I think this is the main thing to save Nuremberg legacy and seeking accountability, at least symbolical. So let me just finalize with the presentation of my recent work, because this presentation is based on the report I was preparing on the Baltic memory laws in Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania. And we also covered, in this project, we also covered Poland, Hungary, Germany, Ukraine, and Russia. So you can find all the reports in PDFs in this website of Memocracy. And let me thank you again for your attention, and we'll be waiting for the questions in the end, probably, of the panel. Yes? Thank you.
So thank you very much for a very interesting presentation, and please keep the connection, because I think it can be very good discussion after the speeches, not only about Baltic states, but also about Balkany states. And let me present you other speaker. Other speaker is Mr. Davor Paukovic, professor at the Faculty of Media and Public Relations at the University of Dubrovnik. And his topic is Dispute Legacies, Croatia and the Memory of Communism. Please, the stage is yours.
On this conference, I'm really pleased to be here with you, and I would like to add what colleagues said before about the Baltic states and Lithuanian case. When we first visit Vilnius in 2015, and the colleague is here, Vieran, with me, we were there together on the COS conference, and there was
we saw the Museum of Genocide, so we thought it's about the Holocaust because few 100,000 Jews killed in Vilnius. And we entered and it wasn't about the Holocaust, it was about what colleagues said before about the Soviet crimes against Lithuania, so we were like shocked. And later, as you probably know, the museum had to change the name because of the international pressure, especially about the Holocaust. So now it's changed its name. Now something completely different. Croatia and Yugoslavia, you probably know that we still don't know. There is a non-reconciliation with the communist past. I would say in Croatia, we still don't know what to do with communism. We have no idea what to do with communism. We have conflicting narratives. We have completely different narratives about that period, and also about what is important if we are talking about transitional justice, about the crimes of the communists and communist regimes. So it's a still very important topic in Croatia. It's not like academic issue, it's political issue. If you are a member of Social Democrats or the Croatian Democratic Union, like two main political parties in Croatia, you already have the sentence what you will say about the history of that period. So it's very like mainstream political narratives in Croatia. So to illustrate what I'm talking about, for the start I will say that I have presented my new book on island of Korčula 10 days ago. And the name of the book is What to Do with Communism, like politics of history and memory about the communist crimes in Croatia and European Union. And I had individuals from the left who are supporting the anti-fascist legacy, the communist legacy, and everything what was done from the 41 to the 1990. And of course, individuals who have very negative narratives about that period. So if you are organizing something like this in Croatia, you would have like both sides here trying to present their own stories. So that's what's going on in Croatia about that subject. Of course, there is differences if you're going far right is more radical anti-communists, or far left is more positive toward the Yugoslav legacy. But you also have a mainstream that is trying to balance between left and right. You probably all know, you probably don't know that Croatian constitution also have that anti-fascist legacy from the Second World War, which created today Croatian state. The borders of today Croatian states are those created by the anti-fascist movement in the Second World War. So that is part of the constitution. So, you know, it's not so easy when you are listening about the Baltic states or the other countries in the Eastern Europe. Yugoslavia is something different, and it's much more contested than it is in Baltic states, of course, and I guess in here also and in other countries of the Eastern Europe. So to understand Croatia, and briefly, I will try to present few things. First of all, to understand Croatian collective memory, we need to know that 20th century traumas should be divided into three different memory regimes. First are fascist crimes of the independent state of Croatia, and the anti-fascist struggle during the World War II, communist crimes, and of course there is something else that is special for the Croatia and for Yugoslavia. Of course, that is war for independence during the 90s, or the Yugoslav wars, what you probably know. And all those three regimes are interconnected, symbolically and narratively. So when you are talking about the Second World War, you will also talk about the war in the 90s. So it's completely connected. So when Serbians and Croats are talking about the war in the 90s, they are using symbols and names from the Second World War. Croats are Ustašas, like Quisling fascist movement from the 40s, and Serbs are Chetniks, who were also collaborating with the Nazi regime. So symbolically, it's all completely connected and crazy. Then, if we are talking about the nation building in Croatia, I'm trying to propose the division into two periods. First period is the 1990s, marked by the establishment of the state, during which the Homeland War became the central myth of the nation building in Croatia. Like modern Croatian state is, the myth is the Homeland War in the 90s. That's the main thing, and there is huge consensus in Croatian society. There is no there is issues about the Croatian crimes during the war, but the main narrative about the war is we created the state, we defended ourselves against the greater Serbian aggression and so on. So it's a big consensus about that. And so it's very important to understand the 90s. The 90s were characterized by greater homogeneity in relation to collective memory, resulting from that specific circumstances of state formation, nationalism, war, which influences all aspects of social and political life. And this is very important to understand. In the 90s, anti-communism manifested itself foremost as anti-Yugoslavism, rather than a criticism of communist political and social elites, as these elites were largely integrated into newly established constellation of Croatian society. That's very important to understand. So the national movement led by the Croatian Democratic Union and Tuđman during the 90s were more than 30% of them were former communists. So it was a national movement. That's why we are not talking about the communists. There is no issue of lustration during the 90s. Far-right wing parties, Croatian Party of Right, during the 90s twice tried to propose the law on lustration. And I will tell you the votes. 69 parliament members voted, and 62 didn't even want to put it on the parliament agenda. So that's how we're going to talk about the lustration in Croatia. So it wasn't possible because of the, and why is that wasn't possible? Because of the Tuđman conception and about the national reconciliation. He was thinking we need national unity from former partisans, anti-fascist communists, whatever you wanna, and Ustašas. And we need to come all together to create a independent state during the War of Independence. So the 90s, that was the issue about the communism and how to deal with communism. You didn't deal too much with communism during that period because you had war and you didn't deal that much with that. You had, of course, all the narratives that we have today also, but it wasn't creating so much conflicting narratives because of the situation, of course, because of the war. And the second period begins in 2000 with the victory of six-party coalition led by Reform Communists from the Social Democratic Party. So Reform Communists came to power in 2000. The new government prompted changes in many areas, including political system, promotion of European integration, and the reinterpretation of collective memory, of course. During that period, we can see the rise of the actors who were promoting anti-fascist legacy and harshly criticized the rehabilitation of the independent state of Croatia. So that's one of the key issues in Croatia when we are talking about the communist crimes. There is, to some extent, there is use of that narratives to rehabilitate the fascists from the independent state of Croatia. That's a huge problem. And from the left, they will always say that. Look at the symbols of the fascists on your commemorations. They are incidents, but they will say that that's the main thing. From the other side, they will say, no, that's not the main thing. The main thing is paying respect to the victims. So it depends where you are standing. I presented one article about media recently, and when you are try to look at the media in Croatia, you will see that division. If it is more left, they will look at that. If it's more right, they will look. Those narratives are also presented in media if you are doing like content analysis. Although after the 2000, there were several episodes marked by dialogue and reconciliation, those conflicting narratives will remain stable in the years to come. I would even say even the choice of the word socialism or communism in public discourse bears a specific value connotation. While the term socialism is more often used as in neutral or more positive discourse on various topics from the Yugoslav period, the term communism is more frequently used in a negative context and almost exclusively when crimes are considered. So it's very, very divided. In a more positive narrative, and that's like Yugoslav exception, probably Vjeran will say something more about that during his presentation about murals. The Yugoslav communist system cannot be fully compared to the rest of the communist Europe, as those countries were directly subordinate to the Moscow, while Yugoslavia was not after the Tito-Stalin clash during the end of the 40s. Yugoslavia's distinct pact was evident in the development of the unique form of socialism. In contrast to Stalinism, Yugoslav citizens lived more of the time in a more liberal society and were able to travel abroad, unlike those in the rest of the communist Europe. Moreover, Yugoslavia enjoyed significant international prestige as a member of the non-aligned movement. Those are the frames used when we are talking positively about the communist legacy. On the other side, critics view communist Yugoslavia primarily through the lens of totalitarianism. From this perspective, systematic violations of human and national rights throughout its existence, along with widespread violence and crimes, particularly in its early years, fundamentally shaped the Yugoslav legacy. So that's like two different narratives that exist in Croatia. Now, I will present those two opposing narratives through two examples. First is Tito. I'm not sure how much you are aware, but the debate about the symbolic significance of Josip Broz Tito has been part of the 35-year-long struggle over the name of the Marshal Tito Square in Zagreb. I'm not sure anybody of you visited Zagreb, so one of the most beautiful and central squares in Zagreb was named by Marshal Tito. So we had a debate for 35 years. And it's clearly illustrated the opposing narratives regarding the Yugoslav legacy and the nature of the communist rule, what I was talking before. Supporters of renaming the square included various organizations, associations, individuals, mostly, of course, from the right-wing political views. Their argument for changing the square name is based on the interpretation that the crimes committed by Tito's communist regime are of such magnitude that they fundamentally define the Yugoslav legacy. So we cannot just say those were incidents. Like that's the main thing about that regime. According to this view, Tito is the primary symbol of a totalitarian regime, and that square cannot be named by him. That's the one view. On the other hand, proponents of retaining the name of Marshal Tito Square emphasize the positive aspects of Tito's rule, particularly the anti-fascist tradition and the victory in the World War II. That's the most important thing. Even moderate communists, moderate anti-communists like Croatian Democratic Union, they are accepting anti-fascist legacy. Like, okay, we are accepting the anti-fascist movement in the 40s, but we are trying to divide anti-fascist movement from the communists. Even Cardinal Bozanic said that during the commemoration in 2015. That was like incredible what he trying to, like you are trying to divide who was leading the anti-fascist movement from the anti-fascist. It's okay, probably. If you are in the Yugoslavia in the 40s and you are joining the partisans, you are not exclusively communists, right? You are fighting against fascists. But the communists took over that movement. So now you are trying to divide that somehow. Because as I said before, in Croatian constitution, anti-fascist legacy is part of the nation building. Because you created state during that part, considering borders, considering Istria, that was connected to the Croatia during that period and so on. So, renouncing the Tito also means for them renouncing the anti-fascist foundations of the Croatian state and engaging in historical revisionism. So the term revisionism, maybe Veran will say something more, is connected with those who are trying to revision the history of the Second World War. The debate has emerged as one of the significant symbolic issues in confronting the communist legacy. So finally, how that thing ended. In 2017, the political alignment in the Zagreb City Assembly, in which former now past Major Bandic majority relied on the right-wing support, resulted in the square being renamed to Republic of Croatia Square. So there is no more Marshal Tito Square in Zagreb from 2017. And now it's not over. In local election in May 2021, a green left political platform, Možemo, achieved a convincing victory, forming a new majority in the city assembly together with the Social Democrats. The leader of Možemo, now Major Tomašević, was part of the protest against renaming the square. So they were expecting he will return the name of Marshal Tito. However, shortly after the election, Tomašević stated in June 2021 that renaming the Marshal Tito Square was not currently a priority for the city administration. So I would say to date nothing changed till this day. I would say probably they think it would be more harmful than beneficial to open that question now, but they are trying to keep their anti-fascist commitment in various other activities, you know, like renaming the names of other streets, but they are not touching Tito right now. So it's still like status quo. And the second very important issue I will just shortly present, it's of course the thing about the communist crimes and the Bleiburg. I'm not sure, did you heard about that? But the central commemoration, the symbol of remembering communist crimes in Croatia is annual commemorative gathering in the small Austrian city of Bleiburg. Now it's banned. If you are looking at that commemoration, we can see main antagonistic frames which are reproduced in speeches, media reports, and comments portraying the Bleiburg commemoration. Supporters of the Bleiburg and the Way of the Cross, should I say a few words about the Bleiburg? Do you know what that is? No need to explain, or I don't know. Maybe in the debate, if there is a questions. Supporters of the Bleiburg commemoration view it as a tragedy of the Croatian people and the symbol of communist revolutionary terror, which has claimed the lives of tens, or if you go more right, then even hundreds of thousands of innocent people. On the contrary, critics state that this was not a tragedy of the Croatian people, but the case of the vanquished collaborationist army, whose fate was the result of the victor's revenge over fascist forces comparable to other countries in Europe. So they will say in France they were killing also ex-fascists. So that's how the left narrative is trying to frame the events at Bleiburg and later on the Way of the Cross. The positive narrative sees all victims as innocent, while the critical narrative questions the innocence of all victims. That's a very important question. I don't know how much in other part of Europe, but innocent, not innocent. Are all victims of communism innocents? They were saying like they were fascists before, so they are not innocents. That's the part of the narrative in critical Bleiburg narrative. there are several competing frames related to the commemoration itself. For supporters, Bleiburg commemoration is a symbol of great tragedy of Croatian people and serves as a way of paying respect to innocent victims of the totalitarian communist regime. And for critics, Bleiburg is a commemoration which is to a large extent being used for historical revisionism and rehabilitation of independent state of Croatia. That's like main critic from the left. And also very important frame for the affirmative narrative pertains to the notion that nobody has been responsible for communist crimes, while the Nazi and fascist perpetrators have been clearly named and prosecuted. That's also really important frame for those who are trying to present and promote remembrance of the communist crimes. Nobody was responsible. In Croatia also, nothing. The Croatian left, just like the left on the European level, is opposed to the equation of fascist independent state of Croatia and communist Yugoslavia, and thus does not accept equal treatment of crimes committed by both regimes. So it's very important from the critics. They are trying, you cannot compare Jasenovac, like the concentration camp of the independent state of Croatia, and Bleiburg. That's where you have even from our colleague, I would say from the left, Ivo Goldstein book, Bleiburg and Jasenovac are not equal. So it's very important frame from the critics of the Bleiburg. So I would stop here, if that's okay, so maybe we can have questions. I have many other things to say about that, but I guess we don't have that much time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it was very interesting for us, and now we can discuss about these two speeches or other speeches about the Baltic experience and about the Balkany experience, if is it possible to say Balkany experience. Are you connected, Mrs. Sagatian? Do you hear us?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, okay. So if you have any questions from the audience, you can ask Mrs. Sagatian or Mr. Paukovic. Okay.
Hello, I would like to ask you, Mr. Paukovic, how is it in the schools? Because when the situation is complicated like this, is there any government idea of how to teach about this part of history? And are the schools political now, or do they pretend that nothing happened, like they did in Austria for 50 years?
Well, that's very good question. Well, probably we do have a curriculum who is also dealing with those subjects about the Jasenovac, Bleiburg, and so on. So depend about the textbook. It's not all textbooks are not the same. That's the one thing, and of course the teachers, what they gonna present. That's also very important. But there is like a mainstream narrative, as I said. Like we have an anti-fascist legacy that is still there, and we are also trying to commemorate communist crimes and say communism wasn't that good, but depends from which side you are looking. When the Social Democrats were in power, then it's different. When the Croatian Democratic Union, like center right, center left, so there is a difference, because that's as I said, it's a mainstream political theme. It's not like, so that there is a difference. But in schools depend, I would say, from teacher to teacher, but the textbooks are okay. When you are looking at the textbooks, most of them are like objective, they are condemning both sides and everything. So but when you are looking at the political narratives, commemorations, media speeches, then it's different, because they are using it for the legitimizing their position, legitimizing the opponents. That's very important to understand. If somebody is here from the left or from the right, I would be completely sure what they're going to say about the history. That's how it is. So textbooks are not that. During the 90s, there was an issue with textbooks, but now I think textbooks it's okay. It's mostly okay, yeah. Even we had few episodes with criticizing the textbooks last year, and from the right, if it's more like, let's say, left, so yeah.
So thank you very much.
I can add.
Yeah, okay.
I can add about the textbooks, actually.
So we can?
If I may, because I'm waiting for the moderator to let me comment.
Yeah, you can add your comment, please.
Okay, because this question about the textbooks is very relevant in the Baltic case as well. I understand that the question was to the different region of Europe, but still on a different angle, which is very interesting and shows a lot about how our region is perceived in the West. So I'm not sure if you know, but in some countries, let's say Italy, Portugal, in some textbooks, for instance, Baltic states are still referenced as being the part of Soviet Union. So you can imagine, 35 years ago, we already escaped Soviet Union, and we, in a mindset of Western countries, unfortunately, we are still there. And if we are still, they are still, perceiving us as such, being Soviet, post-Soviet, it means it's our duty to talk about ourselves and to have our own voice. So this is the example I wanted to share. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I would like to ask you, Mrs. Agatian, about your experience from Lithuania or other Baltic states. How many perpetrators of communist crimes were condemned or punished? And what's the position of Russia? Are they under the Russian protection?
Yes, that's a very good question about the numbers. So I can tell you that the numbers of convicted perpetrators of Soviet crimes, the highest are in Lithuania, because in Lithuania was the most active. Lithuania was the most, had political power to do that. And we started quite early. Lithuania started quite early in criminal proceedings. It was started in 2000s around. And then, there were three stages of courts, and, it took 10 years to go to European Court of Human Rights. And in Lithuania, I believe we have up to 10 convictions. I have the numbers. I have even explicit numbers in one of my research, but not now in my head. But the numbers are not high. We are talking about tens of people. We are not talking about hundreds. We are not talking about thousands. So we are really talking about a very, very symbolical level. And those many cases were, of course, terminated because of the illnesses or the death of the suspected person, because, of the natural reasons. So again, we are not talking about big numbers of convictions in the Baltic states, but Lithuania is the one among the highest numbers.
The position of Russia, are they under the protection of Russia, for example, as refugees or something like this?
So in Kononov case, as I mentioned in my presentation, they really granted citizenship for Kononov to escape, those accusations and to be safe in Russia. In Lithuanian and Estonian cases, that was not the case. There was no official protection. There was political support. There was support against the case in European Court of Human Rights, like legally, trying to protect them, but not granting citizenships. But we have another case of justice for the Soviet victims of the case of January 13. And you know that this happened quite recently in 1990s. So these perpetrators, many of them are still alive, and they are hiding, of course, and they are using the protection they are shielded by the protection of Russia or Belarus. So they were sentenced actually in absentia. And you know what does it mean? When you sentence a person in absentia, it means that that person, if he is hiding, he can avoid any, consequences for the crime he committed. But if he would be available in European Union or in Lithuania or another European country, then that person can be arrested and put to jail according to that conviction. But for Lithuania, it also took 30 years to convict persons who were responsible for the Vilnius TV Tower massacre, where 13 people died because Soviet troops were attacking civilians protecting TV Tower. That was in the eve or the peak of our fight for independence. So even quite recent case had many, many legal struggles.
Okay, thank you very much. So do you have any questions from audience? I can see. So, Mr. Paukovic, we heard so many things about, for example, Goly Otok and after concentration camps. Is it a topic in public discussion in Croatia or in other Balkan states or not? It's my question for you.
Well, it is. Goly Otok is a well-known symbol of the communist repression, especially after, of course, it was established after the Tito-Stalin split in '48. So it is recognized very well, but we didn't use it as a commemorative space. So I remember like 10 years ago, the colleague from Norway came to Croatia, and he was asking me, can I go to Goly Otok? He was very interested in that, and I said, no, you cannot. There's no boat. Now you can, yeah, of course you can, but it's not easy like when you came to Zagreb in November and say, I want to go to Goly Otok. It's during the summer, it's easy, but you don't have, why I'm saying that, because that prison, ex-prison is not used as some kind of memory space, you know, like we still don't know how to organize that. So but as a symbol, it is very well known. Everybody know about Goly Otok, so it's not like, but the government still don't know how to use it completely. There is some plans what to do, but we still didn't see the final project or whatsoever. Yeah.
So thank you very much, Rafał Rogulski, and after Andrea Selig.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Rafał Rogulski, European Network, Remembrance and Solidarity. One question to Mr. Paukovic. Are there any attempts to organize a common commission? Are there any contacts with Serbs in researching of the history of Jasenovac and with establishing maybe a common narrative? I don't know, I'm dreaming, but no. I would like to hear.
No, you are not dreaming. We were dreaming. Vjeran is here. We are organizing Croatian-Serbian relations meeting for 15 years now, and we did create some edited, like tens of edited volumes about the Croatian-Serbian relations from the perspective of reconciliation, not traumatic past, but cooperation and different episodes from our history. That's one of my theses in the last few years, what I'm trying to promote, that we have too much traumatic history. History is not traumas. We are enjoying right now, right? Maybe not now anymore, but it's not war. It's not everything about the trauma. So in Balkan, we are exaggerating. Every day you have one commemoration about some kind of victims of the 20th century. So it's completely crazy. You know, it's hard to look at the future when all what you do is you are digging the graves. So in Croatia, but the problem is we don't have that much power. We are like presented in media, everything is good, but then you have Vučić in Serbia and everything fall apart. It's gone. We are back to the 1990s. And now you are feeding the Croatian nationalists, of course. So it's really hard. Without the political engagement and support and consensus for years, the reconciliation is not a one-sided, you can go backward very, very easy. And that's what happened with Croatian-Serbian relations. We had really great relations during the 2000s, during the President Josipovic and President Tadic. President Josipovic held a speech in Serbian parliament during the and that was like third, fourth, fifth, I don't know, like highlight news during that day. Today, that would be completely impossible. So, no, there was, Vjeran is here, maybe he can say more. There is a RECOM, but the governments didn't support that because it's how you gonna give up the national narratives, like national victimization and to some NGO. So it's a tricky question about the Commission. But there was like some kind of initiatives, and RECOM is still. Vjeran is part of the RECOM, was part of the RECOM, so maybe he can say a few words more.
Additional question to that, the last one. Do you see any chance, for example, in making this problem international, to inviting, for example, international institution to be a part of this discussion, to make a frame for such kind of discussion? Would it be helpful or more contradictory?
I don't know. We had that. So we are in episode 2. That's the problem. We had that during the 90s, at the end of the 90s, at the beginning of the foundations from the Europe were financing our meetings. So it wasn't like we didn't have international support. And then it was, you are okay, you were good. We are switching to something else, and now we are where we were at the beginning. At least when you are looking at the political narratives, I would say mainstream political narratives, but the people are leaving, there's lots of connections. We are traveling, visiting, so life goes on, but political elites make it very, very difficult in terms of reconciliation. That's the thing.
Thank you very much. Andra Selig, please.
I will go a little bit back to Goli Otok. I was lucky I went there, and it's very interesting that to go also to Ms. Sagatien, to the north. It's the same procedure on Goli Otok like it was in Patarai in Tallinn. So you get this horrible monument, you know that there happened horrible things, so the first thing what you do is, okay, you make something with art, and then the artists are running around there trying to clean up the horrible history, but in fact you have to make some kind of protection for the people to learn from it, and it also opens a space where you can discuss not only the theory of what happened horrible, but you can see it on the place where it happened and how the people treated each other in the space. So, for example, on Goli Otok, it would be amazing to have an international conference there to tear the sheeps away, bring the historic and sociologists and psychologists there, and show how it really worked then, so to understand how it works in reality.
I couldn't agree more.
Thank you.
Okay.
I just wanted to, 2 comments. One about also Goli Otok, and I think the reason why it's not a symbol is because, number one, most of the victims were also communists. So it was communists persecuting other communists. And number 2, most of the victims were Serbs or Montenegrins. And actually the number of Croats was actually quite limited. So it doesn't serve that function for the Croatian right wing or Croatian memorialization. So neither the left nor the right in Croatia see it as an effective place to have these. But there are quite a few initiatives, and especially Documenta, which was mentioned earlier, is trying to engage on this. Now, maybe your question about Jasenovac, I think you were asking an international intervention, and there was an initiative in 2020. Tomislav Dulic, who's a professor in Uppsala in Sweden, he tried to organize an international conference starting in Belgrade, then going to Jasenovac, then ending in Zagreb. So that would really be that moment of bringing people together, but we know Corona happened and it was online. So unfortunately, it didn't achieve that missions. But I do think that it would be great if there was another international effort on that part. Now, the footnote or the asterisk I would add here is that who wants that? Because it's such a powerful political tool, and you know, for Serbia or nationalists in Serbia and nationalists in Croatia, it's an effective tool to not be resolved, unfortunately. But, and I know that ENRS has also worked on this subject, but you know, we have to keep trying. And as we heard earlier at one of the earlier presentations, reconciliation, regardless of its ethnic, ideological, isn't one event. It, you know, it takes a lot of time. So, I mean, if ENRS is willing to help out and push the key actors, and not just scholars that are, you know, we're speaking to ourselves, but really also involving policymakers and maybe other people, I think that'd be a great idea. And also bringing experience from other countries in Central Europe, the Baltics, etc., to really work on this, international experts.
Sometimes it's better to start without politicians. Step
Yeah.
by step. We did it once.
Rafał, you have experience with it.
Yes, yes, we did it once
Okay.
with Trianon issue, and we invited only Hungarian and Slovakian and some international researchers for small meetings, not in public. And you know, step by step, it can be probably organized, but to start with the politicians, it can be problematic.
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions or comment on something like this? No. So I would like to thank you both. Your presentation were very good and very inspirative for us, because our conference is about the European context with decommunization. It's a very bad word. So thank you very much. And we can continue with other panel. After the small break, we will discuss about the history, about the law, and now we can discuss about the culture or about the remembrance in public spaces. I think it's a very interesting topic connected with the communism. So I would like to invite moderator of this panel, Dr. Andreas Ehrlich, and every panelist. So you can sit here and we can continue with the panel. And after that, and at the end of this long day of the first day of our conference, I think it will be very interesting time to discuss with a famous Czech writer about alternative history, Alena Monštejnová. So please wait. I think it will be very interesting for everybody, because she is author of a very interesting book about the November 1989 and how was it different, like in reality. So we can discuss about that. And after that, I would like to invite you to second day of our conference. So after the small break, we can continue with the panel number 5. Thank you.
Dobrý večer.
Hello and good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Ček. Když mě Kamil oslovil, ať...
When Kamil reached out to me, I actually remembered the story from 30 years ago. I lived in Vienna. I was 14, roughly, and we were actually discussing Crystal Night at school. And when thinking about it, I found out that my great aunt was thrown out of the window. And it was actually on a spot when there is a ice cream parlor nowadays. And those Viennese are actually lining up there for ice cream, and they're so happy. And I actually went there when finding out about my aunt, and I wanted to have a plaque put on it. And the City Hall official told me, you know what, miss, can you imagine what Vienna would look like if we had a plaque everywhere saying these sad things? And I was thinking about it. I was thinking about Prague, what Prague would look like if we had such plaques, some such memory places around us. And I'm so happy to be here, to get the invitation, to have the possibility to discuss these things, because we will be speaking about the places for remembrance. I'm not going to actually talk anymore, and I will give the floor to Lena Enns, who has come from Berlin. Please, the floor is yours.
Learn from you, and with regard to the time, I will just dive right in. So an oft-quoted portion from Robert Musil's posthumous Papers of a Living Author states, the most remarkable thing about monuments is that no one notices them. There is nothing in the world as invisible as monuments. Without conscious engagement, the meaning and power of memorials is lost to time. Memorialization can be contextualized through informational plaques, discussions, commemorative events, performances, restoration, but also the removal or erasure of monuments. The last is often a result of wars, revolutions, or even a shift in the collective mentality. The upheavals of 1989-91 led to the near universal removal of statues depicting Lenin and Stalin. Where do I push it? Sorry, it doesn't move.
Obrázek? Nefunguje?
No, okay, now it works. As well as the erasure of symbols glorifying the communist regime from public spaces by formerly communist-ruled countries in Eastern, Central, and Southeastern Europe. While some architectural symbols of the communist past remain visible, such as the Palace of Culture in Warsaw, the Palace of the People in Bucharest, or the thousands of bunkers in Albania, after the collapse of communist regimes, successive governments and organizations were able to visibly reclaim and memorialize public spaces. This reclamation has led to a vibrant and diverse landscape of memory in the form of museums, memorials, monuments, and various other commemorative symbols. Today, I would like to look at the practical side of things and tell you a little bit about our documentation project, Commemorative Sites to the Victims of Communist Dictatorships. The Federal Foundation for the Study of the Communist Dictatorship in Eastern Germany has spent the last 20 years cataloging more than 5,000 memorial markers, primarily created after the fall of the Iron Curtain in Germany, Central Eastern, Southeastern, and Eastern Europe, as well as in the successor states of the Soviet Union. But we have not stopped there. Our project extends to documenting sites established outside the former communist sphere of influence in the Western world. These memorials not only commemorate the injustices of communist rules, but also acts of resistance, persecution, and the ultimate overcoming of those regimes. The project aims to comprehensively document the material forms with which we remember and engage with the historical legacy of communist dictatorships. The fruits of our research are being documented in a database which will be available next year online. But today I would like to give you some cursory insight into our project by sharing our observations on the processes of retroactive memorialization and the reappropriation of public spaces. Firstly, we see that following the collapse of communist regimes, in many places a comprehensive renaming of streets, squares, and institutions occurred. In special cases, the busts, monuments, and statues of disgraced functionaries and former heroes were brought together to form so-called sculpture parks. Many of these sites were not curated to reflect and contextualize their collected historical relics, and sort of, for lack of better words, were dumping grounds, maybe, where rocks with faces stand side by side in an open space. And so perhaps some examples of these parks can be seen in Budapest, then in Druskininka in Lithuania, in Sofia, and in Moscow. And maybe following the critique of Musel, and I would like to quote, today monuments should make a little more effort, as we all have to do. Anyone can stand quietly by the road and allow themselves to be looked at. Today, we can demand more from a monument. So secondly, what we observe is that after the upheavals of 89-91, public spaces were not only cleared of monuments, but also repurposed to bring previously tabooed events and overlooked sites back into the collective consciousness. Crime scenes and locations of atrocities, including camps, mass graves, prisons, and execution sites, whose traces were often concealed, erased, or disguised under communism, emerged from what Musel called the Sea of Forgetting. And within the Sea of Forgetting, there stood families and communities forced into silence about the crimes committed against them, their places of suffering, and their suppressed memories of disappeared and murdered relatives. The work of giving supposedly anonymous victims their names and faces back, along with visibility in the public sphere, is largely due to civil society initiatives and the individuals behind them who often themselves have a biography of persecution. So memorials erected at historical crime scenes, such as former campsites and mass graves, often take the form of plaques with names or crosses with photographs when symbolizing individual suffering and martyrdom, or the form of memorial stones and sculptures when referring to persecuted ethnic or religious victim groups. These photos here show examples of individual memorial markers at the mass shooting sites of the Great Terror of 37-38 in Sandomok and Levashovo in Russia. Then here is also a photo of individual markers in Kuropatty in Belarus. And here there are examples of memorial stones dedicated to particular victim groups. And I would also like to stress how much strength, perseverance, and effort it takes from those involved to erect memorials or affix commemorative plaques. And in the context of new injustices and crimes in Belarus, within Russia, and the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, it is clear how complicated and perilous it is to erect and maintain memorials, even in the 21st century. And although these numerous decentralized memorials carry great symbolic and emotional value, several sort of central monuments commemorating the victims of communism and honoring anti-communist resistance can also be identified. A very prominent example is this memorial to the victims of communism here in Prague, which you know better than I do. Then there are other examples can be seen in the National Memorial to the Memory of the Anti-Communist Resistance in Bucharest. Then there is the Gloria Victis Memorial in Hungary, or the Post-Block Memorial Complex in Tirana. In 2019, the German Bundestag approved the construction of a memorial to commemorate the victims of the communist dictatorship in Germany, which will be erected in Berlin in the coming years, and our federal foundation has been assigned as the central coordination office for the realization of this memorial. A large number of memorials created after 1989 also referred to specific events, crime complexes, and collective experiences of suffering that affected entire nations. Examples of these include memorials to the Holodomor in Ukraine and the famine in Kazakhstan. So our project has been able to document over 1,700 memorials to the victims of the Holodomor in Ukraine, the fate of which remains uncertain since the 24th of February 2022. Then we know of more than around about 260 memorials commemorating the crimes of mass terror in the Russian Federation, many of them, including in the Sandomok and Levashovo cemeteries that I just mentioned, now fall victim to internal repressions, are being destroyed or disappear without trace. And sort of the memorial plaques of the Last Address campaign have similarly been affected, and this is an initiative launched by the human rights organization Memorial, and it's an analogy to the Stolpersteine, Stumbling Stones projects, but the plaques here mark the last known addresses of victims of mass terror. Then the murder of 22,000 Polish military personnel and intellectuals ordered by Stalin and known worldwide under the cipher of Kaitun has also found its way into the collective memory and the material culture of remembrance, not only in Poland itself, but also in the countries of Central, Eastern, and Western Europe. And the sculpture that is in the middle is in Jersey City, and which, in my opinion, is particularly impressive, and a particularly impressive example of the more than 180 memorials to the victims of cartoon that we were able to record in the project. But then also remembrance extends beyond crimes. It also honors acts of resistance and revolutions against communist rules. Such acts of defiance include the East German uprising on the 17th of June 1953, the Hungarian Revolution and the uprisings in Poland in 1956, the Prague Spring in 1968, and the peaceful and violent upheavals of 89-91. And this year, the Federal Foundation published a volume highlighting over 150 markers that commemorate the peaceful revolution in Germany. So the re-establishment of the canon of remembrance and the erection of diverse memorial landscapes was, however, not completely new. This movement often drew on memorials that were created by diaspora communities even before the fall of the communist regimes. And I would like to mention just a few examples, quite impressive. That's a German example. And quite impressive is the Hill of Crosses in Šiauliai, Lithuania, which developed into a pilgrimage site since the Polish-Lithuanian uprisings against the Tsarist foreign rule in the 19th century. And pilgrims have since erected crosses here as a symbol of desire for freedom and popular piety. And the Soviet occupation of the country and the onset of repression saw a rapid increase in the number of memorials erected, and until the Central Committee of the Lithuanian Communist Party had over 2,000 crosses torn down and the hill flattened in 1961. Such was the power of this place that undeterred locals continued secretly erecting memorials at night. And when Lithuania regained its independence in 1991, more than 55,000 life-sized crosses could be seen on the former hill. Then the first memorial to the Hungarian Revolution was erected in Bolzano in Italy, already in 1956, followed by a memorial stone in Andau, Austria, in November 1966. And the latter was erected on the exact spot where the so-called Bridge of Andau was located, and there nearly 70,000 people fled from Hungary to Austria in November 1956 before the bridge, and this is a reconstruction here on the photo, was blown up by Soviet troops. And I don't have a picture for this, but the first memorial to the victims of Stalinism in Germany was unveiled in November 1951 in the West Berlin district of Charlottenburg, and by way of a victims' initiative. Various memorials to the victims of cartoon were also erected before 1989. Examples can be seen from right to left. In Cannock Chase in UK in September 1979, and in Birmingham in 1980, and then in Toronto in the same year. And the design of numerous commemorative signs is often influenced and intertwined with the reactivation of national and religious symbols, which could now carry a positive connotations due to their taboo status and suppression during communist rules. The most common example of this design is seen in the use of crosses, as well as the depictions of saints and martyrs within the norms of Christianity. In the example of the Holodomor, In the example of the Holodomor, numerous crosses, depictions of the Virgin Mary, and stones with restrained and simple formal language can be seen, with reference to agriculture and its associated stylistic elements, such as ears of grain, loaves of bread, flowers, or farming tools to commemorate the victims. And this symbology tells us that the Ukrainian farming community was the main victim of the famine. And the religious depiction of Mary with the infant Jesus is canonized in the Orthodox and Uniate churches, but could also be interpreted as a national depiction of Mother Protectress or Mother Ukraine with her people. A cursory glance at the memorial landscape involving remembrance of the upheavals of 1989 reveals a formal language with historical and national connotations. In Germany, memorials to the peaceful revolutions often take the form of candles or round tables. In the Baltic states, there are memorials whose design refers to the Baltic chain. In the Czech Republic, there are various memorials designed in the form of keys, and this is actually something I would really love to learn more about from you, maybe in the discussion afterwards. And coming to the end of my presentation, I would like to highlight one of the most famous structures that embodies multiple levels of meaning, which is a visible sign of state repression, a testament to the impotence of those in power, and a world-famous symbol of inhumanity, the Berlin Wall, which is today a symbol of freedom. And while there are now only a few remnants in Berlin itself, with the East Side Gallery being probably the best known, the wall's pieces can be found in 62 countries and at more than 500 locations worldwide, from Canada to South Africa, from Mexico to Japan, from South Korea to Australia and New Zealand. So we see that memory can take many forms and many meanings with the flow of time, but without a place to anchor it, memories can become lost and forgotten. And in this vein, I would like to close with a request. When you discover a monument, a piece of the wall or a memorial plaque, and it doesn't necessarily have to be in Guatemala, like in this photo, be it in your city, in your region, or basically anywhere around the world, please send us pictures and informations, and so we can continue to give remembrance a place. Thank you very much, and I hope it was 12 minutes.
Thank you very much. It was perfect. Předtím tam ležely knížky, které už
There were books in the foyer, books on monuments. There are tens of them, 10 copies. So perhaps we'll manage to bring more books on monuments tomorrow, because it would be interesting to read them with regard to this presentation. And now I would like to ask Mr. David Hanna to say a few words regarding Prague. Well, thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you for the introduction. I would just like to say that I am a research assistant at the Center for Regional and Political Geography at the Department of Social Geography and Regional Development at Charles University. I don't know to what extent you know what this part of the faculty deals with. That's why I included this introductory slide. There are some definitions of political geography, and some key words, key terms such as space, spatialness, mutual relations, time, space relations. So geography deals with various issues in space that is interconnected and is developing in time. It also studies interactions and hierarchy. So hierarchy is between the local level, regional level, and the global level. So this presentation wants to introduce attempts at politicization of public spaces in space through monuments, and shows you how geography can help this purpose, and how the citizens might react to this politicization of public space. This is closely connected to the concept of public symbolical space. This should explain concentration of political activities in public space. But at the same time, it should describe the behavior of political actors, people who, in one way or another, describe political opinions in public space. This political public space, this political symbolic space, is often used to send a message or a political opinion. So it is anchored in the space of a city, and it has an impact on the concentration of political objects. So my question is, why are the most important demonstrations in Prague or in the Czech Republic held basically in two places only in Prague? So we could say that this is due to the fact that these are large squares, but there are many such areas in Prague, or several of them. And no demonstrations take place there, such as the Rohan Island. We wouldn't expect a demonstration at the Rohan Island. So why is that? It is due to the symbolic value of these places, the Wenceslav Square as well as Letná. Here is the symbolism of Wenceslav Square, which played a crucial role in all key moments of Czech history, Czech modern history since 1918. And something similar could be said about Letná. Letná Park, its symbolism starts in 1918 with the establishment of the First Republic, where Letná was supposed to be built up and turned into government quarters. But this place became highly symbolical, and the symbolism was used by other regimes, communist regime, as well as the subsequent democratic regime. Again, used the symbolism of this Letná Park. Stalin's monument is a great example of this symbolic value, because Stalin's monument was created at Letná, and the place where Stalin's monument was installed was where parliament was supposed to be built during the First Republic. So the communists used the symbolism that was anchored since the times of the First Republic. And they also tried to distort the collective memory of our society. This high symbolic value of Letná is supported also through our political graffiti research. Research conducted in Letná as well as in Bubenec, in the choice and neighborhood. We conducted research before and after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And we were lucky enough to conduct this first round of the research before the invasion, because we could not have expected this invasion happening. But after the invasion, a bulk of political demonstrations or political expressions was relocated in front of the Russian embassy in Bubenec, but still Letná remained the main place gathering most of political manifestations and expressions. So we can see that Letná has a highly symbolic value in political dialogue. And this brings me to the topic of monuments. We conducted a research 2 years ago. We used public sources to create a database of all monuments in Greater Prague, so let's say the greater center of Prague. And we tried to explain the concentration of individual monuments through the symbolism of space. Monuments can be considered symbolic representations of social or societal discourse, of collective memory or national identity. And it is an attempt to anchor these items in public space, because it helps anchor the narratives connected to the social discourse. And it could serve as a reminder not only for the people who lived through these events, but also future generations. An ideal example of these types of monuments is the monument at Národní třída reminding us of the events of the 17th of November 1989. And it is a highly symbolic place, not only for the generation that lived through that, but also subsequent and future generations. Most monuments in Prague are devoted to the events of World War II. Because we have to remind ourselves of this great catastrophe. And we have to remind also future generations of that. And Prague is not alone, and this could be said about all the capital cities in Europe. But we also encountered interesting national uprising period or national revival period. Which was aimed against German nationalism. But we also found that communist regime had only a few monuments, which were quite actually small and not that visible. Most monuments today also are supposed to create dialogue between the audience and the monument. So today we don't see huge monuments from the period of national revival or national awakening. But it is not but the role of these monuments sometimes creates certain conflicts because it can cause a change of political discourse or can be connected to the change of political regime, because the most important monuments often become places of political conflicts. The reason is that in case of regime change, this political space is disrupted and two symbolisms start clashing together. So two political discourses clash. There are two symbolisms, and these symbolisms are represented by different groups of citizens. We have a group of citizens who adopts the new political discourse, the new symbolism, and the second group of citizens who still remains faithful to the old political discourse, the old symbolism, which does not necessarily have to mean that they are promoters of the previous regime. It can be, like a thing of conservative values, or it could be the result of disinformation or fake news. So this is the case of Koněv's monument in Davice, Marshal Koněv's monument, where we saw the clash of new and old symbolism, because the old symbolism was highly supported by propaganda, fake news, and symbolism coming from the current Russian regime. And these monuments of Soviet army or Red Army are the most visible example of the clash of political narratives and political views. Perhaps another example includes monuments that are related to Austria-Hungary, because to a certain point they represent the Czech-German conflict, national conflict. So in this regard, we also found out that even the Czech-German national conflict still resonates in the public space. And this is my last slide. What's interesting when we talk about the conflicting or clashing symbolisms is that if a monument was removed due to the fact that it became, point of clashes, the symbolism remains. This is quite typical, especially for the Stalin's monument at Letna, because even the name and the symbolism still resonates, even though it is used to completely different purposes. Now there is famous skate park, which is called Stalin Square. It is also a center of subculture, a center for political graffiti. So it is actually used for completely opposite purposes than the Stalin's monument actually represented. So it's quite interesting that the monument was removed, torn down, but the place still bears its name, even though it's used for completely opposite purposes and activities. So when it comes to reconciliation or non-reconciliation with the past, it is quite difficult in the Czech Republic. And perhaps you could say that it's worth it to even sometimes use the old symbolism, because the new society takes the old symbolism but looks at it through the prism of the current political discourse. And it is perhaps even better than trying to, change the old symbolism, or let's say, silence of the old symbolism. So that's it on my behalf, and here are, like the sources that I used for my presentation. Thank you for attention. Thank you very much. And I think that Martin Schmuck could not imagine a better introduction for his presentation.
Dobrý večer. Hello. English, so I'll probably speak English, and I do apologize to the majority of Czech speakers because it just feels that once the texts are in English, I should accompany them with talk in English. I will go from concrete locations to language, education, and then back to concrete locations in Prague. And I have to say I'm very much impressed by this panel because what we say really does interconnect. My talk should be about the ability to face own past, and like with many other things, the handling of topics that could be labeled as Jewish could serve as an interesting litmus test. The image you're looking at comes from the archives of the Secret Service, let's call it that. Security Services Archive is the official name of ABSČR. It's a picture capturing Desider Galský, who was a personality being followed, next to the second oldest preserved Jewish cemetery in Prague, which was being destroyed at the time when this picture was taken. I'm not sure if you know where that cemetery is. It's not that cemetery that every visitor of Prague goes to. It's a different cemetery. It's the cemetery that followed it chronologically. In the 60s, the cemetery was liquidated by burying all the stones under the ground. There are a few images of that. So we are in the 60s when a public park is being created from the majority of the cemetery because citizens want a public park and not a Jewish cemetery. And I could do a whole lecture about that, but we don't have time. In the 80s, the public park with the graves in it was dug up, and something you probably know, the TV tower was built there. On the location were those graves of the most influential Jewish families of the time of opening up of opportunities were located. You can today play mini golf. And it's quite probable that the graves are actually still there under the mini golf in that concrete location. It actually looks more like this than the beautiful PR picture. That much for authentic locations in Prague. The TV Tower of Prague is basically the biggest Jewish tombstone in the world. And nobody knows that. So now you know. But what I will really talk about is how something so simple as the letter je could become a carrier of stereotyping and propaganda and forced labeling that gets nicely manifested by both of the totalitarian regimes that ruled in our country. It's a specifically Czech thing, but you can write the word for a Jew in two different ways. You can write it with capital J, or you can write it with small j. In an ideal situation, the big J denotes a national Jew, and the small J denotes a Jew who is just a Jew. But as we all know, it's quite often other people than the Jews who label the Jews. And talking about public spaces, I think language and the printed version of language are also a public space. To talk about what the communist regime did with the letter J, we have to go into the time of the so-called Second Republic of Czechoslovakia, which was this thing that existed for 6 months and introduced most of the initial anti-Jewish legislation that this country faced. The government had a special session about the Jewish problem. They discussed the Jewish question, and they declared that the Czech-Slovak Republic will be looking into solving the Jewish question. And the actual quote from that time is that the attitude of the state towards those Jews who have long been settled in the territory of the Republic and who do have a positive relationship to the needs of the state and its nations will not be hostile. By which statement you basically say that Jews don't belong to the nations of the state. And we don't have time to go into more of that, but from the very same newspaper that this quote comes from, there are 3 more examples of media of the Second Republic really obsessing with the so-called Jewish questions. There are way too many Jewish refugees, and they're carriers of the German spirit, so they could be quite dangerous for Czechoslovakia. There also are way too many Jews that are starting to study agriculture, because if you were a trained agriculture worker, laborer, your chance of getting a visa somewhere grew quite rapidly. Canada, Australia, and even Palestine. That's the Second Republic, where they are writing Jews with capital J in most of the locations to denote that they are not part of us, but they are a completely different nation. But at the same time, you see that while they are in the text following their own ideology, in the header they don't. Because the rule wasn't still very clear. It became extremely clear once the Nazi German occupying forces came. It became compulsory to use capital J, because the Jews are a different race. There was a decree about capital J, and the local collaborators welcomed it big way. You have a quote there in English, you can also read it in Czech. Whoever writes the word Jew with a small j is claiming that Jews are different just by their religion. Such a person doesn't belong among the new educated classes. This is the protectorate. Interestingly enough, after the liberation, there was again a discussion of the Jewish question, because way too many Jews were transiting through the territory of post-war Czechoslovakia, and it was causing trouble. It was causing trouble with the British, because they feared that all those Jews will go to Palestine. It was causing trouble with the Americans, because they were fearing that all those Jews will come to the American occupation zones in Germany. There is a quote that's very often repeated of the pre-war and post-war president Edvard Beneš: "I regard the establishment of a Jewish state in Palestine as the only possible and just solution of the world Jewish question." But it's not the whole quote, because what he really said about the world Jewish question was a little bit longer statement that shows how regimes don't change with a clear-cut end and a clear-cut beginning, but that, the machine jumped way too ahead, but that the regimes carry over the population and the stereotypes with them. Because the whole quote of President Beneš was, "Those who refuse to emigrate must completely assimilate into the nation in which they settle. If they do not assimilate, they will live as foreigners in the host state." Post-war Czechoslovakia, as you probably know, was attempting to become a nation state with no minorities. The Jewish minority was actually abolished after the war. It ceased existing because those Jews who felt they are national Jews were supposed to go to Palestine. An Israeli embassy was gradually established in Prague, actually quite late. I bet you have heard stories about all the help of Czechoslovakia to the newborn state of Israel. I'm not sure you heard how much of that help after February 1948 was based on building of socialism, because it was. It was based on orders from Moscow and on the mutual shared dream of creating socialist society. This is the Czech minister Nejedlý receiving a Hebrew edition of Das Kapital from the representatives of the Israeli embassy on the territory of said embassy. This love gets broken by 1949 when there are elections in Israel. Israel doesn't become a people's democracy, and Moscow and its satellites start looking for other friends. You have heard about the show trials. You have probably heard about the communist regime collecting information on all the people that it regarded as Jews, and they were still a little bit confused what to do with this letter J. So even in the reports connected to the show trial with the so-called Anti-State Conspiracy Center, which is generally known as the Slansky trial, they kept switching between big J and small J. You can see that the person who typed up this secret internal ministry report about the people demanding deportation of all the Jews to Palestine, which incidentally was what all those conspirators were accused of arranging as their conspiracy against the state, you can see that there is a typo, that initially either a small one was written or a big one was written, and then it was corrected. We don't have time to go into the details, but what is fascinating is how the communist totality dealt with the problem of big or small J. The people who were sentenced in this big show trial got out by negotiating that they would be executed as people of Jewish origin, not as Jews. But following the trial, the regime solved the issue of big or small J by simply labeling anybody with any Jewish ancestry, real or imagined, as a Zionist. He wouldn't use the term Jew. They are Zionists, and every Zionist is a spy, an American spy. Now I want to play one clip that was left in my presentation after the shortening of the presentation time, which will carry you over to the time when I was growing up, 1980s. Documentary and educational program of the Czechoslovak television.
Sionisté tvrdí, že sionismus vznikl už v době zavedení Židů do zajetí, tedy v 6. století před naším letopočtem. Ve skutečnosti je však poněkud mladší. Objevil se, či přesněji řečeno, byl uměle vytvořen až v 90. letech minulého století. Celý podnik tehdy financoval jiný židovský bankéř, baron Rothschild. Co je podstatou sionismu? Jeho základ tvoří dvě ústřední myšlenky.
Lev Pinsker tvrdí, že antisemitismus je dědičná nemoc.
Judofobie je psychická úchylka. Jako taková je děděna a jako nemoc děděná 2000 let je nevyléčitelná.
Theodor Herzl obvinuje celé lidstvo.
Všechny národy, mezi nimiž žijí Židé, jsou skrytými nebo otevřenými antisemity.
Prvním sionistickým postulátem je tedy věčnost a přirozenost antisemitismu. Nemá cenu proti němu bojovat. V žádné společnosti nemohou žít lidé různých národů v přátelství a shodě. Pro Židy je proto prý jediným řešením vytvoření zvláštního židovského státu a upevnění segregace Židů v ostatních zemích.
Achat Hám převzal rasistické teorie Friedricha Nietzscheho, pouze je zbavil arijského komponentu.
Shodneme-li se na tom, že nadčlověk je nejvyšším cílem, musíme se také shodnout na tom, že nezbytnou podmínkou pro dosažení tohoto cíle je nadnárod.
Nadčlověk, nadnárod. Sionismus tedy spojuje tradiční náboženské dogma o vyvolenosti Židů Bohem s novými rasistickými teoriemi Nietzscheho. Má tak být zaručen statut Židů jako celosvětového exteritoriálního národa, národa výjimečného, odlišného od všech ostatních. Je to tedy jistý antisemitismus na ruby. Sionisté vycházejí ze stejného základu jako například nacisté, pouze z teze o odlišnosti Židů vyvozují opačné závěry. Čistou nordickou rasu vystřídala čistá rasa židovská. Proč však tato teorie vznikla právě v 90. letech?
I will cut. Thank you for taking the sound down, because we don't have time to listen how the Zionists did this, because they wanted to separate the Jewish laborers from the other laborers. This is the practical result of the last wave of anti-Zionist campaign in mid-80s that was reacting to the Israeli invasion to Lebanon and resulted not only in propagandistic educational programs like the one you just saw a clip of, but also destruction of many of the surviving visible remnants of Jewish existence in the country throughout the 80s until the very end. Some of the dates are very surprising: liquidation of synagogues and cemeteries, cemeteries often turned into public parks like the one here in Prague at the same time. But there was no issue with the Jews, because Jews basically don't exist anymore. We have the Zionists and Czechs and Slovaks. I will try to jump to the very end of my presentation now, because you probably know that in reaction to this very harsh Bolshevik propaganda that was applied since 1949 until 1989, Czech Republic is very strongly pro-Israeli. And I suspect part of the motivation really is in opposing the constant Bolshevik brainwash, but opposing it to a degree that brings back similar stereotypes, only turned around. What was regarded as a negative stereotype became a positive stereotype, and you can see quite a few people who are ideologically rooted in really extreme right-wing ideologies being the most, or among the most stringent supporters of Israel, like Mr. Bartosz here, before he became a completely open anti-Semitic warrior. So we shouldn't forget about the fact that stereotype remains a stereotype even when it becomes positive, if it reacts to propagandistic claims that were started with a lie. And I know I should stop talking, but I will try to show you those QR codes for a testimony-driven walk through the city of Prague, because all the things that didn't fit into my speech are basically there. The QR codes would bring you to the application for smartphones, which is called iVox, and you can learn a lot about all of this complex and complicated history that may be very educational about ourselves and our future. Thank you.
Díky, Martine. Ponoření se do těch kontextů a veřejného
Getting deeper into these contexts is quite crucial, and it could be a good start for an open discussion. So, who has been to Croatia out of you? How many people visited Croatia? So now you'll see Croatia in a slightly different perspective. So the next time you go there, you might be surprised. So I'm glad that we have the professor here who will now show us the contemporary Croatia.
Lectures earlier today, and I'm glad I'm coming at this point in the conference because I'm going to build upon what we heard from Davor, who gave an excellent background to the debates about communism, anti-communism, anti-fascism, and fascism in Croatia, and the fellow panelists who talked a lot about sites of memory, which I think are also relevant. And I'm going to now try to look into more popular cultural representation, so moving from the more official monuments and public space that we heard earlier today and earlier on this panel, and now looking at murals and also political graffiti. So as Davor mentioned, in Croatia and actually the former Yugoslavia, we have these three overlapping memories or traumatic memories of the 20th century in former Yugoslavia, not just the Second World War and the legacy of communism, but also the wars of the 1990s. We've already heard a little bit about sites of memory and also this idea of negative heritage. What do you do with monuments from a former regime? And I'm adding another concept here, this idea of urban palimpsests, which is really relevant for graffiti and murals, all the different layers. I mean, we can think about palimpsests in the urban cityscape, but also on the walls, the way we read a city. We saw a little bit in David's presentation just about talking about the war in Ukraine. I think also you can see the various debates going on. And one of the starting points, if we're talking about reconciliation or memory or dealing with the past, it's not just about building a monument or, as you probably know, in Northern Ireland, painting a mural. It's what is on those murals, what are the symbols, how do we talk about the past? What is it, an image that perpetuates conflict or one that tries to lead to reconciliation of some kind? I'm not going to get too much into the monuments, but in the former Yugoslavia, there were many memorials that were built. In Croatia, about 6,000 to anti-fascism in the Second World War. Some that are very basic with texts, others that are more figurative. We also know that the symbol of the Red Star, the communist symbol, was applied not just to actual members of communist resistance or anti-fascists, but also all kinds of victims of fascism. Here's an example of a crypt in the Gonars camp in Italy, where a lot of the victims were actually children. Also, we can see each of them have the Red Star on there. And then perhaps you've also seen these ideas of the socialist modernism. It was a phase of memorial building in the former Yugoslavia, these almost abstract, alien-like memorials that have become quite popular on memes and on photographs and so on, stripped of the explicit symbols, but still celebrating the revolution or the past. Davor mentioned some of these as well in his lecture, why the Yugoslav case is perhaps a little bit different. They like to talk about the Yugoslav exceptionalism. I also think there are many things that are similar with the other former communist states in Europe, but there was this homegrown anti-fascist resistance movement. There was actually national liberation in parts of Istria and other territories. There was the break with Stalin. The 70s and 80s, we had more cultural liberalism, and we also heard Yugoslavia was somehow positioned between the East and the West. So dealing with the communist past is a bit different. And with the collapse of Yugoslavia and the destruction, we also had the collapse of this common memory, and that involved the destruction of many monuments. In Croatia, 6,000 monuments were approximately built. About 3,000 were destroyed during the wars of the 1990s. So this post-Yugoslav space, we have on one hand revisionism, which is also a distortion of the past, but also Yugo-nostalgia. Okay, looks like the image is flipped over. It's an image of Draža Mihailović and Tito on a souvenir stand in Belgrade. So you now have both being sold equally. We also heard it wasn't just a fight against communism, but also the Yugoslav state, and for Croatia, a battle against a greater Serbia, a greater Serbian aggression. And in many cases, this anti-communism is used by the right wing to actually rehabilitate collaborators or fascist collaborators across the former Yugoslavia, especially in Croatia. We heard about the Ustaša. There's also some question about youth and how we think about the past. This is from a project almost 13 years ago. It shows sort of this division about how people in Croatia think about the past. So this is the Ustaša, the fascists. Did they fight for Croatian interests? We see about 36% agree, 27% disagree. So then there's the intermediate. So the fascist collaborators, there's a divided opinion on them. Very similar for the partisans as well. Were these anti-fascist partisans fighting for Croatian national interests or not? So we see that there is quite a bit of division, this red and black division, and as the second part of my presentation, we can see it also being displayed on the walls. If we're reading the city walls or the urban walls to get a sense of the public opinion. This is also from the same report and the investigation. Do you regret the collapse of Yugoslavia? And we see that in Croatia and Kosovo, there's the very low numbers. But those countries that weren't as successful in the post-communist or post-socialist transition, which are still have uncertain borders, perhaps the Yugo-nostalgia is much stronger. And we can see that especially in Bosnia-Herzegovina or even Serbia and Montenegro. So this desire or positive remembrance of the common state is much stronger in those countries that haven't quite had the same kind of transition. And we've already heard quite a bit about memorials in the public space, those that were built before and those that are now being built. So that's the same across the former Yugoslavia. Here's an example of two from Croatia, the destruction of the communist or anti-fascist heritage and being replaced by new monument space. This one's to the War of the 1990s. This one's from Vukovar with new symbols. And the combination of graffiti and symbols and monuments then has taken place during this transition to attack the former memorials and space with the symbols of the other side, including these fascist symbols that we see here of the Ustaša movement. These are all, so it's not just destroying a monument, but actually tagging it. We also heard about Tito as a central image and a central motif of the former Yugoslavia. He still plays a powerful role. So is it Tito the hero or Tito bandito? So these are debates and battles that go on in the political space, such as we heard about the square in Zagreb, but also in the more vulgar world of spray painting and challenging the various battles. Earlier, I had done a lot of work on top-down memorialization. That was a project that Davor and I had, Framing the Nation, where we looked on official commemorations about how to deal with the past, and we saw that the different political groups still debated about this. But for my new project, I thought, let's look at bottom-up. So how are these debates transmitted through popular culture? I'm looking at the murals and graffiti, and colleagues are also looking at music, but also films and film festivals. So you can check that out there. So now getting into the final second half, arguing that actually murals and graffiti are not just vandalism, but these are ways we can also read what the streets think, but these are also functioning as official sites of memory. Here's an example from Zadar, and this mural actually shows all three of those levels that I was talking about. An image of a soldier, Croatian soldier, that looks like he's from the Second World War with the coat of arms from the Second World War. The phrase on top says, "Our storm doesn't stop," so referring to the war of the 1990s, Operation Storm. And then once this mural was tagged, someone said, "We're waiting for you." So the hammer and sickle crossed out. So we've got communism, Second World War fascist state, and the 1990s war all mixed up into one mural. And this is not just some kids spraying it on the wall, but we see huge numbers of veterans protesting and mobilizing there when the city council wanted to remove this, because Zadar is a town of tourism, and this is on the entrance. So these are, I'm arguing, murals actually play a role. It's a shift now from the classic sites of memory, and the memory scape and the memory production is being taken place on the walls with all of its symbols. So for example, here we see a famous image from the fall of Vukovar, the battle in 1991, and what has been added have been horns, but also the red star onto the helmets, also with these Chetnik symbols, these Serb nationalist symbols, and this is on other murals as well. This one is naming names for rape victims in Vukovar that haven't been prosecuted. They're claiming that this amnesty law has not really resolved everything. We can see on the glove the two symbols. So they're equating communism with this Serb nationalism. There was an attempt in 2018 to talk about symbols and how it's used. A document for dialogue was issued. A lot of intellectuals were involved with this, but nothing happened about this. The government just didn't act on it. So we have a document, but no actual laws about regulating these symbols. And we can see apparently the rival groups crossed out each of the symbols they don't like. Moving over to other parts of the former Yugoslavia, we have here also in Serbia, lots of very interesting, sometimes schizophrenic messages on the walls from this glory to the partisans. And the one on the right is particularly interesting because we have one group saying death to capitalism, and apparently some, I guess, right-wing groups here creating a really bizarre connection of Tito, NATO, and the Ustasha movement. So it's all various groups, ideologies rolled into one. Bosnia-Herzegovina also has lots of graffiti and monuments and a very also divided memoryscape. But I would like to point out one author, Benjamin Cengic, and he is actually, because of the destruction of a lot of these monuments, he's actually using murals and mural art to kind of return the memory of the murals through this muralscape. Another place in Serbia, this is in Niš, and it was a concentration camp, but we've seen also anti-communist slogans being written here, including "This monument is a commie lie." So these graffiti can also challenge and attack the memorial space, and not just, well, because of the rise of murals as sites of memory, now we see graffiti attacking the mural space. And maybe you might have heard of this mural of Ratko Mladic, the war criminal. It was in Belgrade. It was a site of many, many attacks and debates. And next to him was this Draža Mihailovic, who's the leader of the Chetniks from the Second World War. And he's been tagged. Here we see criminal and traitor. And then also in Split in Croatia, these pro-fascist symbols also being tagged by the red star. So these debates that we've also heard earlier, the divisions, the different narratives, now we see really taking place on the city walls, and you can really read it. And the name of this conferences, this non-reconciliation. And maybe Davor would here disagree with me, but in a way, I think that there is a debate and a discussion. I mean, I think in Croatia, at least, there is an open discussion. And sometimes the fact that there are monuments being built, being destroyed, various graffiti, I mean, maybe that is the discussion to have, and that it's going on multiple levels, in academia, in politics. Here we have an example of a wall. So, I mean, they're not even crossing each other out. They're just sort of, I don't know who the blue is. I guess those are liberals, maybe? But they're saying correct. And sort of to wrap up about this idea of reconciliation, with all these monuments being built, destroyed, the symbols, etc. So the Slovenes have built a big monument to all the victims of all the wars. I don't know if anyone has seen this one. So they spent millions of euros building 2 blank walls. Their solution, no symbols. Now, does this actually also make sense? I mean, also colleagues here have looked at a lot of monuments. I don't know what they think, or should we just not build monuments at all? That's also, after the post-Black Lives Matter discussion, is just, should we move beyond granite? Why are we spending all this money building these things? So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I think you would like to get us off stage as soon as possible, because the time is time machine. Yeah. Okay, are there any questions? Nějaké otázky? Or any questions?
I have jotted down a few comments. Yes, I would like to ask about something. Czechoslovakia in 1948, when Czechoslovakia, the communist regime, was supporting Israel, there are classified documents, and they show that the situation was unclear. It was not so clear. It was not that Czechoslovak government was controlled from Moscow. There were many salesmen who knew that Czechoslovakia had actually arms that could help Israel. And there were actually also exercises for volunteers organized here in Czechoslovakia, and those volunteers were then going to Israel. And those documents show that there was some initiative on the side of the Czechoslovak government and the Czechoslovak citizens who were playing a part in it. Another piece of evidence that shows that the situation was not a clear-cut was that actually secret services were monitoring the politics in Israel. And of course, Ben-Gurion actually went to actually swayed to the U.S. And those of you who are actually focusing on the Russian issue and problematic, those of you who actually can access Jewish archives, the fact that Soviet Union was the only guarantor to actually make sure that the Holocaust could not repeat itself. That was actually seen here. However, Jews did not disappear during the communist regime. The reason was that the that the security services, they were monitoring Jews. They were always actually the focus of the state security service. And of course, 2018, we celebrate it, 1918, we celebrate it as the day of the creation of independent Czechoslovakia, but it was also the day when Jewish pogroms started. Well, let me say something. I think it is very important to say something about this issue. I am very often actually in Florida, and Jews are actually many there. And I remember that they wanted to actually help and support Israel, and it was actually not easy. The American administration was not willing to help the state of Israel during those days, those times. Czechoslovakia was a unique country that was helping to create the state of Israel. Of course, there were other events when the communist Slansky was murdered and Jan Masaryk, the Thomas Garrick Masaryk's son, was murdered, and there were Jews actually fleeing through Poland and through different countries. I think it was much more complex. I am a proponent of Hannah Arendt, and I know that Hannah Arendt was able to get in conflict with her Jewish colleagues. But when I actually worked as a translator, I found out that the distinguishing the correct writing of the word Jew, whether we should use the capital letter or the lowercase letter, it is not so easy. It was not. I would actually not say there is a clear dividing line that somebody is a suspect once he has written it in with a lowercase or capital. Thank you. I think this topic should be discussed in an open way, and we will see whether we will have the occasion. I would like to thank all panelists. Your presentations, your papers were great. Thank you so much, and I hope you will have a nice evening. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I imagine that you will be exhausted after the busy day, but we are not actually calling it a day. Today, we have heard a number of very interesting presentations. I tried to give you some insight into the so-called alternative history. And now it is my pleasure to welcome Alena Morsteinová here, who is our distinguished Czech writer. And I have her book titled November, Listopad. And it has to do with the topic of our conference, because A, it is a very nicely written, historical, hypothetical book, actually explaining what it would look like if in 1989 the communist regime state remained here, and if we were to go on, continue under the totalitarian regime. So I'm happy to welcome writer Morsteinová here. And it would be my pleasure to hear the questions from the conference, from the audience. My question, what did you have to address whenever writing the book? Did you have any problems? I didn't have any problems writing it. Whenever I start writing, I write about something that I am obsessed with, because it takes 2 years. It takes a couple of years, and you have to live with the topic for those 2 years. So I wanted to actually write a book about what would happen if we have remained within the communist regime after 1989. And I started writing on the book when I lived through a fairly happy phase. It was before the pandemic, before the war in Ukraine and in Israel. So it was fairly peaceful, but still people complained about things. And that actually made me realize how it was. And I had to actually ask myself, how come people were actually always going back with their memories to the years before 89? What was nice about it? Of course, what was nice was that they were young. Those people during those times, they had the feeling that the state, the government was taking care of them, that they had a place to live in, that they had a job to go to. So it was like being a dog on a leash with well, I always remember an anecdote. A wolf meets a dog, and the dog says, "Why don't you live with people? I have always something to some food." And the wolf asks, "Okay, but how come your neck is so scratched?" And it was actually strange for me that nobody wrote a book on this topic. I was not sure whether it was me who should write it. And I waited until 2019, and then I thought, okay, I will have a try. And what I wrote is just one alternative, one possible scenario. What would have happened if there had not been any change in 1989. But I have to say that we all, because we already expected a change, then I thought we would have to have a much more tougher regime, a dictatorship, which would be much more stringent. And this is how I actually wrote it. That, and now I would like to quote, "It's not going to be translated because we don't have the book." Thank you.
Puštění přišla z nenadání pouhý týden předtím, než se za Majou zabouchla brána vězení a ona se vrátila do světa, který tak dlouho plynul bez ní. Za těch téměř 15 let se lidstvo pohnulo dopředu, ale za oponu socialistického bloku příliš mnoho změn neproniklo. Stát docela jistě využíval pokrok ve vědě a technice k ochraně před vnějším a mnohem obávanějším vnitřním nepřítelem, ale řadoví obyvatelé socialistických skanzenů neměli příležitost ani naději nové výdobytky, jejichž existenci spíše jen tušili, nějak blíže poznat, natož využívat. Já když jsem tyhle ty věci si četl, bylo to krátce poté, co jsem se bavil s několika dizidenty ze zemí, které neměly to štěstí jako my po roce 89 a stále žijí v diktaturách nebo dokonce v komunistickém totalitním režimu, tak jsem si uvědomil, jak velmi křehká byla ta doba listopadu 89, jak strašně málo chybělo k tomu, aby ten režim nějakým způsobem nepadl. Musíme počítat s tím, že v Československu byla sovětská armáda, která odešla vlastně až v polovině roku 1991. Následoval pokus o puč v Sovětském svazu, který vlastně byl v době, kdy těsně a velmi šťastně naše území opustila sovětská armáda. Takže se přiznám, že jsem ty věci četl spíš s takovým mražením v zádech, s tím, že to opravdu byla jedna z možností, která mohla nastat. A zajímalo by mě, jsme na konferenci, kterou pořádá Ústav pro studium totalitních režimů, historici, vítám tady pana ředitele ústavu, docenta Kudrnu, který se zase tady k nám zavítal zase. Historici jsou vždycky velmi přísní. Když jste se bavila s historiky, jak jste to napsala, jaká byla reakce některých historiků, jak se na to dívali, snažili se vám něco vymluvit, nebo naopak říkali, tak tady jste udeřila hřebíček na hlavičku?
No, já jsem se pro jistotu s historiky nebavila, abych se to nedozvěděla. Ale pravda je, že samozřejmě pár reakcí.
Well, I never spoke with historians, but there were some responses. Historians wrote some reviews, but they were very positive, I would say. I actually explain what the narration is that the regime got very harsh, that technologies are actually accessible only to certain people. And of course, once the people don't have information, they are controllable. So that was a similar narration as if we were living in North Korea. Well, I have to say I could not see any review that would be opposed to the writing as such. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to comment or ask, please do so. Well, let me ask you. The main character is Maya. Maya. Did you have some inspiration? Well, Maya is autobiographic. She was born in the same year and she lives the same way I lived until 89. Until 1989, I didn't make it to university. Twice I wanted to study, and it was very difficult to be admitted. Many people from my circles told me that I was not going to be admitted, and it was possible only to sit admission exams at one university, and I couldn't. But after the fall of communism, I actually could study. But I can't say I was the victim of the regime, or maybe it was because the other applicants were much better than me. I, just like Maya, the main character, worked in a profession which was boring, sort of. I also had 2 little kids. I was in maternity leave, and just like Maya, the main character, I was afraid I would have to actually say to my kids, you must not share this information at school. This is what I knew. I was always told by my parents I must not tell anything of what we discuss at home, in school, or with friends. And this is what I actually say to my husband. I had both children together with my husband. Maya's fate was a bit different, but luckily, after the fall of communism, I was able to live in a free society, democratic society, whereas Maya, the main character, she actually wanted to live in a free society, and she was actually not able to do so. Thank you. And what I want to say is that this is an example of an alternative history. I know that you you said that you didn't discuss it with historians, but it is very interesting. Thank you. Let me say something about the young people. I always thought that the young will be so happy and grateful for living in a free society. But what I found out was that they idolize the time before the fall of communism. And many of them think that if it were the left party to rule the society, that it would be much better. And I've been to Romania recently. It was a festival, literally festival, Philip, and I took part in a discussion, and I was sort of chipping in, and there was a writer, an older person who still remembered the regime, and there was a new leftist writer who was born after the fall of communism, and he had the feeling that he knew how it should look like. And the discussion actually was translated in a conflict when the older writer tried to explain to him that communists are communists, and his ideas about how the young people would do it in a much better way are actually misleading. So it is very much like in our country.
Nejmladší generace.
It's sometimes interesting to hear the views of the youngest generation, because if you're used to live in freedom and democracy, you take it for granted. The same way as if you have lots of food, you cannot really imagine what it feels like to be hungry. And once you lose your freedom and democracy, it's only then that you realize that it was a value worth fighting for. And this is also how I perceive the legacy, or the main message of your book. And one question: the description of brainwashing, so to say. This is something that is not discussed enough, and perhaps this is a deficit of the Czech discography, because we don't talk about the pressure in the media, at school, the rituals that were seemingly empty, but they had a huge impact on our subconscious. So did you use your own example from school? Were you inspired by your experience from school, or what inspired this brainwashing in your book? When I was in primary school, I went to spa. I do not want to name the spa, because I hope that today the situation is quite different. But I was 14 when I went to the spa, and the regime described in the part devoted to Maya growing up in a facility which was used for, bringing up a certain class of people, and this was a children's home. Children were taken from their families, and they tried to bring them up, raise them to be, to support the state propaganda, to be the new pillars of the regime. And at the age of 14, I went to spa, and the regime that I describe here, it's what I experienced in the spa. Or we're in rooms in four, so there were always four of us in one room, and and the oldest was a 14-year-old, and she was the commander of the room, so to say, and it was her responsibility that everything went smoothly in the room, so that the nurses didn't have much work with us. And every day we had to line up, and we had to even say who went to the toilet, who did not go to the toilet, to the number 2. If a girl was menstruating, had her period, and if someone did something like that, the oldest person in the room was to blame, the commander in the room. We went together to school, went together to lunch, we went together for breakfast and dinner, and it was all very embarrassing, and the nurses there, and it was very humiliating, you know. And all the nurses, they were powerful. They had power over us, and you could see that they felt good about, you know, belittling us. And I don't want to say that they were monsters, but you know, the commanders of the rooms were those who were to blame for everything that went wrong in the room. And there was a scene where the nurse forces the girl to get into a tub with hot water. And it really happened to me. I do not want to say that, I mean, it was kind of like a small-scale totalitarian regime. And it was quite interesting that after the revolution, where my daughter had already graduated university, my daughter had a friend who was at the same age in the spa, and we talked about the spa, and she said she was there after the revolution, but the regime was still the same there. It hasn't changed. She went to the spa around the year 2000, and I was shocked to hear that the regime at the spa had not changed. So the regime changed, but the people did not change. I have a similar experience because in the summer of '89, I went to a pioneering camp, and I was punished for having my scarf tied around my neck in the wrong way. And I did not salute the flag of the trade union, of the communist trade unions. And in 1989, after the fall of the regime, I was punished for not saluting to the scout flag. And before that, it was that I did not salute the revolutionary trade union movement flag. So, you know, sometimes it's not just about the outside regime changing, but also about the people inside the regime. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Mirek, so you said that well, you talked about, or you know, that regime was ready for alternative developments. I'm sure you know that there were lists of infiltrated people and so on. Yes, I knew all that. And I even read that, and I'm sure the historians will support that, that there were lists, not only lists, but also, you know, pinpointed buildings where these people could be imprisoned. That's what I learned when I was writing the book. So I'm not sure whether the historians will corroborate that. When I researched the archives of Secret Service, I found a document called Action in Nuremberg. It was exactly this event. Communists launched this exercise in July 1989. So if someone says that in 1989 everything was decided, they are wrong, because on YouTube there is also a documentary video from the Secret Service which shows that Secret Service gave instructions on how to proceed, and they are taking people from the street and bringing them to the internment camp, and then if someone jumps off the truck, they are shot on sight. So this is from July 1989. So nothing was decided in 1989, and when you discussed our leftist colleagues, whenever I read that today things would have been different because they would, promote the original Marxism. And I'm saying, well, what is this original Marxism? Because Mirek Vodraška was just saying he wrote a great book on this topic, and he demonstrates how the true Marx implied a very harsh class fight, and the true Marxists would, act the same way vis-a-vis, the Czechs and Poles and others. So I would like to know, what's this true Marxism? Is it in North Korea or Venezuela? Where do you want to look for inspiration for the true Marxism? It's because violence always played or was declared openly by Karl Marx. And I would also like to add, when you mentioned brainwashing, a little known fact is that during the previous regime, psychiatric wards were misused for this purpose. They were used for brainwashing, and Mirek is now concluding a book on this topic because no historians have opened this topic yet.
And I hope you'll be able to actually meet up and discuss it. This is a nice topic that connects my next question. Are you working on some other historical topic, or do you intend to actually delve into something? I'm actually now working on a novel which is not historical. I have focused on the psychology of a person, and I'm preparing now a book which should be historical, but I'm struggling. My husband's family had somebody who fought in World War I, Spanish, who fought in the Spanish War, and who was also convicted to capital punishment because he killed somebody during the war, but because he was also decorated for actually some heroic acts, he was given a pardon. It is very difficult for me to research World War I period. I need to find out about the things related to World War I and everyday life, and I am putting it off. I do know history is very important and interesting, but listening to people, you always get to listen to two camps. There is a camp who actually respected that person, and there is another camp who are saying that he was not worth respecting. But when writing on my first novel, Hannah, I still remember how difficult it was to research for that novel, and that is the reason why I don't want to go back to those topics of the Holocaust and the war. But of course, we discussed the topic related to the Jews and how to actually correctly write. And in my book, I also was not sure whether to write it with a capital or low-case letter. But then we had to decide, and now I see that I was supposed to actually approach it in another way. You write a book, you write a novel, you get to publish it, and then you want to change it. It's very difficult. It's a challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, please clap to the writer, Morsteinova. I would like to thank you for coming, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank you for staying until the very end of this conference. I hope you liked it. You found it interesting. I'd like to thank the moderators. I'd like to thank our people from the production. I'd like to thank our interpreters. I would like to thank the sound engineers who were doing their best. And now it is my duty and pleasure to invite you to the second day of our conference. We have a number of panels to face tomorrow. We will be actually discussing controversial topics. Please come. You will see how we managed to get to terms with our communist past. You will hear about negative cases, but also about positive cases, how we managed to punish the perpetrators and indemnify the victims. And you will also hear something about the Czech historiography. And you will hear about the time period after the fall of communism and how historians approached it. And last but not least, we will hear how Ukrainian and Russian experts, together with our American partners, see the roots of Russian aggression. And in the evening, we would like to actually discuss how difficult it is to make films about communist past. We will start at 9 a.m. here in the Liechtenstein Palace. Thank you.
A samozřejmě bude i občerstvení, nebojte.